Sizzle signal connecting. Welcome to Horror Game. Random dungeon matching in progress. Match successful. Dungeon name, Midnight Haunted House. Difficulty level, E, Beginner's Benefit. Mission, survive in the haunted house until dawn. The cold electronic synthesized voice faded, and the mosaic in front of Chen Ning gradually became clear. This was a dilapidated apartment living room. The moldy wallpaper curled up, like the skin of a dead body peeling open. A poorly connected ceiling lamp flickered, making a teeth-grinding electric sound. The air was filled with the stench of rotting dead mice, mixed with the disinfectant smell Chen Ning knew best. Chen Ning looked down at himself. He was still wearing that blue and white striped patient uniform, with a line of washed-out small letters on his chest, Qingshan Mental Hospital. This is the new dorm? Chen Ning tilted his head, his previously dull eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a perfectly standard smile, showing 8 teeth. The director finally gave me a single room? Though the decoration style is kind of a Syria war-damaged style, at least it's quiet. At this moment, in the lower left corner of Chen Ning's view, a semi-transparent bullet screen window was flashing wildly. This was the global live broadcast of the horror game. Every selected player would be live-streamed in front of hundreds of millions of viewers. WTF. Why is the newbie wearing a patient uniform this time? Qingshan Mental Hospital? That's the most famous insane asylum in the country. Oh no, this round is free points. Why is this guy smiling? Doesn't he know this is a haunted house? There's still blood seeping from the walls. From my 3 years of watching live streams, mentally ill people in horror games have only 2 endings, either die first, or scare themselves to death. Chen Ning did not see the bullet screen. He frowned, wiping the dark red liquid on the wall with his fingers. He brought it close to his nose and smelled. Smells like rust, a bit fishy too. Chen Ning disdainfully wiped his hands on his clothes and seriously commented, "This is too careless, the decoration materials are cheap, and they didn't even buy good ketchup. Did the hospital logistics take a kickback?" Saying that, he walked straight to the sofa in the center of the living room, which was missing a leg. On the sofa sat a cloth doll, its eyes dug out, crying blood tears, looking extremely creepy. Chen Ning grabbed the cloth doll, and instead of screaming, he vigorously dusted off the doll. Cough cough. How many years has it been since cleaning? Chen Ning looked heartbroken. As an excellent model citizen, I will never allow my living environment to be so dirty and messy. The next second. In front of tens of thousands of stunned viewers in the live stream, this mental patient actually began to clean. He used the cursed cloth doll as a rag and began frantically wiping the coffee table covered in bloody handprints. What is he doing? That doll is a cursed item. Touching it will reduce your yang energy. Using a ghost item as a rag? What the hell is this operation? Is this the world of a mentally ill person? He ruined all the horror atmosphere. Chen Ning was cleaning enthusiastically, humming an unknown little tune, wash wash, wash wash, oh oh. At this moment. Dong. Dong. Heavy footsteps came from deep in the corridor. Every step fell as if stepping on someone's heart. The originally flickering light suddenly went out, plunging the entire living room into death-like silence. The temperature instantly dropped to freezing point. The bullet screen in the live stream immediately exploded. Here it comes. First blood monster. From the footsteps, at least an E+ level vengeful spirit. Oh no, this mental patient is still holding the doll, he can't run. Hide in the cabinet. Stop wiping the table. Chen Ning seemed unaware of the danger. He just stopped his hand movements. Looking up at the darkness with some dissatisfaction, why is the power still out? Did you not pay the property fee? Creak. The long rusted door was slowly pushed open by a pale, swollen hand. A strong stench of blood hit the face. At the door stood a tall, dark shadow. He wore a butcher's apron stained with black blood, holding a serrated cleaver in his right hand. The most terrifying thing was, his neck was empty, only a bull-sized blood scar, still gurgling black blood. And his left hand was holding a messy-haired human head. The head was pale, eyes bulging, staring at Chen Ning, mouth opening and closing, making a creepy, piercing laugh. He, this house, is this even a place you can live? The scene was extremely shocking. Many timid viewers in the live broadcast covered their eyes. That is a sea-level fierce ghost, decapitated butcher. How could it appear in a beginner dungeon? Bug. Absolutely a bug. This guy is dead. A sea-level ghost killing an E-level newbie is like killing a chicken. If that knife cuts down, the guy will be split in half immediately. Facing such a terrifying scene, Chen Ning slowly stood up. He did not scream, did not run, not even his legs trembled. He just quietly looked at the decapitated ghost. His eyes were full of sympathy? Dear patient. Chen Ning's voice was especially clear in the silent darkness, gentle like talking to kindergarten kids. In the middle of the night, why do you make yourself like this? The decapitated ghost froze. The head in his hand, originally ready to scream to harvest fear, was stuck in the throat. You are not afraid of me? The head made a hoarse roar, blood mist sprayed from the neck cut. I will chop you into mince. Sigh, typical mania with paranoid delusion. Chen Ning sighed, completely ignoring the threat, instead walking over with big steps. Holy crap! He charged forward. Giving his head? This is actively delivering it. Don't go. That's a ghost. Chen Ning walked a few steps to the decapitated ghost. The ghost obviously had never seen this before. According to the script, humans should kneel to beg, or pee out of fear. Just as the decapitated ghost raised the cleaver, ready to teach this reckless boy a lesson, Chen Ning suddenly acted. But he did not attack. He just, in a move faster than lightning, grabbed the head from the ghost's left hand. The speed and skill were as if he practiced grabbing chicken legs in a mental hospital cafeteria countless times. Decapitated ghost? My head? Slap. Chen Ning held the bloody head with both hands, seriously scolding. Look at you, such a big person, how can you be so careless? Your head fell off and you don't even know to put it back? This is just meeting me. What if you meet a bad person and they kick you like a ball? The ghost's head struggled wildly in Chen Ning's hands, eyes nearly popping out. Let go of me. I am a ghost. I am a fierce ghost. Shoo. Chen Ning raised a finger, gently touching the lips of the head, full of sharp teeth. Hospital rule, after lights out no loud noise. Come, don't move, the doctor will fix you. Then, Chen Ning ignored the ghost, raised the head, aimed at the ghost's neck. Pressed down hard. Crack. A clear sound of bone misalignment echoed through the living room. The live broadcast instantly went silent. Everyone was stunned. Because Chen Ning pressed the head backward. Now, the ghost's face faced his own back. Ah. The decapitated ghost screamed in agony, not only psychological insult but physical pain. Ghosts feel pain too. It hurts. You pressed it backward. The ghost couldn't hold the knife properly anymore. With a loud crash, it fell to the ground. Chen Ning took a step back, hands on his hips, and looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Though the head was on backwards, at least it was attached, right? Don't be so picky. Chen Ning wiped the blood off his hands and said earnestly, being disheveled is an uncivilized behavior. Although the face is facing backward now, it actually helps you observe the enemy from behind. This is called 360-degree tactical vision, got it? You. The headless ghost trembled with rage, wanting to turn around and chop Chen Ning, but because its head and body were out of sync, it tripped and fell face-first into the ground with a loud thud. I have health insurance. I'm going to complain about you. The headless ghost lay on the ground, letting out a furious and humiliating roar. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp notification sound rang in Chen Ning's mind. Detected that the host successfully helped the ghost adjust its appearance, degree of influence, extremely high. The other party was so moved they cried. Congratulations to the host for activating the virtuous deed system. Received virtue points, 100 points. Received title, warm-hearted teacher Tony. When worn, ghosts will think you're very professional. Chen Ning's eyes lit up. A system? This must be the excellent employee reward system the director always talks about. He looked at the headless ghost still squirming on the ground, his gaze growing more intense. Don't rush, I see your spine is a bit curved too. Just so happens I learned a bone setting technique. Chen Ning rolled up his sleeves, revealing two arms that weren't particularly muscular but were strong and solid, taking slow steps toward the ghost. Don't run, this treatment is free. The headless ghost, lying on the ground, looked at the smiling devil approaching through its reversed vision. At this moment, as a fierce ghost who had killed countless people, it was the first time it truly felt what horror was. Help! There's a freak here. The headless ghost dropped its knife and used all fours to crawl like a panicked cockroach, desperately trying to escape through the door. The live stream chat exploded after a brief freeze. Ha. What the hell is this 360-degree tactical vision? Ghost, I thought I came to scare someone, but instead I'm the one getting treated? The crack I heard made my phantom limb hurt too. This guy is too ruthless. Is anyone else feeling bad for the ghost? Its head got put on backward, and now it's being chased for a bone-setting treatment, so tragic, ha. Chen Ning stood at the door, watching the headless ghost flee in panic, and shook his head helplessly. He bent down, picked up the bone-cutting knife, and flicked the blade with his finger. Today's patients are getting more and more sensitive about their conditions. Chen Ning turned around, his gaze sweeping over the eerie haunted house, his lips curling up again. So, where's the next patient who needs help? At that moment, a female ghost, trembling and curled up inside the bathroom mirror, desperately held her knees, trying to hold her breath. He can't see me, he can't see me, he can't see me. Holding the bone-cutting knife still stained with black blood, Chen Ning hummed an off-key tune, casually strolling toward the bathroom. The headless patient from earlier ran too quickly, which left him feeling a bit regretful. As a five-good youth who had won the annual Goodwill Ambassador title at Chang Mountain Hospital for 3 consecutive years, Chen Ning felt it was his duty to care for every patient with a strong will despite their disabilities. Hope I run into someone with a bad leg, so they won't be able to run away. Chen Ning muttered, reaching out to open the bathroom door. Creak. A damp, cold mildew smell immediately invaded his nose. The bathroom wasn't large, with black and white mosaic tiles that had been popular decades ago, and the cracks between them were filled with dark green moss due to years of dampness. The ceiling light flickered, buzzing with a crackling sound, casting a pale, terrifying light. Directly in front of the door was a huge oval mirror. The mirror was covered with grime and water stains, reflecting Chen Ning in his blue and white striped patient outfit, and the fierce bone-chopping knife in his hand. At this moment, the live room audience still hadn't recovered from the shock of giving the ghost a bone treatment, and seeing this underworld scene, their hearts jumped up again. This bathroom is too classic. Horror movie must die law, don't look in the mirror if nothing is happening. Host, don't go in. This narrow space is the easiest for ghosts to block the door and kill. I have a feeling, there is definitely something in the mirror. That headless ghost ran just now, but there must be more than one ghost in this house. Chen Ning completely ignored the oppressive environment. He walked into the bathroom, and his first reaction was not to check for ghosts, but to reach out and turn the faucet. Tick tick. The liquid coming out of the faucet was not tap water, but thick, stinky red liquid, very much like pig blood left for a long time. Chen Ning frowned, shook his hand with disgust. The water quality is so bad? How many years has it been since these pipes were cleaned? Drinking this water must give stones. Saying that, he looked up at the mirror. In the mirror, his reflection still had that harmless smile. But gradually, the reflection changed. The Chen Ning in the mirror did not move, but behind him, a red figure appeared somehow. It was a woman with messy hair. She wore a wet red dress, dripping all over, her skin pale and swollen, like a corpse soaked for days and nights. She lowered her head, black hair covering most of her face, only revealing one resentful eye, staring at Chen Ning outside the mirror. Two pale hands slowly stretched out from behind Chen Ning's shoulders, seeming to want to drag him into the mirror. The horror atmosphere instantly peaked. The live room comments flooded the screen. WTF. Spirit behind. Brother, turn around. It's behind you. Useless, that's a mirror ghost, turning won't help, must break the mirror. It's over, this ghost looks even more resentful than that butcher just now. Just as the pale ghost hands were about to touch Chen Ning's neck, Chen Ning suddenly stepped forward, almost pressing his face against the mirror. The female ghost in the mirror froze. Chen Ning squinted, looking at the female ghost in the mirror with the eyes of a picky customer choosing pork in a market. Then, he reached out and rubbed the mirror heavily a few times. Why is this mirror so dirty? Full of water stains. While rubbing, Chen Ning spoke to the female ghost in the mirror. Excuse me, family member behind, can you move? You are blocking the light, I can't see my face clearly. Female ghost. Live room audience. Blocking the light? That's a ghost, bro. Is this guy really blind or really brave? He treated the female ghost as a patient family member? This brain circuit is amazing. The female ghost in the mirror was clearly angered. She let out a sharp hiss and suddenly lifted her head. It was an extremely terrifying face. No nose, mouth split to the ears, all 7 holes bleeding black tears, eyeballs almost falling out. She opened her bloody mouth, trying to break the human's heart with the most primitive fear. Do you think I am beautiful? The eerie voice seemed to explode directly in Chen Ning's mind. An ordinary person would have had heart failure from fear. But Chen Ning just paused. Then, he showed an extremely professional, doctor's compassionate expression for a critical patient. Alas, this is also a suffering person. Chen Ning shook his head, put down the bone-chopping knife, took a crumpled tissue from his pocket, unknown where it came from. Miss, don't cry. I know, now cosmetic surgery is very risky, even if it fails, don't give up on yourself. He took a tissue and directly wiped the blood tear positions on the female ghost's face through the glass of the mirror. Look at you, your makeup is ruined, the eyeliner is smudged like a panda. The female ghost in the mirror was completely dumbfounded. She killed dozens of players in the dungeon, some screaming, some begging for mercy, others wetting their pants in fear. But no one had ever dared to hold up a tissue and say her makeup was ruined. This is blood. It's resentment. Not eyeliner. The ghost woman roared angrily, the mirror began shaking violently, and countless blood drops seeped from the edges of the frame. Okay, it's blood, it's blood. Chen Ning, like he was comforting a child, replied dismissively, then we really need to pay attention to hygiene. Here, let's clean your face first, or you might get an infection. Saying that, Chen Ning did something no one expected. He twisted open the blood-dripping faucet, filled his hands with the foul-smelling blood, and then splashed it directly onto the mirror. Splash! The whole mirror was dyed bright red. The ghost woman in the mirror got drenched, her terrifying appearance instantly turning into a wet, pitiful mess. Her damp hair clung to her face, making her look both disheveled and absurd. See, doesn't it feel much cleaner after washing your face? Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction, then casually picked up a toilet brush from beside the sink. Your hair's all messy too. Let me help you comb it. Don't thank me, I'm a professional. With that, he began combing the ghost woman's head with the toilet brush in front of the mirror. Though there was no physical contact through the mirror, the insulting action made the ghost woman feel an unprecedented level of humiliation. It was a toilet brush. I'm going to kill you. The ghost woman screamed, slamming her hands against the mirror, trying to break through and tear this bastard apart. However, Chen Ning suddenly stopped smiling, his face turning serious. He looked at the ghost woman struggling in the mirror, and let out a heavy sigh, a typical case of claustrophobia, combined with manic-type schizophrenia. He turned around, addressing the air, the live stream camera, as if analyzing her condition. Look, this patient has been living in this small, confined space for so long, it's caused severe psychological repression. Her slamming against the wall's mirror is actually a cry for help. She longs for freedom, for a larger living environment. What the hell? Cry for help? She wants to get out and kill you. Claustrophobia? That's the mirror ghost seal, idiot. Although, that toilet brush really is disgusting, I almost vomited. Streamer, run. The mirror's going to shatter, she's really coming out. Chen Ning seemed to have made some kind of decision. He gripped the heavy bone cleaver tightly, his eyes fixed with determination on the ghost woman in the mirror. Don't worry, miss. As a responsible doctor, I would never let my patients suffer. Since this wall, the mirror, is blocking you from the vast world, I'll help you tear it down. The ghost woman in the mirror froze. Tear it down? The mirror was her very essence. If it broke, she wouldn't die, but she'd be severely weakened, even to the point of losing her soul. Staring at the cleaver raised high in Chen Ning's hand, the cold gleam of the blade flashing, the ghost woman's hatred instantly turned to terror. No! The ghost woman shook her head desperately, her hands pressing against the mirror to stop him. Don't mention it. For the sake of the patient's mental health, this little violent demolition is necessary. Chen Ning said with righteous confidence, exuding the light of justice. Give me, open. Chen Ning shouted, the cleaver cutting through the air with a whistling sound, and slammed toward the center of the mirror. If the strike landed, the mirror would definitely shatter into pieces. Yammeet! In the face of death, the ghost woman blurted out a plea that crossed borders. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the mirror, only 0.01 centimeters away, Chen Ning's hand came to a perfect, steady stop. That control was terrifyingly precise. The ghost woman in the mirror was paralyzed with fear, shrinking into the corner, trembling, her already pale face turning even whiter with fear. Chen Ning tilted his head, staring at her. What's the matter? Don't want to tear it down? The ghost woman shook her head frantically, her head spinning like a rattle. The female ghost kept shaking her head, tears, blood, really falling, this time it was grievance. Sigh, why suffer this again? Chen Ning put away the knife, with an expression of, this patient is really hard to handle, since you like staying there so much, I will respect your choice. But? Chen Ning changed his tone, pointing to the corner of his mouth. As a representative of the hospital's image, no matter where you are, you must keep a smile. That look of yours just now, full of pain and hatred, affects the city's view, do you understand? Come, smile. Chen Ning leaned his face close to the mirror, showing his signature 8 teeth, like me, Xia Zi. The female ghost in the mirror looked at the cleaver still hanging in front of her, then at Chen Ning's smile scarier than a ghost. She sniffed, holding back humiliation and fear inside. Slowly, she pulled the corners of her split mouth. Although because her mouth was split too wide, the smile looked uglier than crying, even a bit ferocious. But in Chen Ning's eyes, this was progress. That's right. Chen Ning patted the mirror frame with relief. Although your smile looks a bit like facial nerve death, at least your attitude is correct. Remember, be polite when seeing people, don't always look like you want to eat them, very unlikable. Ding. Congratulations host for successfully correcting the ghost's wrong expression management, persuasion level, high, the other was scared and could not stop smiling. Gained merit points, 150. Obtained item, universal toilet brush, effective for dirty things, and never carries germs. Current accumulated merit points, 250. Chen Ning happily put the system reward universal toilet brush into the pocket of his patient gown that looked like Doraemon's pocket. He waved at the female ghost in the mirror, then rest well, remember to drink more hot water, shed less bloody tears, blood supplement is expensive. After speaking, Chen Ning carried the knife, humming a tune, and walked out of the bathroom, leaving only the female ghost in the mirror, still holding that stiff twisted smile, until Chen Ning's footsteps went far. She dared to collapse and let out a post-survival sob. Too scary. This human is too scary. Mom, I want to go back to hell, this world is too dangerous. Walking out of the bathroom, Chen Ning returned to the living room. At this moment, the living room's atmosphere was even more eerie than before. Because the headless ghost ran away, the mirror ghost withdrew, the house's energy seemed to gather toward the master bedroom on the second floor. Chen Ning looked up at the stairs leading to the second floor. The stairs were wooden, covered with dark red carpet, looking like a crimson tongue. Faintly, the sound of a ball hitting the floor upstairs could be heard. Dong. 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 Along with a child's innocent yet eerie nursery rhyme. Big rabbit is sick, second rabbit watches, third rabbit buys medicine, fourth rabbit boils. Viewers in the live stream just finished laughing, hearing this sound, their scalp tingled again. It's this nursery rhyme. One of the top 10 forbidden songs. The difficulty of this level is wrong. How can there be this level of ghost child? Ghost children are the hardest, because they have no logic, purely evil. If Chen Ning can still bluff past this, I will do a handstand and eat crap on livestream. Chen Ning stood at the stair entrance, listening to the eerie nursery rhyme. His eyes lit up again. Even brighter than when seeing the headless ghost and the female ghost. Is this a talent show? Chen Ning rubbed his hands with delight. Seems the hospital's pediatrics is well built, kids know to perform arts before sleep. He put the cleaver at his waist, though without a belt, fixed his collar, and stepped onto the stairs. At a time like this, how could I miss being the special judge? Little friend, Uncle is here to give you a score. Chapter 3 Late Night Tutoring Class, Chickens and rabbits in the same cage cannot sleep until solved. The corridor on the second floor was narrower than the first floor. On both sides of the walls hung many black and white memorial photos. As Chen Ning walked by, the eyes on those photos seemed to turn. He stared hard at this uninvited guest. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the ball hitting the floor grew heavier, as if each time it crashed down, it struck the bones beneath the floorboards. The eerie children's rhyme continued, its voice shrill, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. 5 rabbits died, 6 rabbits lifted, 7 rabbits dug, 8 rabbits buried, 9 rabbits sat on the ground and started crying. The viewers in the livestream were now so tense that they dared not breathe. This rhyme is giving me goosebumps. This is definitely a small boss-level ghost. Ghost children usually have strong resentment, often because of a tragic death, so they harbor intense hatred toward the living. And children's ghosts are the hardest to deal with because they don't know restraint, and they find it fun. Chen Ning only has a bone cleaver and a toilet brush. Can he really deal with this kind of spirit-type ghost? Chen Ning stood in front of a half-open door. The sound was coming from here. He didn't hesitate at all, nor did he carefully scout around like a normal player. Instead, he casually reached out and pushed the door open, as if visiting a neighbor's house. Creak. The door opened. This should have been a children's room. But there was no trace of warmth left. The floor was covered with shredded stuffed toys, and the walls were filled with twisted faces and messy lines drawn in red crayon. In the center of the room, a little boy in blue overalls was facing away from the door. His body was stiff, his movements mechanical. His right hand slapped the ball on the ground, again and again. But the ball wasn't a regular ball. It was a bloodied, mangled human head, with visible white bones. Hearing the door open, the boy's hand stopped. The human head rolled to Chen Ning's feet. The eyes on the head were directly staring at Chen Ning, their gaze hollow, as if telling the story of despair before death. He. The boy slowly turned around. His neck made a spine-chilling crack sound, and it directly twisted 180 degrees. The face was the ashen, bluish color of a corpse, with no pupils in the eye sockets, only the whites of the eyes, and the corners of his mouth split open, revealing a set of sharp, shark-like teeth. Uncle, do you want to play ball with me? The eerie child's voice, coupled with the head that had rolled to Chen Ning's feet, immediately shot the terror level through the roof. If it were any normal player, they would have already been paralyzed with fear at this deadly opening line. But Chen Ning glanced down at the mangled ball at his feet. Then he looked up at the little boy with his neck twisted like a knot. His brows furrowed tightly into a shape. An invisible pressure, actually, it was the fury of a strict school dean, radiated from him. What time is it? Chen Ning suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice. The ghost child froze for a moment. He had expected the other party to scream, run away, or even kneel and beg for mercy. But he never imagined that the other would ask about the time. What? The ghost child instinctively replied. Chen Ning raised his wrist, pointed at a non-existent watch, a hallucination of a madman, and sternly scolded. I asked you, what time is it? 1:30 in the morning. What class are you in? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour, making noise here, and singing such a song full of feudal superstition and negative emotions? What death and burial, is this the aesthetic your teacher taught you? Who taught your moral education class? The ghost child? The viewers in the live stream? What the hell? Is he scolding a ghost? This tone, it's just like my high school dean. Is this really the focus? Dude, that's a human head. He's playing with a human head. Chen Ning, whatever you're playing, just don't disturb the peace. The ghost child was completely stunned by this sudden reprimand. As the number 2 troublemaker in the haunted house, when had he ever been treated this way? A surge of violent resentment erupted from his body in an instant. The temperature in the room dropped fast, the crayon drawings on the walls seemed to come alive, and began to seep out fresh blood. I will kill you. I will twist off your head too and use it as a ball to kick. The ghost child screamed sharply, his body floated up out of nothing, and that human head was also called, bouncing up from the ground, opening its big mouth to bite at Chen Ning's knee. Stubborn and stupid. Not only skipping class and staying up late, you even dare to talk back to your teacher. Chen Ning was angry. Facing the human head that rushed at him, he did not even use a knife. Instead, he directly lifted his foot wearing slippers, like kicking a soccer ball, one hard shot. Bang! This kick was strong and heavy, accurate to the extreme. That human head that had just flown up was kicked in the side of the face by Chen Ning, with a sharp and sad howl, smashing straight through the window glass and flying far beyond the clouds. Go on. Chen Ning kept the shooting pose, snorted coldly and said, this dirty toy is confiscated. It is full of germs, and you don't even know to disinfect it. Playing with this kind of thing can easily get hand-foot-mouth disease, do you know? The ghost child in mid-air was stunned. That was his life-bound magic tool. Just like this kicked away? The ghost child trembled with anger, the air around twisted, countless invisible mind-force tentacles wrapped toward Chen Ning. However, to Chen Ning, who was blessed by the merit without limit system and whose mental will was firm enough to block real-world logic, these low-level mental attacks were completely useless. Chen Ning stepped forward in big strides, ignoring the furniture flying wildly around. He grabbed the strap of the ghost child's overalls in mid-air. Like grabbing a naughty little chick, he directly dragged him down from the air. Get down here. Who allowed you to fly around in the classroom? Sit properly for me. Chen Ning lifted the ghost child with one hand and pressed him hard in front of the small dusty desk in the room. Bang! The ghost child's butt and the chair had a close contact. He just wanted to struggle, but found one of Chen Ning's hands pressing on his shoulder. That hand felt like it weighed 1,000 tons, no matter how he moved his resentment, he could not move even a little. This was rule-level suppression. In the world of a madman, when the teacher holds down the student simply cannot move. Let go of me. I am a resentful spirit. I will eat your organs. The ghost child was still shouting, his neck twisting crazily, trying to bite Chen Ning's hand. Smack! Chen Ning swung back his hand and somehow pulled out a thick book, or maybe an old broken diary he casually picked up in the room, and slammed it directly onto the desk. A loud sound scared the ghost child into shaking. You still dare to talk back? Looks like I assigned too little homework, too much extra energy, right? Chen Ning casually pulled over a chair, sat beside the ghost child, crossed his legs, and showed a devil-like kind and gentle smile on his face. Since you have so much energy, then let's make up some lessons. I saw you were pretty smooth at counting just now, something 5 rabbits 6 rabbits. Come, teacher will test you. Chen Ning opened that broken book, dipped his finger into some dust on the desk, and wrote a problem on the desk surface. That was the start of every elementary student's nightmare. Chickens and rabbits in one cage. Listen carefully, the question is like this. Chen Ning cleared his throat, his tone serious. In a cage there are some chickens and rabbits. Counting from above, there are 35 heads. Counting from below, there are 94 legs. Question, how many chickens and how many rabbits are there? The ghost child looked blankly at the dust words on the desk. In those eyes with only white, for the first time appeared an emotion called confusion. Chicken rabbit. Still need to count legs? Why count legs? Wouldn't it be fine to chop the legs off and count them? The ghost child subconsciously thought, following his own logic, chop all their legs off. Smack! Chen Ning slapped the desk again, shouting in anger that iron could not become steel. Violent maniac, you. Always chopping. You need to use math thinking. Set up equations, understand? Assume method, understand? Calculate it for me. If you can't calculate it, you are not allowed to sleep. Don't play ball anymore. The ghost child felt extremely wronged. He is a ghost. He became a fierce ghost because his stepfather abused him to death. He never went to school, how would he understand systems of equations? I don't count. I want to kill people. The ghost child's voice was tinged with crying. Still want to kill people? Chen Ning's eyes turned cold, and he pulled out a bone-chopping knife from somewhere. With a duo sound it stabbed into the desk, the blade still humming. If you don't study properly, how will you integrate into society in the future? How will you become a ghost useful to the underworld? It seems you refuse to drink when offered, only drink as punishment. Do you want to do the problems, or do you want Dr. Li, Chen Ning himself, to do a craniotomy and check if your brain is full of glue? Looking at that cold shining bone-chopping knife, and then at Chen Ning's eyes fiercer than a fierce ghost. The ghost child was completely scared. He trembled and stretched out his bluish-purple little hand, starting to gesture on the desk. 1, 2, 3. This scene left over 1 million viewers in the live stream dumbfounded, the bullet screen full of ha 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 and whoa. Famous scene. Absolutely a famous scene. Requesting the ghost child's psychological shadow area, given chickens and rabbits in the same cage, when will the ghost child collapse? So cruel. Forcing a ghost to do Olympiad math. This is worse than killing it. Chen Ning, since physics cannot save you, I will save you with knowledge. Is this the legendary power of knowledge to change fate? The ghost child's fate is indeed changed now. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The ghost child scratched his head and ears, his originally terrifying face full of anxiety, the resentment above his head almost burned dry by the CPU, wisps of blue smoke rising. This is wrong, too many legs, the ghost child muttered, almost crying from panic. Chen Ning, holding a half ruler picked up from somewhere, occasionally tapped the desk. Sit properly. Eyes 1 foot away from the desk. Want nearsightedness? Is this problem difficult? Let chicken be x, rabbit be y, x plus y equals 35, 2x plus 4y equals 94, what a simple system of linear equations. Chen Ning's incessant nagging was like a tightening curse, making the ghost child miserable. Finally. Wah! With a shrill howl, the ghost child completely broke down. He lay on the desk, crying loudly, tears mixed with blood wetting the desk. Too hard I can't do it, I want to go home, I won't be a ghost too hard. Nothing can destroy a child's will more than a math problem they can't solve. Even if he is a ghost. Ding. A pleasant system prompt sounded again. Congratulations host for successfully giving love education to the schoolless child, level of influence, extremely high, the other's mind collapsed, deeply aware of the lack of knowledge. Merit points gained, 300. Special skill book obtained, pressure of a famous teacher, passive skill, when you ask questions, any creature will subconsciously feel nervous and want to answer. Current accumulated merit points, 550. Chen Ning looked at the ghost child lying on the desk crying with snot and tears, satisfied, put away the ruler and bone-chopping knife. He reached out, lovingly patted the ghost child's cold and twisted head, helping straighten his neck rotated 180 degrees. Crack. The ghost child shivered in pain, but didn't dare resist. That's right, no shame then be brave. Chen Ning said earnestly, crying is not shameful, shameful is retreating when facing difficulty. Tonight, forget this problem, as homework. From tomorrow, I will check your memorization. First memorize disciple rules, then memorize the multiplication table. The ghost child lifted his head, face full of tear streaks, eyes filled with fear of knowledge and reverence for Chen Ning. He sobbed and nodded, KN no teacher. Chen Ning nodded with satisfaction. All right, sleep early. If I hear you bouncing balls or singing messy songs again, I will make you recite pi to 1,000 decimal places. Hearing the 3 words pi, the ghost child trembled all over, as if hearing the most vicious curse in the world. Immediately burying his head into the crook of his arm, pretending to sleep, he even held his breath. Chen Ning stood up and adjusted his patient gown. Mission accomplished, it's done. He looked around. The children's room, which had been terrifying and eerie, now somehow gave off a faint scholarly family vibe, though most of it was just an illusion. Seems like the educational standards of this hospital really need to improve. Chen Ning sighed, turned, and walked out of the room. At this point, the sky outside had started to lighten. The mission's objective was survive until dawn. And through Chen Ning's bizarre actions, the incredibly dangerous midnight haunted house had somehow been turned into housekeeping service combined with private tutor. But the owner of this haunted house, the strongest boss who had been hiding in the shadows, would really let him leave so easily? Just as Chen Ning stepped onto the living room floor on the first floor. A terrifying aura like never before surged out from the basement entrance. The doors and windows of the entire house immediately slammed shut, the moldy wallpaper began to peel in large patches, revealing enormous runes written in blood beneath. The real haunted house was just waking up. But Chen Ning nearly yawned, rubbing his stomach. Been a long night, when does the cafeteria open? I'm starving. Chapter 4, with this kind of hygiene, do you want to poison everyone in the hospital? Rumble. The entire haunted house seemed to come alive. The once gray walls began to writhe, leaking thick, black blood like layers of rotting skin. The floor became soft and warm, as if walking on the entrails of some giant creature. The foul, decaying stench in the air grew even stronger, almost turning into a tangible poisonous mist. This was the hidden death mechanism of the E-level instance, Midnight Haunted House, the carnival before dawn. In the last half hour, the owner of the haunted house would awaken and consume all living creatures in the house. The live stream viewers were on the verge of cardiac arrest. It's over. This is hell mode. Usually in E-level instances, you just have to hide, but this house is alive, there's nowhere to hide. That black mist is coming from the basement, there's definitely something big down there. Chen Ning is still dazed in the living room on the first floor? Run! Chen Ning was not dazed. He stood at the door leading to the basement, his nostrils slightly twitching, taking a deep breath. Gurgle. His stomach let out a very inconvenient growl. Though the smell is a bit strong, like stinky tofu stewed with durian, but for a patient who hasn't eaten all night, I can just about accept it. Chen Ning rubbed his shriveled belly, his eyes flashing with hunger for food. He completely ignored the bloodied hands stretching out from the walls around him, trying to grab his ankles, and pushed open the heavy iron door leading to the basement. Since it's time to eat, why not ring the bell? Service is terrible. Chen Ning grumbled as he strode confidently down the stairs. The basement scene was enough to make any normal person vomit on the spot. Iron hooks, rusted and hanging, were scattered everywhere, each hook holding the severed limbs of some unknown creature. The ground was thick with layers of blood and grime, and the corners were piled with pale bones. In the very center of the basement was a huge chopping board. In front of the board stood a monstrous creature, as large as a mountain of meat. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its body stacked with fat, its skin a sickly waxy yellow, covered in stitches. The most terrifying thing was that it wore a gas mask on its face, and on its stomach, there was a giant mouth filled with fangs. The mouth on its stomach was chewing on a thigh bone, making a chilling crack-crack sound. D-level vengeful spirit, gluttonous head chef. Even in higher-level instances, this was a terrifying existence that made seasoned players tremble in fear. Roar. Seeing Chen Ning enter, the head chef let out a deafening roar. A huge mouth on the belly spewed a stream of yellow-green poison gas, and the giant bone saw in the hand slammed heavily on the cutting board, shaking the entire basement. Fresh meat, tender meat, make sashimi, delicious. A muffled low growl echoed in the basement. The live stream comments were already full of despair. No hope. This level of pressure, my legs are weak just through the screen. Chen Ning only has a small knife and a toilet brush, how can he fight? He can't break the defense at all. Is this the fate of a newcomer? Too bad, he just performed so well. Facing this meat mountain monster exuding immense ferocity, Chen Ning stopped walking. He frowned, eyes sharp as fire, staring fixedly at the head chef, at the piece of meat in his hand. Then, his expression darkened. It could even be said he was furious. Slap. Chen Ning slammed the nearby oil-stained shelf, pointed at the chef's nose, gas mask, and shouted angrily. Is this the breakfast you prepare for patients? Raw meat. And still with bones. Not even plucked clean. According to Article 32 of the Food Safety Law, it is strictly forbidden to process spoiled, rancid, moldy, or insect-infested food in the canteen area. You are committing a crime. The head chef, about to rush forward and chop, froze. The huge inertia made the meat on his belly tremble 3 times. This human, what is he saying? Not afraid of me? Talking law to me? Roar. The head chef tilted his head in confusion, a puddle of drool dripping from the mouth on his belly. Still pretending to be dumb? Chen Ning stormed forward, completely ignoring the bone saw bigger than his whole body. He reached out, wiped a hand on the cutting board, and then raised his finger to show the chef. The finger was covered in black grease and blood. Look at this stove. Look at this cutting board. Chen Ning was heartbroken, like a health inspector on a secret visit. Such thick grease, do you know how many times the E. coli exceeds the limit? This is why old Wang in the next ward had diarrhea for 3 days after eating last time. How can you be a head chef? Where is your health certificate? Show it to me. The head chef was completely stunned. He had been in this dungeon for so many years, seen people scared to tears, seen resistance, but never seen anyone come up asking for a health certificate. A strange pressure made him instinctively step back half a step. It was the double deterrent from Chen Ning's title, warm-hearted teacher Tony, and famous teacher's pressure. No health certificate? Chen Ning sneered, his gaze extremely sharp. So you are working without a license? Fine, looks like I must tidy up this kitchen today. Roar. The head chef finally realized. This kid is humiliating me. In rage, he lifted the bone saw, the huge mouth on his belly opened to the extreme, a barbed tongue curled toward Chen Ning. I will eat you. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. Is your oral hygiene up to standard? Chen Ning did not retreat but advanced. Just as the disgusting tongue was about to wrap around him, Chen Ning's right hand moved into his chest pocket at a speed invisible to the naked eye, that magical patient suit pocket. Clang! A weapon with a faint golden glow and strange shape appeared in his hand. It was the reward obtained in the previous chapter, Universal Toilet Brush. Although the name was unpleasant, it was produced by the system and was undoubtedly a masterpiece. The bristles were snow white, the handle carved with intricate runes, with absolute restraint against filth. Since your mouth is so dirty, I will brush your teeth first. Chen Ning shouted, flicked his wrist, and the toilet brush, like a white dragon sailing out to sea, extremely precise, pierced into the giant mouth on the chef's belly. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The head chef's roar instantly became whimpering. The universal toilet brush exploded with dazzling holy light the moment it touched the monster's mouth, actually a cleaning effect. Swish, swish, swish. 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, twist the neck, twist the hips. Chen Ning hummed a health song, holding the brush handle tightly as he wildly stirred inside the head chef's mouth. The sensation was like scrubbing an old, iron pot with a wire ball. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. The head chef, in agony, threw down the bone-sawing knife, clutching his stomach, desperately trying to pull out the damn brush. But Chen Ning's strength was shockingly powerful, like a madman's outburst, and the angle was so tricky that he couldn't break free. The resentment, the bits of meat, and the corrosive toxins that had clung to his teeth were now being scrubbed clean with the force of the toilet brush. It even had a polished effect. Look! This is all tartar. How long has it been since you last had your teeth cleaned? Chen Ning brushed while lecturing. As a chef, personal hygiene is a top priority. With so many bacteria in your mouth, if you breathe over the food, can anyone still eat it? Wrong, wrong. As a B-level powerful ghost, the head chef was now crying tears of humiliation. It was too degrading. Having a toilet brush shoved down his throat was definitely the biggest stain on his ghostly life. The worst part was that the brush seemed to carry some kind of purifying power, causing the dark energy inside him to dissipate quickly. Wrong? If you're wrong, you need to correct it. Chen Ning suddenly yanked out the toilet brush, taking a string of sparkling, purified saliva with it. Now, immediately, right away. Chen Ning pointed to the filthy basement and barked, clean this place up. If there's one speck of blood or a single fly, I'll shove you into the meat grinder for a bath. The head chef dared not resist anymore. Holding his swollen mouth, he looked at the gleaming toilet brush in Chen Ning's hand and nodded repeatedly, like a beaten wife. The next 5 minutes. Over 2 million viewers in the live stream witnessed the most absurd scene in horror game history. A terrifying flesh mountain monster, wearing an apron, which Chen Ning had forced him into, holding a rag and mop, was desperately cleaning the basement. Wiping the floor, brushing the walls, scrubbing the countertops. The skill in his movements and the humility in his attitude were so pitiful it broke hearts. Chen Ning, like a supervisor, walked around behind him, occasionally pointing and giving orders. That corner's still dirty. Deduct points. Don't throw the bones around. Sort them out properly. Dry and wet trash need to be separated. Hurry up. It's almost dawn. If you're not done, no one's leaving. Finally. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the high, ventilated windows of the basement. The basement, once like a slaughterhouse, had been completely transformed, sparkling clean and bright. Except for the still terrifying head chef, it now looked like a standard 5-star hotel kitchen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cleaning up the Black Heart Canteen, purifying degree, perfect. The target has developed severe work fatigue and obsessive cleanliness. Earned merit points, 500. Earned special item, head chef's heartfelt lunchbox, produces a random exquisite dish daily. Though made from underworld ingredients, it's still edible for humans and highly nutritious. Current accumulated merit points, 1050. Sizzle, sizzle. The spatial fluctuations returned. Chen Ning's body began to turn transparent, a sign that the instance was about to end and the player would soon be teleported back. Chen Ning glanced regretfully at the lunchbox in his hand, which he hadn't yet had a chance to eat. He turned and waved at the head chef, who was panting and collapsed on the floor. Since you've cleaned up, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Next time I come to inspect, if it's still this dirty, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Little Ming upstairs knows the drill. Hearing this, the head chef trembled, his fat body shaking, frantically shaking his head to indicate he would never dare again. A flash of light. Chen Ning's figure disappeared from the basement, leaving behind a spotless haunted house, and 3 residents who now questioned their ghostly existence. In the live streaming room, the bullet comments had completely gone crazy. Cleared the level. He actually cleared the level. E-level dungeon was turned by him into a big cleaning simulator. The score is out. Wow! It's SSS level? Of course, not only did he survive, he also cured all the monsters. How could the score not be high? Who is this guy really? Qingshan Mental Hospital? Why do I feel like that is a national secret agent training base? In the real world, Long Country, Horror Game Countermeasure Bureau. On the huge screen, Chen Ning's last bright smile was frozen. The conference room was completely silent. The director sitting at the head, looking at Chen Ning's file in his hand, twitched his mouth slightly. The file said. Name, Chen Ning. Danger level, extremely high. Confirmed medical history, severe delusional disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, logical loop disorder, and some unknown reality distortion stance. Note, do not let him think you are sick. The director took a deep breath and slowly said, immediately send people to Qingshan Mental Hospital. Oh no, go pick up this hero and bring him home. Remember, be polite. If he asks whether we need treatment. The director paused, gritted his teeth, and said, just say we are all sick. Please make sure he comes to treat us. Chapter 5, there are thousands of roads, safety is the first, you are not wearing a helmet. Sizzle, teleport complete. Dungeon settlement in progress. Player, Chen Ning, IDCN 001. Dungeon cleared, Midnight Haunted House, E-level. Completion, SSS, perfect. Evaluation, you are not only a doctor, but also a decorator, a tutor, a food safety supervisor. You transformed the haunted house with love, though this love is a little heavy. Reward. All attributes plus 10, your body is stronger than a bull, your spirit is harder than a ghost. Special item, convince with virtue, brick. Description, this is a red brick blessed by a high monk, oh no, empowered by the system. A big character virtue is carved on it. Effect, physical stun 100%, critical damage to spirits. When holding this brick to reason, opponent's tolerance plus 50%, forced to listen. Cash reward, 5 million yuan, already transferred to real-world account. Chen Ning opened his eyes. The familiar smell of disinfectant, the familiar white ceiling, and the friendly touch of the restraints. Back already? Chen Ning smacked his lips a little, still unsatisfied. That head chef's braised eyeball I haven't had a chance to try, what a pity. He used a bit of force, and the leather restraints that could hold an adult man broke like brittle paper with a crack. The body enhancement from all attributes plus 10 made his physical strength now comparable to a humanoid T-Rex. At that moment, the door of the special care ward opened. Two men in black suits, wearing sunglasses, with serious expressions, walked in. The man on the left was about 40, buzz cut, sharp eyes, the killing intent of someone who has long walked the edge of life and death. He was the Countermeasure Bureau Action Team Captain, Wang Gang. The younger man on the right carried a silver medal case, looking a little nervous. He was a trainee agent, Li Liang. When they saw Chen Ning, sitting on the bed after breaking the restraints, their eyes twitched violently. Those were special anti-violence restraints. Even a mad rhino could be held, and he broke them with his bare hands? Mr. Chen Ning. Wang Gang took a deep breath, trying to make his voice less stiff. I am from the National Special Event Handling Bureau. I know. Chen Ning waved his hand, interrupting Wang Gang, with an understanding smile on his face. Looking at your outfit, black suits, black sunglasses, like that Men in Black thing. You are the special care team sent by the main hospital to transfer me, right? Wang Gang was stunned for a moment. Transfer? Stop pretending. Chen Ning pointed to the silver case. Does it have the newest tranquilizer? Or my new medical record? Actually, I still have feelings for Qingshan Hospital, but since the organization arranged for me to go to a better place to train, I can understand. After all, an excellent patient like me really needs a bigger stage. Chen Ning said while even starting to straighten his collar. Li Liang whispered in Wang Gang's ear, Captain, the data says he has severe cognitive impairment, seems it's true. Should we explain? Explain what the hell? Wang Gang gritted his teeth and whispered, the director said, follow what he says. Don't provoke him. If he thinks we're ghosts too, both of us will be done for today. Wang Gang immediately put on a professional fake smile, ahem, that's right. Mr. Chen, you truly have a sharp eye. We are the special escort team of Dragon Country's #1 sanatorium. Given your excellent performance in the simulation test earlier, the director has specially approved your transfer to the VIP level special care ward. VIP level? Chen Ning's eyes lit up. Does it have a private bathroom? Is there braised pork in the cafeteria? Do the nurse sisters have sweet voices? Yes. Yes, and it must have them. Wang Gang pounded his chest in assurance. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chen Ning flipped off the bed and hurriedly walked out, even more eager than Wang Gang. Hurry up, don't delay dinner time. 5 minutes later. A heavily modified black armored SUV drove out of the gates of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. It was already 2 a.m. in the dead of night. The city was empty and silent, the streetlights dim yellow. Ever since the terrifying game began, the city at night had become especially dangerous. Ordinary people didn't dare to go out. Li Liang was driving, Wang Gang was on guard in the passenger seat, and Chen Ning comfortably leaned back in the rear seat, playing with the red brick that had just materialized in his hand. This transfer car is not bad, leather seats, bulletproof glass. Chen Ning touched the car window, giving a satisfied review. Just the suspension is a bit stiff, we should have logistics adjusted later. Wang Gang looked at the red brick in Chen Ning's hand through the rearview mirror, cold sweat dripping down his back. Where the hell did he pull that out from? There was nothing during the body search just now. Just as the car was driving onto an elevated highway along the river. A sudden change. Boom! A piercing engine roar came from behind. That sound didn't resemble a normal internal combustion engine, more like the wails of countless vengeful souls. In the rearview mirror, a ball of sickly green flames was rapidly closing in. Alert! Something's on our tail. Wang Gang's face changed drastically as he instantly drew his specially made spiritual energy handgun. It's the Ghost Fire Biker Gang. Damn it, how did we run into these things? Li Liang's hand on the steering wheel was shaking. It was a heavy motorcycle burning with green ghostly flames. The rider wore a leather outfit full of rivets, and his helmet was a burning skull. In his hand, he waved a flaming chain, furiously slamming into the SUV's rear. Bang! The bulletproof SUV rocked violently from the impact. B-class anomaly. Li Liang, accelerate. Shake him off. Wang Gang shouted, while rolling down the window and firing several shots behind. Bang! 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 The spiritual energy bullets hit the ghostly fire bike, but only sparks flew, no real damage done. Can't shake him off, Captain. This thing's too fast. It's at least 200 kilometers per hour. Li Liang was sweating heavily, his foot to the floor on the gas pedal. Key. The ghostly rider let out a harsh, creepy laugh. The chain in his hand whipped out like a venomous snake, tightly wrapping around the rear bumper of the SUV, trying to flip the vehicle. The tension inside the car reached its peak. However, sitting in the back seat, Chen Ning's face grew increasingly unpleasant. But he wasn't scared. It was because he was carsick. Li Liang's erratic speed and swerving escape driving made Chen Ning's stomach churn with nausea. Hey, driver. Chen Ning held his mouth, trying to endure the sickness. Can you drive a little steadier? You're driving worse than that headless butcher earlier. Li Liang was nearly crying. Big brother. There's a ghost behind us. A B-class evil ghost. We're running for our lives. Ghost? Chen Ning turned around and glanced at the skeleton rider outside the window, the one who was waving the flaming chain with a sharp crackling sound. The brows furrowed instantly. What the hell? This clearly is some alternative high school kid. It's late at night, not sleeping, modifying his motorcycle to be like a ghost fire, and even playing cosplay with a chain? Most importantly. Chen Ning glanced at the dashboard, his voice suddenly rising by 8 degrees. This speed limit is 80, and he actually dares to speed up to 200? Is there no law anymore? Are there no traffic rules? This is simply a provocation against us law-abiding citizens. Wang Gang and Li Liang hadn't reacted yet to what Chen Ning was about to do. Then Chen Ning unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over from the back seat. Get out of the way. Look at you, all scared. Did you buy your driver's license? Chen Ning grabbed Li Liang by the collar and tossed him to the front passenger seat, on Wang Gang's lap. Then he sat down in the driver's seat. Hold on tight. Chen Ning gripped the steering wheel, his eyes burning with a fierce fire called King of the Autumn Mountain. Today I will represent the traffic police uncle and educate this ill-behaved kid properly. V-room. Instead of speeding away, Chen Ning slammed on the brakes. The huge inertia almost caused the ghost fire motorcycle behind to crash into them. Then, Chen Ning sharply turned the steering wheel, shifted into reverse, and floored the gas pedal. This several-ton heavy bulletproof SUV performed an impossible dragon tail swish under Chen Ning's control. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The tires screeched on the asphalt, producing thick white smoke. You want to play bumper cars? Come on. Chen Ning's face was ecstatic, controlling the SUV to charge backward into the Ghost Fire Rider. The Ghost Fire Rider's skeletal head was filled with huge question marks. This script was wrong. Aren't you supposed to run while I chase, enjoying the thrill of the hunt? Why is the prey coming to crash into me instead? Bang! With a loud crash, the heavy back of the SUV fully slammed into the front of the Ghost Fire motorcycle. This was an armored vehicle modified by the Countermeasure Bureau, with steel plating as thick as a tank. And although the Ghost Fire motorcycle materialized as a spirit, in the face of physical laws, weight is justice. The Ghost Fire motorcycle instantly disintegrated, green flames scattering everywhere. The skeletal rider flew out like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for over a dozen times, even cracking the skull helmet on his head. Good. Nice hit. Wang Gang, pinned under the passenger seat, with Li Liang sitting on his lap, couldn't help but shout in excitement upon seeing this. But it wasn't over yet. Chen Ning slammed on the brakes, stopped the vehicle, flung open the door, and charged out. Holding a brick that emitted a faint golden light, labeled "To Conquer with Virtue." Just as the ghost fire rider attempted to struggle up and recondense the ghostly energy, he saw a man in a hospital gown walk toward him with a more terrifying aura than an evil spirit. What do you want? The ghost fire rider rasped, instinctively feeling fear. What do I want? Chen Ning sneered, raising the brick in his hand. First. Street racing late at night, disturbing public order. Smack. The brick slammed heavily on the rider's skull. With a crisp sound, a flash of golden light erupted. The ghost fire rider felt his soul take a heavy hit, his head ringing, and the ghostly energy he had just gathered was instantly scattered. Second. Speeding, endangering public safety. Smack. Another brick hit, shattering the rider's recently healed skull again. Third. And most importantly. Chen Ning crouched down, pointing the brick at the rider's hollow eye sockets, roaring in heartbreak. You actually aren't wearing a helmet? What kind of broken skull is that? Is that a 3C certified safety helmet? Ha! What if you injure your brain? Your IQ is already low. If you get dumber, the country will have to spend money to take care of you as a disabled person. Smack. 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 Chen Ning scolded and hit him. Every strike was accompanied by a system notification sound. Ding. Detected that the host is conducting traffic safety legal education. The attack carries the effect of win people over with virtue, dealing true damage plus 999. The Ghostfire motorcycle gang, B-level, broke down psychologically, feeling a deep regret. The Ghostfire rider, who had killed countless people in the horror game, now looked like a little student caught by a traffic cop, squatting on the ground, hugging his head, trembling with fear. The green Ghostfire on him was almost extinguished, turning into a weak little flame. Wah! Don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry. I promise I'll wear a helmet next time. The Ghostfire rider let out a miserable cry. So brutal. What kind of monster is this? Why does that brick have the glow of Buddha? Chen Ning got tired, stood up, and let out a long breath. He took out a small notebook, actually a napkin, from his pocket, swiftly wrote a line of words, tore it off, and stuck it to the rider's forehead. This is a ticket. Deducting 12 points, fine of 200. If you don't have money, go work in the underworld to pay your debt. Now, drag your bike away, and get lost. The Ghostfire rider looked like he had been granted a pardon and scrambled to pick up the scattered parts of his motorcycle, transforming into a green smoke, running away without looking back. He even almost crashed into the guardrail because he was running so fast. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction and turned back to his car. At this moment, inside the car, Wang Gang and Li Liang were looking at him with eyes like they were seeing an alien. Their mouths were gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. Breaking the restraints with bare hands. Driving against the flow and knocking over B-level evil spirits. Teaching the ghosts about traffic laws with a brick and even issuing a ticket? Is this guy insane? He must be the reincarnation of some demon-slaying Arhat. What are you staring at? Chen Ning sat back in the driver's seat, buckled his seatbelt, and looked at the two with a face full of disdain. Never seen a warm-hearted citizen maintain traffic order? Sit tight, I'll drive from here. Chen Ning shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal. I see your driving skills are really poor. For everyone's safety, let this experienced driver take you on a ride. Whether going to the top-grade hospital or to the Ghost Gate, I'll guarantee timely delivery. The off-road vehicle roared out again, steady and fast. Wang Gang curled up in the passenger seat, quietly took out his phone, and sent a message to the director. Director, the person has been picked up. But I think the one we need to prepare might not be a doctor, but, can we send him a banner? This guy is too fierce. Also, I think I need to see a psychologist too. Chapter 6, this painting composition is too oppressive, I'll add a big gold chain to her. At 3 o'clock in the morning. The Dragon Country Horror Game Countermeasure Bureau headquarters, codename Abyss. This is a giant fortress buried deep underground, equipped with the world's top defense systems and the most stringent guards. As 3.5-meter thick alloy blast doors slowly opened, the bulletproof off-road vehicle, which had been wrecked with a smashed front and covered in scratches, arrogantly rushed into the underground garage, carrying a scent of burnt rubber that had yet to dissipate. With a nice drift, the car came to a steady stop in the director's designated parking space, just a few centimeters from the wall. The car door opened. Chen Ning energetically jumped out of the car, stretched, and looked around at the tech-filled metal walls and the flashing infrared camera systems. Wow! So impressive. Chen Ning sincerely praised, no wonder it's a top-level VIP rehabilitation center, this security is way better than that broken iron gate in Qingshan. Clearly, they really spent a lot to prevent patients from going missing. The doors of the passenger and back seats were pushed open. Wang Gang and Li Liang crawled out, their faces pale and legs weak, leaning against the car door, gagging. Ugh, too fast. Li Liang felt like his soul hadn't caught up from the elevated highway behind. Your quality is poor. Chen Ning glanced at the two with disgust. Motion sickness indicates incomplete brain development, I suggest you go see a neurologist. At that moment, a group of heavily armed special police rushed over, nervously surrounding the vehicle. But upon seeing Chen Ning get out of the car, everyone instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Just half an hour ago, they had watched the whole scene on the surveillance, witnessing how this man used a brick to educate a B-level evil spirit. Welcome. Warmly welcome, Comrade Chen Ning. A loud voice came from the front. An old man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and with gray hair but a sprightly spirit, strode forward. He was the director of the Strategy Bureau, Zhao Jiangwo. Although Director Zhao had seen countless grand occasions, facing this mental patient who could single-handedly clear instances and scare ghosts to tears made his heart race with fear. You must be the new director, right? Chen Ning enthusiastically stepped forward and took Zhao's somewhat stiff hand into his firm grip and shook it vigorously. Hello. I am patient number 001, Chen Ning. I'm new here, and I'm very satisfied with our hospital's hardware facilities, but I wonder how the software services are? For example, is there an upgraded version of the legendary electroconvulsive therapy? Director Zhao's lips twitched. Electroconvulsive therapy? If you want, we can send you to the lightning storm simulation room, but does electric energy really have the power to bring you down? Ahem, Mr. Chen is joking, Director Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, we advocate, happy therapy here. Please, this way, let me show you your new ward. Happy therapy sounds good. Chen Ning's eyes lit up. I love happiness. A group of people took the elevator down to the 30th underground floor. This was the core area of the Strategy Bureau, the containment department. The corridors on both sides were lined with transparent special glass walls, inside which various low-level eerie beings or cursed items brought back from instances were held. With his hands behind his back, Chen Ning walked like a leader inspecting work, commenting as he walked. He pointed at a vampire bat trapped in a glass enclosure, banging its head against the wall frantically, and said, "This patient has a serious manic disorder. Why isn't it wearing a straitjacket? Look how anxious it is, its head is already bleeding." Then he pointed at a cursed kitchen knife that was constantly dripping blood. Whose cutlery is this? It's left lying around, and it could easily hurt children. Confiscate it. Director Zhao and the agents behind him could only nod in agreement, not daring to contradict him at all. Just then. Woo! 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 The piercing red alarm suddenly echoed throughout the underground base. The corridor lights instantly turned blood red. A frantic mechanical voice came over the intercom. Warning! Warning! Energy leakage occurred in containment room S03. Containment object 0-03. The screaming lady in red has lost control. Spiritual pollution index soaring. All non-combat personnel must evacuate immediately. Director Zhao's face changed instantly. Not good. It's that painting. He turned to the agents behind him and shouted, "Quick! Activate the level 1 sealing procedure. We must not let her break through the containment chamber, or everyone in the base will have their souls drained." The screaming lady in red. This was an oil painting brought back from an S-class instance. The painting depicted a woman in a red dress, covering her face with her hands, screaming against a blood-red background. Anyone who stares at this painting for more than 3 seconds will hear that scream, then their soul will be violently pulled out from their body, becoming part of the artwork. At this moment, a heavy blast-proof door at the end of the corridor was violently shaking. A large amount of blood seeped from the door gap, spreading across the floor. A desperate, chilling aura swept through the entire area. Agents covered their ears, showing signs of pain, clearly already under spiritual attack. Is this the power of S-Class? Wang Gang gritted his teeth, feeling like his head was about to split apart. However, Chen Ning, who stood at the very front, was utterly unaffected. Instead, he curiously leaned forward to look at the bleeding door. Why is it leaking? Did the heating pipe burst? Chen Ning looked at Director Zhao with some dissatisfaction. Director, the construction quality of our new hospital area is concerning. At this moment, Director Zhao had no time to explain. Anxiously shouted, "Mr. Chen, step back quickly. That is extremely dangerous." Before the words were finished, Chen Ning had already taken big steps forward. Since there's a water leak, as a concerned citizen, I have the duty to fix it. He ignored the alarm sounds, ignored the blood on the ground, and walked straight to the door of the S-level containment chamber. Open the door. Chen Ning shouted at the access control system. The system naturally wouldn't respond to him. Not opening, huh? Then I'll do it myself. Chen Ning pulled out the convince with virtue brick from his pocket and struck the electronic lock hard. Ziz. Sparks flew, the electronic lock was destroyed, and the door slowly opened a crack with a painful metal grinding sound. Boom. At the moment the door opened, an overwhelming stench of blood and resentment rushed at him like a tsunami. Inside the containment chamber, the gigantic oil painting that hung on the wall seemed to come to life at that moment. The woman in the red dress in the painting was no longer static, she was clawing at the frame, half of her body sticking out of the canvas, her twisted face filled with resentment, letting out a silent shriek toward the doorway. This soul-shattering horror scene was enough to drive any normal person insane in an instant. But Chen Ning merely narrowed his eyes and waved a hand in front of his nose. What a strong smell of paint. He walked into the containment chamber, standing in front of the terrifying oil painting. At that moment, the woman in red in the painting was about to unleash her killer move, soul extraction. Her pair of pitch-black hollow eyes stared intensely at Chen Ning, trying to pull this oblivious human into the painting. However, she found that this human was also staring back at her. And his gaze was very discerning. Chen Ning crossed his arms, furrowing his brow, tilting his head, looking left and right. TSK TSK TSK. Chen Ning made a sound of disgust. What is this painting of? Abstract? Fauvism? Or the current mad literature style? Comrade, although you have a distinct appearance, your expression management is too poor. Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Don't you know it looks like your jaw is dislocated? The woman in the painting? She was releasing mental contamination. How could this person have no reaction at all? And this background? Chen Ning pointed at the blood-red sky and twisted trees in the painting, criticizing, the tones are too dark. The saturation is too high, not only does it hurt the eyes but it also easily causes depression. A work like this hanging in a nursing home would be a serious medical accident. Roar. The ghost was furious. She was an S-level anomaly. She had once devoured the souls of thousands. How dare this human question her artistic value? Countless red pigments surged from the frame, transforming into claws aiming for Chen Ning's throat. Still dare to make a move? Chen Ning scoffed coldly. He looked left and right, noticing a tool rack in the corner of the containment chamber, with paint buckets and thick markers left behind by maintenance workers. Looks like I can only let this soul artist help you revise a bit. Chen Ning's eyes lit up as he grabbed a black thick-tipped marker and picked up a bucket of bright yellow paint. He advanced instead of retreating, charging directly to the front of the painting. Smack! Chen Ning slapped the ghost's extended claw, a hand made of condensed paint. Pull your hand back. A model must have professional ethics, how can I paint if you keep moving? That claw was actually scattered apart by this slap. Before the ghost could react, she saw Chen Ning's enlarged face getting close to the canvas. First, this expression is too tragic, it doesn't fit the positive energy spirit of the new era. Chen Ning held the marker and brushed a few strokes on the ghost's twisted screaming face. A huge, somewhat crooked pair of black sunglasses appeared on the ghost's eyes. The originally terrifying hollow gaze instantly turned into a cool look. With your mouth open so wide, it would be a shame not to smoke. Chen Ning also drew a burning cigar by the ghost's mouth, casually adding two playful little mustaches. The style of painting has suddenly transformed. The once chilling scream of a ghost now looks like a humorous mob boss, smoking a cigar. Look, doesn't it seem like there's more presence now? Chen Ning was still not satisfied. He opened a bucket of yellow paint, grabbed a brush, and began to paint wildly against the eerie blood-red sky in the background of the artwork. This ghostly filter is no good. Let's add some sunshine and make it bright. Brush, brush, brush. A few minutes later. The originally bloody and oppressive background had been transformed by Chen Ning into a golden beach. Although his painting skills were at a kindergarten level, that glaring yellow indeed chased away the gloom. Finally, Chen Ning used a red pen to draw a thick, flashy gold chain around the ghost's neck. Perfect. Chen Ning stepped back a few paces to admire his masterpiece. Now the red lady wore sunglasses, a cigar in her mouth, a little mustache, a gold chain, with a sunny beach background. Where was the slightest trace of terror? This was clearly a depiction of the rich aunt's holiday in Sanya. Outside the holding room, Director Zhao and the agents, witnessing this scene through the surveillance screen, were collectively stunned. Their jaws dropped to the floor, and they couldn't even pick them up. That was an S-class cursed object. An extremely valuable and dangerous piece of art. And he just painted it into this? What was even more absurd was that as the artwork was altered, the suffocating aura of terror actually vanished. The ghost in the painting seemed to be embarrassed by her new look. She glanced down at the big gold chain around her neck and touched the sunglasses, even though they were painted on. A feeling called shame surged in her heart. Slowly, she retreated back into the frame, turning her back, and squatted in the corner of the golden beach, doodling circles. So humiliating. She couldn't face anyone anymore. Ding. The beautiful prompt sound echoed in Chen Ning's mind once more. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing his spiritual art therapy. Level of impact, devastating. The other party has socially died. Gained merit value, 2,000 points. Game title, Soul Painter. Your artwork has strong spiritual pollution. Oh no, spiritual purification abilities. Current accumulated merit value, 3,800. Chen Ning happily dropped the paintbrush and dusted off the paint from his hands. He turned around and waved at the stunned director Zhao at the entrance. Director! It's done! The intent of this painting is very high now, showcasing the independence and confidence of modern women, and it's filled with a vacation vibe. I suggest hanging it at the dining hall entrance, it will whet the appetite. Director Zhao, trembling as he held the doorframe, looked at the completely ruined S-class containment object, then glanced at Chen Ning, whose face was full of expectation for praise. He took a deep breath and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Hang it. Hang it up immediately. Anyone who dares to say this painting is ugly, I will quarrel with them. Chapter 7, Can't Sleep? Come, let me recite some quantum mechanics for you. In the Countermeasure Bureau's base, 35 floors underground. This is the safest and most luxurious living area in the entire base, originally designed to host national leaders, but now has become Chen Ning's special ward. Inside the room, a luxurious crystal chandelier, imported calf leather sofa, and a wide soft bed measuring 3 meters, all displayed nobility. In the surveillance room, Director Zhao, Wang Gang, Li Liang, along with a group of psychological profiling experts, were staring intently at the screen. Director, is it really okay to leave him alone in there? Wang Gang said, looking at the figure in the patient gown wandering about on the screen, feeling uneasy. What if he thinks the feng shui of this room is bad and tears down the load-bearing wall? Director Zhao wiped his sweat. He shouldn't, right? According to psychological experts, as long as we follow his logic, he's quite reasonable. On the screen, Chen Ning was commenting on the new room. He jumped on that mattress worth hundreds of thousands for a couple of bounces. A slight frown. Too soft. Chen Ning shook his head. Sleeping on this kind of bed for too long is bad for the lumbar spine. Real healthy sleep requires a hardboard bed and a straw mat. It seems the orthopedic knowledge at this sanatorium isn't widespread enough. As he spoke, he bent down, ready to check if there was a spare hard bedboard under the bed. This glance was alarming. Chen Ning's eyes instantly squinted. In the dim and shadowy depths beneath the bed, a dark, slimy mass was wriggling. That shadow had dozens of red eyes staring maliciously at this oblivious human. This was the creeping nightmare. A bizarre creature born from the overwhelming negative energy of the shelter, it loved to hide under beds, waiting for humans to fall asleep before launching a mental attack. If an ordinary agent encountered this thing, without timely handling, they would be scared into a vegetative state in their dreams. People in the monitoring room instantly went into a frenzy. Alarm! How did a nightmare get into Chen Ning's room? Quick! Send the cleaning team. That's a mental type anomaly. Although Chen Ning is physically invincible, his mental defense may not be. Before Director Zhao could finish his words, they got stuck in his throat. Because they saw that Chen Ning did not scream nor retreat. Instead, he reached his hand under the bed. Mimi? Is that you, Mimi? Chen Ning's face revealed a fatherly smile, making a sound to call the cat, TSK TSK TSK. Come out, don't be afraid, Uncle has, a brick. The nightmare under the bed was stunned. It had been lurking here for 3 days, scaring 2 cleaning workers mad, and this was the first time someone treated it like a cat. The insulted nightmare became furious. The shadow suddenly expanded, turning into a giant black ghost face. Countless tentacles like black tides instantly wrapped around Chen Ning, trying to forcefully drag his consciousness into the endless nightmare. Chen Ning felt a darkness before his eyes. When he opened them again, the luxurious room had disappeared. In its place was a bleak and terrifying mass grave. Ghostly fire flickered all around, and piercing cries of the damned filled his ears, countless severed limbs crawling on the ground reaching for him. This was the nightmare's proudest skill, terror manifestation. However, Chen Ning stood calmly in the center of the mass grave, hands on his hips, looking around with an expression of calm. Holographic projection? Chen Ning nodded, his face showing enlightenment. I knew it. How could VIP wards not have entertainment facilities? This is the latest immersive sleep aid VR, but the theme selected is not very good. This special effect is too fake. The particle effects of the ghost fire are poorly done, not as bright as the one I hit on the road earlier. And this background music, who listens to ghost cries at midnight for sleep aid? It should be Mozart or the Great Compassion Mantra. The nightmare, hidden in the dark, was nearly driven mad. This is a nightmare. It's your deepest fears. Not a VR game. Since you don't want to sleep, then I will make sure you can never wake up. The nightmare roared, and the ghosts in the mass grave instantly went berserk, all pouncing on Chen Ning. Today's tech products have too strong interactivity, it can easily excite people. Chen Ning sighed and suddenly sat cross-legged. In this illusory dream space, he made a decision that went against his ancestors. Since this VR system has a bug and can't be turned off, I can only use the old method to lull myself to sleep. Chen Ning cleared his throat, his expression becoming solemn and serious. He ignored the ghostly images lunging at his face and began to recite. His voice was loud, clear, resonating with a strange rhythm. Let the function f, x, be continuous on the interval a, b, and differentiable in a, b, then there exists at least one point psi in a, b, such that f, psi, set face f, b, f, a, / b. This is Lagrange's mean value theorem? As Chen Ning recited, a strange golden ripple spread outward from him. The ghosts that pounced toward him, upon touching these waves filled with rational brilliance and mathematical dullness, instantly melted away like snow in sunlight. Screaming and melting away. Since it's to help sleep, listening to a math class is the most effective. Chen Ning became more and more excited, his speech faster and faster. Let's do another segment on quantum mechanics. Schrodinger's cat is in a superposition of dead and alive before being observed. The entire nightmare space began to shake violently. For a nightmare born of chaos and fear, this extremely rational, dull, and profound scientific knowledge was like the most intense mental poison. Stop reading. My head hurts. The nightmare finally couldn't hold back, appearing from the void. It covered its non-existent ears, rolling madly on the ground. It felt like 1,000 math teachers were stuffed into its brain, all simultaneously banging on the blackboard to go over the key points. Is that the VR system's assistant sprite? Chen Ning saw the writhing black shadow in pain and his eyes lit up. He stood up, strode forward, and grabbed the nightmare's neck, though it was just a mass of mud. Little assistant, can't you sleep either? Chen Ning looked at it with sympathy. It seems the system bug has tormented you quite a bit. Come on, don't move, I'll tell you a more hypnotic story. No, don't. The nightmare struggled in despair, wanting to escape the dream, only to find itself locked in by Chen Ning's mental force. Be good, listen. Chen Ning slapped the nightmare's forehead. Smack. Physical sleep aid. Chapter 1, The Rules for Staying in a Mental Hospital. Rule 1, No peeing or pooping in the hallway. Rule 2, Greet the doctors and smile at the nurses. Smack. Rule 3, No snacks after lights out, especially human heads. Smack. In the real world, inside the room. The agents in the monitoring room stared blankly at the screen. They saw Chen Ning, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sit up without anyone noticing. He was holding a black pillow, which was actually the manifestation of the nightmare, one hand pressing on it, while the other was rhythmically slapping it. He was still muttering to himself. And the nightmare, normally vicious and terrifying, was now completely still, even. Trembling? No, it wasn't trembling. It was convulsing. That was a physiological response after a mental breakdown. 10 minutes later. The black aura surrounding the nightmare completely dissipated, and its once menacing tentacle shrank back, turning into a round, soft black ball. It closed all its eyes and breathed steadily. Actually, it was unconscious. It vowed never to dream again in this lifetime. It was too scary. The knowledge in that human's brain was more terrifying than hell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purifying the evil spirit with the power of knowledge, degree of transformation, mental reshaping. The other party has become a believer in science, or simply has been driven silly. Earned merit points, 500 points. Earned title, Human Hypnosis Master, passive, when you start to reason, the drowsiness of surrounding creatures plus 200%. Current total merit points, 4,300. Chen Ning let out a long breath, looking at the little thing in his arms that had finally fallen asleep, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, there's no insomnia that a math class can't cure. If there is, then add another class on moral education. Chen Ning stuffed the black ball of the nightmare under his head. Just the right height, softness and hardness just right, and it even warms up automatically. This smart pillow is great, give the logistics department an extra drumstick. Chen Ning adjusted to a comfortable position and soon let out soft snoring. And the B+ level anomaly, the creeping nightmare, pressed under his head could only shed 2 lines of humiliating black tears, not daring to move, afraid of waking this devil up and being forced to recite the periodic table again. In the monitoring room. Dead quiet. After a long while, Li Lian timidly asked, "Director, is that nightmare considered contained?" Director Zhao took off his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and spoke with a complicated tone. "This is not being contained at all. It's clearly been formatted. Classify this segment of surveillance as an S-level top-secret teaching video. Title: How to Defeat Evil Spirits with Calculus." The next morning. The sunlight poured through the gap in the curtains onto the bed. Chen Ning stretched lazily and woke up feeling refreshed. He glanced at the black lump beside his pillow, discovering it had completely solidified, turning into a real plush toy, still faintly smelling of ink. "Good morning, little assistant." Chen Ning patted its head and rolled out of bed. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Wang Gang pushed in a food cart, wearing an extremely respectful smile. "Mr. Chen, breakfast is ready." "Also." Wang Gang paused, his expression somewhat strange. "The director said there is a special task that may require you, to make a house call, but..." "Make a house call?" Chen Ning, toothbrush in hand, paused, turning his head with a mouthful of foam, his eyes suddenly lit up like two big light bulbs. "Another patient? Great. I knew my expert position couldn't stay idle. Hurry. Lead the way. Whether it's schizophrenia or postpartum depression, I, Dr. Chen, can work wonders and cure diseases." Wang Gang watched the excited Chen Ning, silently lighting a candle for the soon-to-be unfortunate task target. This time's task location was known as the Forbidden Zone for Humanity. The Ghost Train. Chapter 8. Train K444, please ask the passenger with his head down on the seat to buy a ticket. An abandoned subway platform, with chilly winds blowing. Wang Gang drove the car, and after dropping Chen Ning off here, he didn't even dare to turn off the engine, leaving behind a line, "Mr. Chen, your special vehicle will arrive soon," then hitting the gas pedal and fleeing like he was escaping for his life. Chen Ning stood on the empty platform, holding a snakeskin bag filled with toiletries and a toilet brush brick. The walls around him were covered with dark red vines, and the billboards flickered with eerie gibberish. "Tisk, is this the so-called pickup point?" Chen Ning kicked a skull on the ground, thinking it was a discarded plaster model. "The environment is so poor, I wonder if they could send a cleaner to sweep. It seems this house call place is quite remote. Is it in the mountains?" Woo! Accompanied by a chilling whistle, two sickly green headlights pierced the darkness. A dilapidated, rusted green train, wrapped in chains and seaweed-like aura, roared and slowly arrived at the platform. The door opened, and a strong smell of formaldehyde mixed with the stench of corpses rushed in. At the same time, the global horror game live streaming signal forcibly connected again. "Wow! It's live! Chen Ning is live again. What instance is this? Hiss, this background, this green light. Train K444 Ghost Train. It's an S-Class instance. Oh my god, just out of an E-Class novice village directly into S-Class? Does the Bureau want him dead? This instance has a 99% death rate. The last batch of top player teams was wiped out completely." Chen Ning, of course, couldn't see the panic in the comments. He looked at the green train before him, his brow relaxing. "Although the model is a bit old, at least it's a train. I like this retro style, it has that warmth of the countryside from the 80s. He stepped onto the train. ZZ. Player Chen Ning has logged into the ghost train. Identity, ticketless passenger, extremely dangerous, please find an unclaimed ticket before the conductor checks tickets, or be obliterated. The system's prompt was completely ignored by Chen Ning. He walked into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the light was dim and crowded. The seats were filled with various passengers. There were drowned ghosts, wet and dripping, there were hanging ghosts with long tongues, dangling from the handrails, and there were burning ghosts, half of their bodies charred, emitting the smell of roasting meat. The entire carriage was filled with a heavy air of death, all the ghosts staring at the living Chen Ning with a greedy, cold gaze. If this were a normal person, they would have been scared to pee themselves by now. But who is Chen Ning? He is the pride of Chang Mountain Mental Hospital, a man who carries a reality-distorting stance. He looked around. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Good. Very good. Chen Ning said loudly, "It seems everyone has boarded the bus on time. The scale of this transfer is quite large, isn't it? So many patients." However, Chen Ning frowned, pulling something out of his pocket, a bright red armband, with 3 large characters written in a crooked brush, "Duty Officer." This was a token he carried with him since he served as the building leader in the hospital. He solemnly put the red armband on his left arm, and his aura instantly changed. From a sheep lost in a wolf pack to a shepherd dog patrolling the territory. As the temporary head of this transport work, I must emphasize a few points of discipline. Chen Ning walked with his hands behind his back, starting to patrol the aisle. Put your tongue away. That hanging one, get down. Are you using the handrail as a pull-up bar? Exercise back in the ward. You there with the dripping, be sensible and mop the floor. Public places are forbidden from polluting. The ghosts in the car were stunned. They were originally pondering how to feast on this human, who gets the arm, who gets the leg. But this human comes up wearing a red armband and starts lecturing? Did they get the script mixed up? The hanging ghost that was called out, perhaps intimidated by Chen Ning's momentum, actually instinctively retracted its tongue, obediently got down from the handrail, and sat down properly. Live stream audience? Can this really work? The red armband suppresses all evil spirits? Hanging ghost, I was scared to death. It felt like I encountered our village secretary. Chen Ning walked and lectured all the way. Finally, he stopped in the middle of the carriage. Here sat a male ghost dressed in tattered suit. His body sat upright in the seat, holding a newspaper. But his neck was empty. His head was resting on the adjacent seat, facing the aisle, those grayish-white eyes fixedly staring at Chen Ning. The man and the ghost, plus one head, exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Ahem. Chen Ning tapped the back of the seat, his tone serious. Sir, please show me your ticket. The head placed on the seat opened its mouth, making a hoarse and unpleasant sound. Ticket? He living person, you are my ticket. Don't give me that smirking nonsense. Chen Ning kept a straight face, pointing at the head. I am asking you, did you buy a ticket? Also, why is your baggage, referring to the head, occupying a seat? According to the passenger transport management regulations, children under 1.2 meters are exempt from tickets, but baggage occupying a seat must pay a full fare. I see your baggage, while not very big, takes up quite a bit of space. Pay for the extra ticket. The suited ghost got angry. That's my head. Not baggage. Roar. The head suddenly swelled, opening its bloody maw with sharp fangs, aiming to bite Chen Ning's wrist. At the same time, the headless body of the suit abruptly stood up, dark claws reaching for Chen Ning's heart. A B-class ghost's deadly combo attack. So you choose to fight back, huh? Trying to skip the fare and hit someone? Chen Ning's gaze turned cold. It seems I can only conquer by virtue now. In a flash, that familiar red brick appeared in Chen Ning's hand. Bang! The first brick accurately struck the flying head. That head was sent flying like a volleyball, hit the window, then bounced back, stars in its eyes. Bang! The second brick smashed hard against the chest of the headless body. Golden light exploded. The suited ghost's body was directly blown back, heavily crashing into the seats behind, crushing 2 unfortunate drowned ghosts flat. Don't want to pay for the extra ticket? Fine. Chen Ning sneered, grabbing the still dizzy head with one hand. Then he strode to the window. Zila. He forcefully pulled open the rusty window. Outside was endless void and howling dark winds. Once you fall, even a ghost would be scattered into the air. Since you did not buy a ticket, then please exit the bus. Chen Ning held the head, posing to throw it out the window. The head finally became clear, showing extreme fear in its eyes. No. I have a ticket. I have a ticket. The head screamed, don't throw me out. The outside is space turbulence. I will die. Now you want to buy a ticket? It's too late. Chen Ning was stern. I just gave you a chance, but you were useless. As an adult, ghost, you must take responsibility for your actions. Get out. Chen Ning used his arm strength in a standard shot put motion. Whoosh. The head drew a beautiful parabola in the air, followed by a long, miserable scream, disappearing into the pitch-black night. And you? Chen Ning turned back and looked at the headless body still struggling. He walked over and dragged the suit ghost's leg like a dead dog, all the way to the window. It's unlucky to be body and head separated. Go, find your head, a family should be neat and tidy. Splash. The headless corpse was also thrown out. Chen Ning dusted off his hands, closing the car window with a bang. Then he turned around, smiling at the wide-eyed, shivering ghosts in the car. All right, even though we were delayed a bit due to some uncivilized behavior, our journey must continue. Chen Ning adjusted his red armband, showing 2 rows of white teeth, his kind gaze sweeping the crowd. Now, let's start checking tickets. Those without tickets, or those who are hogging seats with luggage, please stand up. I don't want to help anyone get off again. After all, the window is quite heavy and really tiresome. Crash. The entire carriage was in chaos. All the ghosts were frantically searching their pockets. Those without tickets started snatching tickets from the ghosts next to them, and even some ghosts broke their own thighs to prove they weren't occupying seats, counting it as hand luggage. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully maintained train order, cracking down on fare evasion, influence level, deterrence, all ghosts in the car see you as the most terrifying train conductor. Gained merit, 800 points. Gained special item, ghost train conductor's whistle, can command low-level ghosts to line up, count off, and do calisthenics when blown. Current merit points total 5,100. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction and found an empty seat, the seat of the suit ghost. Now no one dared to sit. He looked out at the passing scenery and sighed. The scenery along the way is really nice, just too dark. I wonder when the dining car will serve food. I've heard that the boxed meals on the train are expensive but taste unique. At that moment, the train's broadcast suddenly rang out, the voice trembling with a hint of static. Dear esteemed passengers, this train is approaching Huangquan Road Station. Please, that big brother with the red armband, show some mercy. Chen Ning was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It seems that this driver is quite polite, even knows to greet me specially. Since everyone is so courteous, I will do an extra bit of work and visit the hard-working driver in the cockpit. Chen Ning stood up and walked toward the front of the car. In the cockpit, the train conductor ghost, with only half a face, looked at Chen Ning walking toward him on the monitor, so frightened that he could barely hold the steering wheel. Don't come over. You can't come over. I really have a driver's license. Chapter 9, Driver, you have too many legs, it's inconvenient to hit the brakes, let me drive. The cockpit door was a heavy, pure steel explosion-proof door, covered with talismans that read no entry for outsiders, and there are vicious dogs inside. But this of course could not stop Chen Ning. Knock knock knock. Chen Ning politely knocked 3 times on the door. Hello, I am the passenger supervisor on this train, here to bring some warmth to the driver. Inside was dead silence, no response at all. Not opening the door? Seems like you're too tired and fell asleep. Chen Ning nodded to himself. Fatigue driving is a big taboo, it can easily lead to accidents. He took half a step back, took a deep breath, and flexed the muscles in his right leg. Bang! With a loud bang, the explosion-proof door flew inward along with the doorframe, heavily crashing onto the control panel. The smoke cleared, revealing the true appearance of the control room. This was a steampunk-style space filled with various dials and levers. And at the center of the driver's seat, there sat a huge creature. It was a half-human, half-spider monster. The upper body was a skinny old man in a train conductor's uniform, while the lower half was a massive spider abdomen, supported by 8 long legs covered in black hair and barbs, each leg like a sharp spear. A-level great demon, thousand-hand spider demon. At that moment, the spider demon stared with its crimson compound eyes, fixedly glaring at Chen Ning who had burst in through the door. Green venom dripped from the corners of its mouth, and its 8 legs moved restlessly on the ground, making a harsh metallic grinding sound. Human, you dare to barge in here. The spider demon's voice was sharp and piercing, like 2 rusty iron sheets scraping against each other. Are you here for a meal? A meal? Chen Ning stepped into the control room, ignoring the pit holes corroded in the ground, his gaze landing on the spider demon's 8 legs. His eyes instantly filled with sympathy. Alas, it's really not easy. Chen Ning sighed, you're handicapped but determined. Even though your body has mutated and you have grown so many prosthetic limbs, you still stand steadfast in your job. This dedication deserves commendation from the whole institute. Spider demon? Prosthetic limbs? Mutation? I have noble demon blood. But... Chen Ning changed his tone, becoming serious. Although your spirit is commendable, I must point out that your physical condition is not suitable for operating this large vehicle. He pointed at the spider demon's messy 8 legs. Look, with so many legs, which one presses the brake? Which one presses the gas? What if they get tangled up? This is a serious safety hazard. Enough! The spider demon exploded in anger. As the ruler of this death train, when had it ever suffered such humiliation? I will drain you dry. Make you my collection. Hiss. The spider demon opened its wide mouth, and a jet of white silk sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, instantly enveloping Chen Ning. This silk was incredibly strong and had a paralyzing poison effect. Even a B-level vengeful spirit would be immobilized by a touch. However, Chen Ning did not dodge, he let the silk wrap around him. He even reached out to tug at it. Oh? Is this safety belt automatic? Chen Ning exclaimed in surprise, the technology of today's trains is quite advanced, even has this all-encompassing airbag? Then, in the spider demon's terrified gaze, Chen Ning suddenly pushed with his arms. Break! 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 Those incredibly strong silks snapped apart like cheap cotton thread. With a physical strength increased by, all attributes plus 10, and the mysterious explosive power of a maniac, it was terrifying. This airbag quality is not good, how can it break just with a touch? Chen Ning disdainfully brushed off the remains of the silk and strode toward the spider demon. Looks like I have to do it myself. The spider demon panicked. Its 8 legs flailed wildly, trying to pierce through Chen Ning's body. But Chen Ning's movements were unpredictable. In reality, he was just running around, always able to dodge attacks by inches. Don't move! Don't move! I'll help you adjust your sitting posture. Chen Ning rushed up to the spider demon and grabbed two of its spider legs. These two are too in the way, tie them up. This one won't do either, it's blocking the view, fold it. Chen Ning acted as if he was packing a giant crab, his technique extremely skillful, perhaps he had helped in the cafeteria kitchen. Using the spider demon's own silk that it had spat out, 3 movements later, he tied all 8 flailing spear-like legs together. Finally, he tied a pretty butterfly knot. Let me go. Damn human. The spider demon was tied up like a dumpling, slumped beside the driver's seat, only able to rage helplessly. Stop shouting, get some good rest. Chen Ning patted the spider demon's furry head, then sat down heavily in the driver's seat. He looked at the complex dashboard before him. Excitement sparkled in his eyes. Is this the train's cockpit? It's pretty much as I imagined, but why is this steering wheel round? Actually, that's a pressure valve. Chen Ning grasped the red pressure valve and gave it a hard turn. Whoosh! The train's boiler let out a loud roar, and the speed began to pick up. Too slow, too slow. Chen Ning looked at the speed gauge and shook his head in dissatisfaction. How can we arrive on time with this speed? What if the patient misses their medication? He turned his head and looked towards a huge feed port in the corner of the cockpit. That was the entrance to the train's power core, the Eerie boiler. Usually, this train was powered by burning the grievances of vengeful spirits. We need to add some strong fuel. Chen Ning stood up, walked to the door, and pulled out the ghost train conductor's whistle he got from the head chef. Toot! A sharp whistle echoed throughout the entire train. Immediately after, Chen Ning shouted into the cabin's intercom. Attention everyone! We are now conducting a thorough cleaning of the cabin. Please gather in the first carriage all fare dodgers, seat hogs, and ugly, scary passengers. I'll count to 3, those who don't show up will face the consequences. The whistle's intimidation and Chen Ning's previous actions made the whole train of spirits obey fearfully. Soon, a group of shivering vengeful spirits, mostly the little monsters without rights, crowded at the cockpit's door. Chen Ning pointed at the huge feed port. Come on, everyone, for the collective good, to help us arrive at our destination faster, please contribute some light and heat. That's the boiler. The spirits wet themselves in fear. Jumping in there meant their souls would be scattered. What? Not willing? Chen Ning raised an eyebrow, revealing the brick in his hand. This is where you went wrong. As a part of the collective, you must have a spirit of contribution. Besides, it's warm inside, what's wrong with going in to warm up? Under the physical persuasion of the brick, the first unlucky spirit cried and jumped into the boiler. Boom! Blue flames instantly soared, and the train's speed surged upward. Now that's more like it. Chen Ning was overjoyed and began to shovel coal, one after another, pushing those lower-tier spirits into the boiler. Go on in. And you, don't think I can't see you hiding in the back. With the addition of a large amount of high-energy fuel, the K444 train went completely wild. The needle on the gauge burst through the limits, the red zone could not contain it. The train shook violently, the wheels sparked dazzlingly against the tracks, and it even began to lift off the ground, flying at low altitude. The scenery outside turned into blurred flashes of light. The spider demon bound to the ground watched the scene, terrified and pale, though it was already very white. Madman, you madman! The spider demon screamed, the speed is too fast. The boiler will explode. And ahead is a broken track. That's a dead end to the abyssal rift. Dead end? Chen Ning gripped the steering wheel, pressure valve, with a fervent smile on his face, his hair blown backward by the wild wind. Mr. Lucen once said, there was originally no road in the world, but if you hit the gas to the floor, a road will naturally appear. Hold on tight. The experienced driver will take you flying. Boom! The ghost train let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, directly leaping off the end of the tracks. It didn't fall into the abyss. Instead, under Chen Ning's incredible willpower, reality distortion, and the system's enhancement, it forcibly smashed open a passage in the void. It was a route never reached by anyone before. Hidden route. In the live stream room, 8 million viewers stood up in unison. On screen, a green train engulfed in blue flames soared through the starry sky like a frenzied dragon. In the cockpit, a man in a hospital gown was laughing maniacally. His feet stood on a great S-demon that was bound like a rice dumpling. This scene was too beautiful, too shocking. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Is this really the ghost train? Is this the night on the Galactic Railway? As long as I drive fast enough, death can't catch up to me. This wave directly tore through the instance. Where is he going? Just when the train broke through the void, a long-lost system notification rang in Chen Ning's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving the hidden achievement, Star Train Conductor. Enlightenment level, beyond limits, you not only enlighten the ghost, but you also enlighten this train, it now thinks it is a spaceship. Reward received. Merit value, 10,000 points, striking rich. Special item, K444 train summoning right, one-time use. Description: you can summon this speeding train at any time to deliver a devastating impact on your target. Chen Ning looked at the brilliant galaxy outside the window, actually spatial turbulence, satisfied as he patted the steering wheel. Now this is decent. At this speed, I should make it in time for dinner. He turned around and said to the spider demon, who had fainted from fear on the ground. See, I told you this train could be driven better, right? That's potential. Remember, next time, you need to have guts when doing things. Spider demon. If heaven gives me another chance, I will definitely kneel on the platform and shout dad. Chapter 10, 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man? Losers have to do 1,000 push-ups. Boom. The K444 train, burning with blue ghostly flames, fell from the sky like a shooting star, crashing heavily onto a desolate square. The massive shockwave overturned countless stone slabs, clouds of dust rolling. The train doors opened. Chen Ning jumped down, feeling refreshed, still holding the spider demon, who was now foaming at the mouth and completely carsick, now only the size of a palm, treated by Chen Ning as a charm. We've arrived. We've arrived. Chen Ning shouted to the trembling surviving passengers in the car, watch your step when getting off, don't crowd, line up to get off. You there, dragging your intestines on the ground, tuck it in. Seriously, it's so unhygienic. He looked around. This was a dull, oppressive little town. The sky was lead gray, without a single cloud. The buildings on both sides of the street were old and strange, with doors and windows tightly closed, exuding death. Strangely enough, the whole town was too quiet. No sound of wind, no chirping of insects, even Chen Ning's own footsteps sounded exceptionally jarring here. Around the square stood many people. There were housewives in aprons, students with backpacks, and elderly people leaning on canes. They posed in various stances, some walking, some talking, some seemed to be waving. However, they were all completely still. Like lifelike wax figures frozen in a moment. Their faces still held their original expressions, whether fearful or with a stiff smile. Wow! The community vibe here is nice. Chen Ning's eyes lit up as he walked up to a student who was stuck in a running pose and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Little classmate, nice concentration. Not even moving your eyeballs? What is this activity? A performance art festival? Or challenging the Guinness World Record, everyone be a wooden man? The live stream comments exploded once more. Silent town. This is an A-rank high-risk instance. Don't move. The rule here is absolute stillness. As long as you make a sound or move, that thing will find you. That student is actually dead, he has been turned into a puppet. At this moment, a strange melody from a music box echoed through the center of the town. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Accompanied by a sharp, eerie child's voice singing. 1, 2, 3, wooden man, no speaking, no moving. As the voice fell, a huge shadow slowly turned around on a stage at the end of the square. It was a tall puppet dressed in a tailcoat and wearing a white mask, puppeteer. His fingers were connected to countless invisible threads, which tied all the residents of the town together. When he turned around, the eyes painted on his mask, staring fixedly at every corner of the square. A terrifying force of rules descended. Anyone who moves a muscle at this moment will die. Behind Chen Ning, several ghosts on the ghost train who tried to escape suddenly lurched forward due to inertia because they couldn't brake in time. Crack! In an instant, their bodies stiffened, their skin rapidly turning to wood, transforming into new puppets, their faces still frozen in terror. This horrifying scene made the viewers in the live broadcast feel chills run down their spines. However, Chen Ning stood in the center of the square, facing the terrifying puppeteer. Did he move? No. But his posture was very graceful. Chen Ning stood on one foot, hands pressed together high above his head, striking a standard yoga tree pose. He even wore that kind of smile that said, "I'm so professional, I'm so into it." The puppeteer. His painted eyes seemed to squint for a moment. Is this human provoking me? 1, 2, 3 wooden person. The puppeteer suddenly turned around, facing away from the crowd. The rules were lifted, movement was now allowed. Huff. Chen Ning let out a long breath, lowered his leg, and stretched his neck. Interesting. Really interesting. Chen Ning rubbed his hands excitedly, so it really is a game. I knew this community event would be lively. But... Chen Ning looked at the still unmoving residents around him, frowning in dissatisfaction. You guys are so boring, why just stand there like statues? Since it's a game, there should be wins and losses, and punishment to have motivation. So, let me spice things up for you. Chen Ning announced loudly, the next game is upgraded. Anyone who moves or gets caught will face a punishment, do 1,000 push-ups. If you can't finish, you can't go home for dinner. At this moment, the eerie childlike voice sounded again. 1, 2, 3. The pace had obviously quickened. Filled with an impatient killing intent. Wooden person. The puppeteer suddenly turned around. This turn was extremely abrupt, infused with powerful mental shock, attempting to instill instinctive tremors in people. But Chen Ning remained as steady as a mountain. This time, he changed his stance. Like a proud rooster, with one hand grabbing his ankle and the other performing the white crane spreads its wings gesture. Steady as a rock. The Allah tribute +10 brought control to his body, allowing him to control every muscle at a micrometer level. The puppeteer stared at Chen Ning for a full 5 seconds. He didn't move. Not even a twitch of his eyelashes. Chen Ning was currently wide-eyed, staring down the puppeteer to see who could keep their eyes open longer. The puppeteer was somewhat annoyed. In this instance, he was a god. He was the master of everything. How could he not even outplay a human? 1, 2, 3 wooden person. The puppeteer turned around and instantly looked back. This was practically cheating. There was no time to react. However, at the moment he turned around, he saw a face so close it was within reach. Chen Ning, in that brief moment, had exploded forward to the base of the platform. At this moment, Chen Ning held its starting position, frozen in place. Only less than 5 meters away from the puppeteer. The puppeteer panicked. This speed, is it human? 1. The puppeteer barely had time to call out again. Stop! Chen Ning suddenly shouted, breaking the deadly silence of the rules. The puppeteer froze. Did he move? Did he speak? You lost. The puppeteer let out a sharp laugh, his finger twitching, ready to turn Chen Ning into a puppet. Lose your uncle. Chen Ning jumped onto the platform, pointing at the puppeteer's mask, cursing loudly. You blinked just now. I saw it. The paint on that mask is flaking off. As the referee and host, you dare to break the rules yourself? How can we play this game now? This is simply corrupt. The puppeteer was stunned. I am a puppet. My eyes are painted on. How could I possibly blink? You're talking nonsense. I didn't blink. The puppeteer explained furiously. Dare to talk back? Chen Ning was angry. He hated these kinds of people who couldn't play fair. Not blinking? If you're not blinking, then why is the paint on your eyelid cracking? That's a sign of muscle twitching. Less talk. Losers must face the consequences. Chen Ning gave the puppeteer no chance to argue. He rushed up and grabbed the invisible strings the puppeteer controlled. Get down here. Chen Ning pulled hard. The strings that once controlled all the town's residents became chains that bound the puppeteer. The puppeteer screamed as Chen Ning yanked him down from the platform, making him fall like a dog. Losers must accept punishment. Chen Ning rode on the puppeteer's back, took out a versatile rope from his pocket, possibly just removed from the spider demon, and quickly tied the puppeteer's hands and feet. The way he tied them was very professional, in a standard puppet style. Now, I am the puppeteer, and you are the puppet. Chen Ning picked up the control rod, the puppeteer's magical tool, from the ground and tried to pull the strings. Crack, crack, crack. The puppeteer's body moved uncontrollably. Come on, follow my commands. Chen Ning pulled the strings like a devilish drill sergeant. Push-up position. 1. 2. 1. 2. A mighty A-level boss, the ruler of the silent town. At this moment, he was being forced to lie on the ground, mechanically doing push-ups. Too slow. Haven't you eaten? Your waist is sagging. Raise your butt. While pulling the strings, Chen Ning held a brick nearby to correct his form. Smack. Unstandard move. Do it again. The puppeteer was about to cry. Not just physically tired, though made of wood, but mentally exhausted. What kind of human suffering is this? I wanted to turn people into puppets, and now I have turned into a true puppet? As the puppeteer was controlled, the force of rules in the town instantly vanished. The once stiff residents began to soften, gradually regaining their life. Though most had long since died and become spirits, at this moment they all looked at the man on the platform with admiration and awe. The man riding on the demon's back, forcing the demon to do push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully cracked the 1, 2, 3 wooden man game level of influence, control. The opponent has completely become your puppet and developed push-up PTSD. Earned merit points, 2000. Gain special skill, absolute focus. Once activated, you are judged to be in a still state under any rules, even while dancing in the square. Current accumulated merit points, 17,100. 599. 600. Chen Ning was still counting, showing no intention of letting the puppeteer off. Come on. Perseverance is victory. Exercise for a healthy community. The puppeteer lay on the ground, doing push-ups while tears of regret streamed down like paint. Why did I look back? Why did I play this game? If I could do it all over again, I'd choose to be a quiet rotten piece of wood. Just then, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Chen Ning's mind, but this voice didn't belong to the system, it came from the deepest part of the instance. Warning! Core rules of the instance have collapsed. A-level instance Silent Town is about to restart. Abnormal intruder detected, initiating purge program. In the sky, a huge tear appeared in the lead gray heavens. A massive, mountain-like, pale eye peeked through the crack, coldly watching Chen Ning. That was the Watcher. The true overseer behind the instance. Chen Ning looked up at the huge eyeball. He stopped his actions. Oh? Is the big boss here for an inspection? Chen Ning grinned, revealing 8 teeth. He pointed at the panting puppeteer still doing push-ups on the ground and shouted at the big eye in the sky. Boss! Look! How is our community's sports exercise going? Isn't it very spirited? The big eye in the sky. Its once emotionless pupil. A wisp of fluctuation emerged. What the hell is this thing? Why is my copy boss doing push-ups? Why does this human look more like a boss than the boss itself? Chapter 11, the camera is red like this, and the property management doesn't send anyone to wipe it? Above the sky, the crack looks sinister like a scar. The pale eyeball watcher occupying half the sky is now emitting a suffocating pressure. Its pupil is surrounded by dense blood vessels, each one writhing as if it were a living red parasite. Zzzzz. A crimson beam as thick as a bucket shot out from the pupil, instantly sweeping across a corner of the square. There once stood a stone fountain, but the moment it touched the red light, it vanished without a trace, directly vaporized into nothingness. This is clearing death light. Any bug that the copy rules can't explain will be physically deleted by this light. And now, this light was firmly locking onto Chen Ning. The puppet master, lying on the ground, still doing push-ups, felt this earth-shattering power and was so scared that wooden joints were cracking. It's over, it's the clearing program. The puppet master buried his face in the dirt in despair. This lunatic has angered the administrator, we will all be formatted. The bullet screen in the live broadcast was filled with wails. S grade. Absolutely S grade. This is a dimensional strike. How can humans fight against something like this? Chen Ning, run. Hiding in the train might help you hold on. Useless. That's rule erasure, hiding won't work anywhere. However, Chen Ning stood in the center of the square, head held high, hands on his hips, staring at the giant eyeball in the sky with a furrowed brow. He showed no fear. Only an overwhelming disdain. TSK, TSK, TSK. Chen Ning pointed at the sky and loudly complained to the air around him. Is this our community's security system? I think it's a shoddy project. Look at that camera, eyeball, it's red like this. How long has it been without maintenance? The lens is burnt. And that infrared light, death light, why is it flashing so bright? Doesn't it know light pollution affects residents' rest? Does it have no sense of public morality? The Watcher in the sky. A hint of confusion flashed in its giant single eye. What is this tiny ant saying? A camera? I am a god. The embodiment of rules. Clear. A cold wave of consciousness spread throughout the area. Then, the crimson deathlight suddenly thickened, carrying the momentum of annihilation, and descended towards Chen Ning. This strike was powerful enough to flatten the entire square. Dare to flash at me? Chen Ning was furious. He pulled out a card glowing with ghostly blue light from his pocket, K444 train summon right. Since the property management won't act, then let this enthusiastic owner personally handle repairs. Come forth. My aerial construction vehicle. Chen Ning crushed the card with a fierce grip. Woo! A piercing whistle echoed through the sky, overshadowing even the roar of the deathlight. The void shattered. The K444 Phantom train, engulfed in blue flames, didn't travel along the ground like usual but shot straight up into the sky like a giant steel dragon from beneath Chen Ning's feet. Clang! Clang! The train charged upward against the deathlight in a vertical posture of 90 degrees. Boom! The deathlight struck fiercely against the train's front. If it were made of ordinary steel, it would have vaporized by now. But this train, enhanced by Chen Ning's modifications and the system's boost, was no ordinary object. Now, its properties stated, this train feels hard to me, it must be hard. The spider demon on the front and the countless vengeful spirits in the boiler screamed, transforming into a pure energy shield, forcefully withstanding the blow. Good train. Tough. Chen Ning laughed heartily, moving with the agility of a monkey as he climbed to the top of the train's front. The wild wind howled, making his patient suit flutter. He stood on the speeding train, holding two repair gadgets. Left hand, universal toilet brush, S-class cleaning tool. Right hand, universal iron bucket snatched from the head chef, filled with a murky liquid of unknown ingredients. This is the spirit of repair workers. The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. What is he going to do? Is he going to the sky? Is he going to smash the death ray with the train? What kind of Hollywood blockbuster is this? What he's holding is a toilet brush? Is he going to scrub that eyeball? Crazy. This world is crazy. I'm crazy too. At this moment, the train was facing the death ray, getting closer to the watcher in the sky. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. The watcher finally panicked. It had never seen such a tactic. Usually, when facing a cleansing program, players would either run or defend. Who would crash a train directly into its face? Moreover, that white brush in the human's hand instinctively made it feel a sense of disgust and fear. Get away! The watcher increased its output power, the blood vessels in its pupils almost bursting, the death ray turning dark purple. But the K444 train was as stubborn as a rock. Under Chen Ning's will, it didn't budge an inch. Finally. Bang! The train's front violently collided with the watcher's lower eyelid, though it didn't have eyelids, just the edge of the eyeball's shield. I made it! Chen Ning performed a somersault and jumped directly from the front of the train. He drew a beautiful arc in the air, landing steadily on that huge, slippery eyeball surface. The sensation beneath his feet was soft, like stepping on jelly. All around were those thick, wriggling red blood vessels. Oh dear, this lens surface is so dusty, it's all cloudy, with blood vessels. Chen Ning shook his head in dismay. He placed the iron bucket onto the eyeball, regardless of whether it contained strong acid or foot bath water, and directly poured out half. Splash! The liquid splashed onto the sensitive surface of the eyeball. Ah! A dull, soul-piercing scream echoed in the sky. Though there was no sound, everyone's minds erupted with this scream. The watcher was in excruciating pain. The liquid contained strong filth rules. After all, it was the head chef's foot bath water, which was like pouring hot oil into the eyes of this pure rule assembly. Stop screaming. Endure. That's cleaning liquid, it's antibacterial. Chen Ning shouted loudly, lifting the universal toilet brush in his hand. The bristles are hard, and the cleaning power is strong. I don't believe I can't clean this broken lens. 3 circles left. 3 circles right. Twist your neck. Wiggle your butt. Chen Ning hummed a catchy tune, starting his cleaning work. He swung the toilet brush with blazing speed, wildly rubbing against the watcher's huge pupil. Scrub, 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 scrub. That feeling. It was like a grain of sand got into your eye, and you had to rub it hard. But now, what got in the eye was not sand, but an S-class enchanted toilet brush. And it was being used by a strong man at the speed of a drill. Stop. Stop it. The watcher's consciousness roared, it wildly rotated its eyeball, trying to shake off this damned flea. But Chen Ning's feet were as if rooted, using the skill absolute steadiness, solidly sticking to the eyeball. Don't move around. Cooperate a bit. Chen Ning slapped a brick on the eyeball surface, flattening the bulging blood vessels. Look at you, all red blood vessels. This is from overusing your eyes. I'm helping you massage acupoints, doing eye exercises. First session, rub the Tianying point. Chen Ning, holding the toilet brush, thrust hard into the center of the pupil. Put. This thrust, although it didn't pierce through, caused a sharp sensation that made the watcher instantly lose its ability to think. Then. Splashing. Like a waterfall, transparent liquid surged out from the gaps of the eyeball, pouring down. That was tears. Tears that were forcibly scrubbed out. The entire town instantly fell under a torrential downpour. The puppet master on the ground was still doing push-ups, drenched by this rain. He was terrified to discover that this rain contained powerful rules, causing his wooden body to start sprouting. Crying? Chen Ning stopped his actions and looked at the big, tearful eyes below him, nodding in satisfaction. That's right. Look, the dirt is all flowing out. The cleaning solution is working instantly. At this moment, the watcher had completely collapsed. Not only was its physical body, rule body, in great pain, but its spirit suffered unprecedented humiliation. I am a god. I was poked in the eye with a toilet brush. And I was called an infrared camera. I am not clean anymore. Woo woo woo. A pitiful whimper echoed from the sky. The watcher could no longer care about any cleaning procedures or erasing intruders. It only had one thought now. Go home. Find Mom. Swish. That huge eyeball snapped shut. If it had eyelids, it actually shrank back into the fissure. The crack in the sky healed at an astonishing speed, as if it had never appeared before. Only Chen Ning was left, falling alone from mid-air. Ha! Why is it over? Chen Ning, suspended in the air, looked regretfully at the healing sky. I haven't even waxed yet. This service isn't fully done. He was about to crash into pieces. Woo! The K444 train very considerately caught him. Chen Ning landed safely on the roof of the train, brushing off the residue of cleaning solution from his hands. Forget it, even though I didn't give a good review, at least it's not red, referring to the closed eye. That's one community hazard handled. The train slowly descended onto the square. At this moment, the entire Mission Silent Town had completely collapsed due to the core manager watcher escaping. The surrounding dark buildings began to vanish, and the sky returned to its normal blue. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully repairing the community security system, which actually meant poking the mission manager's eyes. Emotional impact level, indescribable. The subject has developed severe vision impairment and psychological trauma, vowing never to spy on you again. Merit points earned, 50,000, a huge amount. Title earned, Killer of the Divine Eye. With this title equipped, all eye-related attacks are ineffective against you, and those who see you will feel eye pain. Current total merit points, 67,100. Chen Ning jumped off the train. At this time, the puppet master on the ground had completed his 1000th push-up, or was scared stiff by the earlier tears of the god. He looked at Chen Ning, who walked down from the train, radiating a holy, actually the smell of a toilet brush, brightness. Thud. The puppet master fell to the ground, performing the biggest gesture of respect. Big brother. This territory is yours from now on. I'll go change all the puppets in town into your statues. Chen Ning waved his hand, looking indifferent. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I'm just a passing kind citizen, doing a few good deeds along the way. By the way. Chen Ning pointed at the puppet master's tattered tailcoat. Since you're in the art business, help me design a new patient outfit, something that is both dignified and a little playful, reflecting my identity as a psychiatric expert. The puppet master nodded repeatedly. No problem. Even if I have to use my own skin, I'll make you the best one. In the real world. At the headquarters of the Countermeasure Bureau, in the meeting room. The huge screen had already turned into a snowflake, because the signal source watcher had fled. But the last scene, that figure dancing with a toilet brush on the god's eyeball, was deeply imprinted on everyone's retina. Director Zhao trembled as he took off his reading glasses, wiping the tears, from fear, from the corners of his eyes. That? Director Zhao asked his secretary hoarsely beside him. How much budget do we have left in the bureau? The secretary was stunned. There's still quite a bit. Why, Director? Get it all out. Director Zhao slammed the table. Go buy toilet brushes. Buy the best toilet brushes. Give each agent one. From now on, this will be our bureau's standard weapon. Anyone who dares to say it's not useful should go watch today's footage. And also. Director Zhao took a deep breath, looking at the blackened screen, his eyes filled with awe. Send a letter to Qingshan Mental Hospital and ask if they are still hiring. I think I have quite a bit of potential too. Chapter 12, Why is the International Friend so humid? Hurry, bring a super large cupping. In the real world, at the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's Countermeasure Bureau, in the hall. The alarm sounded harsh and piercing, and the red emergency lights flashed wildly. Just as Chen Ning was still washing the face of the giant eyeball in the sky, a long-planned raid was unfolding here. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Kingdom's defense line is nothing like that. A group of foreign individuals dressed in black tactical suits, with blonde hair and blue eyes, stood arrogantly in the center of the hall. They were the infamous international terrorist organization Black Hawk. At the forefront was a scar-faced man holding a black ancient book exuding a smell of sulfur, chanting an obscure incantation. Come forth, Lord from the abyss. Let this group of Easterners witness true hell. Boom. The ground cracked open, and lava erupted. A 5-meter-tall demon lord, engulfed in dark red flames, with huge ram's horns on its head and wings on its back, Astaroth, crawled out from the gates of hell. The terrifying high temperature instantly melted the nearby metal railings, and the firearms in the hands of the security personnel turned to molten iron before they could fire. Destruction. I smell the scent of fear. Astaroth let out a thunderous roar, swinging the fiery whip in his hand, directly collapsing half of the heavy blast wall. It's over. S-class demon entity has descended. Wang Gang, hiding behind cover, clenched his fist in despair. Director, is Chen Ning not back yet? We can't hold on. Director Zhao, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth. Even if we can't hold on, we must. We cannot let them destroy the containment area. The scar-faced man laughed maniacally. Don't dream. Your so-called heroic mental patient is probably dead in the instance. Today, this place will turn to ruins. Just at this critical moment. Zzz, the space in the center of the hall suddenly twisted. A brilliant white light flashed. Cough cough, why is this teleportation elevator braking so hard? Better leave a bad review for the elevator worker next time. As the dust cleared, Chen Ning, wearing the signature blue and white striped hospital gown, holding his snakeskin bag, containing a toilet brush, brick, and foot washing tub, calmly appeared between the demon and the agents. The whole room fell silent. The scar-faced man's smile froze on his face. He came back alive? Astaroth's flaming eyes locked onto this tiny human in front of him. You are the one, the strong one? Chen Ning blinked and looked around. Seeing the chaotic scene, the burning flames, the peculiar-looking foreigners, and the giant demon, his expression shifted from confusion to surprise, and finally turned into hospitable delight. Oh! Director Zhao! Chen Ning turned to the corner where Director Zhao stood and exclaimed, Is this the International Medical Exchange Group you mentioned? Why didn't you give me a heads up before they came? I could have changed into a more formal white coat. Director Zhao? An exchange group? They are here to wipe us out. Chen Ning ignored the explanation and walked straight towards the 5-meter-tall demon lord. He examined Astaroth from head to toe, his eyes showing deep professional sympathy. TSK, this foreign friend's skin condition is quite serious. Chen Ning pointed at the demon's lava-flowing dark red skin. Look at this level of swelling. This is a typical case of endocrine imbalance, plus severe overheating causing systemic dermatitis. It's turned into pus, lava. He pointed to the horns on the demon's head, and this severe bone hyperplasia, horns, it's grown outside the body. How painful must that be? Astaroth was stunned. I am a demon. This is the hellfire skin. This is the evil horn that symbolizes power. Damn bone spur. Ignorant humans. Dare to insult the noble lord of the abyss. Astaroth was furious, opening his bloody maw, sending hellish flames capable of melting steel toward Chen Ning. Die. Faced with the incoming blaze, Chen Ning did not dodge. Instead, he shook his head. You see, I told you you're too fiery, right? Your breath is full of embers, your stomach fire is too strong. Ding. Passive skill activated, Eye of God Killer. The opponent's eyes hurt when they see you, plus absolute composure, you look very steady. System defense mechanism activated, immune to S-class and below fire damage. The flames engulfed Chen Ning. The scar-faced man was overjoyed. Turned to ash. However, the next second, Chen Ning walked out of the flames, simply patting non-existent dust off his clothes, with a serious face. This patient, hiding illnesses is not okay. Your anger is too great, you must release it. In our dragon country traditional medicine, this is called heat poison attacking the heart. Western medicine treats the symptoms, while traditional medicine treats the root cause. Today, I will let you witness the mysterious power of the East. After saying this, Chen Ning looked around. He spotted a water dispenser in the corner of the hall, topped with a freshly replaced 18-liter bottle of purified water. Got it. Extra large consumables. Chen Ning's eyes lit up as he dashed over, pouring out the water in the bucket glug glug glug, also watering the nearby potted plant. Then, he picked up the giant empty bucket and produced a piece of yellow talisman paper, torn off from a ghost train, igniting it with a lighter before tossing it into the bucket. Come. Lie down. Chen Ning turned around and shouted at the demon lord. This voice mixed with the pressure of a master and authority of a train conductor, unexpectedly causing the S-class demon Astaroth to instinctively feel his legs weaken. What is that? The demon looked at the huge plastic bucket, instinctively sensing something was wrong. Cupping therapy. Specially for your damp and hot body constitution. Chen Ning moved. All attributes plus 10 erupted. He jumped onto the broad back of the demon lord like an agile flea. Get down. Chen Ning grabbed one of the demon's wings and performed an over-the-shoulder throw. Boom. The 5-meter-tall demon lord was slammed into the ground by this human, creating a large pit. No. Let go of me. Astaroth struggled madly, hellfire erupting wildly. But in front of Chen Ning, these resistances felt like a patient squirming before an injection. Don't move. Hold on. It might hurt a bit, that's a normal reaction for drawing out the dampness. Chen Ning, quick and skillful, forcefully pressed the burning talisman-filled 18-liter bucket onto the demon's back. Puff. A massive suction instantly emerged. This was not ordinary cupping. This was Chen Ning's concept-level cupping empowered by the merit system. The skin on the demon's back visibly got sucked into the bucket, not just flesh but also its hellfire essence and demonic energy were sucked out by this terrifying negative pressure. Astaroth let out a scream 100 times more miserable than when he descended. It felt like his soul was being pumped out. It hurts, it hurts. My essence. My magic. Quick, take it away. That is my kidney. Oh no, that is my magic core. Chen Ning was sitting on the bucket, pressing down hard, while also commenting as he watched. Why shout so loud? That shows it's working. Everyone, come look. Chen Ning enthusiastically called over the already shocked foreign spies. Look at this cupping mark, purple-black. What does this mean? It means this patient has an astonishing amount of dampness in his body. The spies from the Black Hawk organization were currently trembling. They watched, wide-eyed, as the once mighty S-class demon lord struggled beneath that giant bucket. The body quickly shrank and deflated like a punctured balloon. Originally 5 meters tall, the figure shrunk to less than 2 meters in under a minute. Inside the bucket, dark red thick smoke and liquefied magic were filled. Pop! With a loud snap, Chen Ning pulled the bucket away. A huge, dark purple circular mark was left on the back of the demon lord. At this moment, Astaroth was rolling its eyes, its tongue hanging out, lying on the ground like a dead dog, twitching all over. It was done for. Completely pulled apart. Ha, feeling good now? Chen Ning patted the demon's rear, which now looked like a hairless big red dog. Feeling lighter? Although you might feel a bit weak, that's a normal phenomenon after detox. Drink more brown sugar water when you get back. After dealing with patient number 1. Chen Ning jumped off the demon's back, holding the bucket full of demon essence, and smiled at the spies from the Black Hawk organization. Especially at the scar-faced leader. So, who's the next foreign friend? Chen Ning rubbed his hands and scanned the crowd. I see that this team leader, scar-faced, has a dark aura and a waxy complexion, signs of kidney deficiency. How about I give you acupuncture? As he spoke, Chen Ning took out the black spear, the spider's leg tip, that was half a meter long and had barbs, which he had taken from the Chitonic spider demon. This is my specially made extended fine needle, 1 jab, and your ailments will be cured. The scar-faced man looked at the needle thicker than his arm, then at the nearly lifeless demon lord on the ground. His mental defenses crumbled instantly. Devil, you are a devil. The scar-faced man dropped the magic book and turned to run. Retreat. The intel was wrong. People from the dragon country are monsters. Other spies also screamed and rushed out. Hey! Don't go. Chen Ning panicked, chasing after them with the spear. You haven't paid the registration fee. This is skipping out on the bill. It's very uncivilized. Wang Gang. Li Lian. Chen Ning shouted, stop them. These patients aren't quite right in the head and need forced treatment. The agents who had long been ready surged forward. Don't move. Hold your head down. The spies, having lost the demon's protection, did not dare to resist under Chen Ning's intimidation, one by one obediently holding their heads down on the ground. Chen Ning walked over, holding a small notebook, fine ticket, and began counting heads. 1 huge fire cupping for each person, plus 1 acupuncture session, and an emergency registration fee. As Chen Ning calculated, he finally said to the scar-faced man. A total of 500,000 merits. Oh no, $500,000. Card or cash? The scar-faced man was in tears. I'll pay. I'll pay, please don't jab me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully repelling the invaders and promoting traditional Chinese medicine, physical. Level of influence, nightmare level, Astaroth will pee its pants at the sight of a bucket for the rest of its life. Gained merit points, 100,000 points, great harvest. Gained special item, Hellfire cupping device, can extract any negative state, including but not limited to curses, toxins, and water in the brain. Current accumulated merit points, 167,100. The crisis was resolved. Director Zhao trembled as he walked over, looking at the mess on the ground and the spies tied in a row, then at Chen Ning, who was using the bucket like a trophy to wipe himself. He took a deep breath and raised his thumb. Director Chen, your medical skills are truly, like Hua Tua in the world, like BNK Reborn. Chen Ning humbly waved his hand. Where, it's all because of my colleagues. Mainly, the foreign friend's physique is too poor, too delicate. Suddenly, he remembered something and took out a small vial, the essence extracted from the demon, that emitted a smell of sulfur from his pocket. By the way, Director Zhao, this is for you. This is the toxin expelled from that patient just now, although it looks disgusting, but I feel it has a lot of energy. Take it to the cafeteria to make soup, very nourishing. Director Zhao took the vial of demon essence that could blow up half a city. A shake of the hand almost dropped it to the ground. Braised soup? With this one bite, the entire tactics bureau would mutate, right? But looking at Chen Ning's sincere eyes, Director Zhao could only nod with tears. All right. Tonight we'll have extra. Let Wang Gang drink. Next to him, Wang Gang? Chapter 13, with such stiff movements, do you still want to lead the dance? Come on, sway to the rhythm. After bidding farewell to the Tactics Bureau, who were grateful but actually eager for him to leave, Chen Ning drove the off-road vehicle, which he had dented, but was urgently repaired and reinforced by the Bureau, towards one of the most mysterious forbidden areas of Dragon Country, the depths of the Qinling Mountains. On the navigation, the red destination looked especially glaring, Fengmen Village. Sigh, even though work is busy, it's necessary to come home often. Chen Ning gripped the steering wheel, watching the increasingly desolate scenery outside the window, with a nostalgic look on his face. I wonder if Grandpa Wang at the village entrance is still around. He used to love scaring children under the big tree. At this moment, it was getting late. The mountain road was rugged, shrouded in thick fog. There were no streetlights on either side of the road, but instead, there were many white paper money offerings and broken spirit hunting banners. Occasionally, one could spot a corner of a pitch-black coffin lid poking out from the roadside grass. If it were someone else, they would have long fled in fright. But Chen Ning rolled down the car window, taking a deep breath of the air filled with earthy and decayed scents. It's still the authentic taste of home, all natural, pollution-free. The car stopped in front of a broken stone tablet. On it, 3 large characters were written in blood-red paint, Fengmen Juehu. Chen Ning carried a large bag of gifts, which was actually a discounted Wang gift set he bought at a service area, pushed the car door open, and got out. The village was terrifyingly quiet. Most of the dilapidated houses were merely frameworks, with doors and windows wide open, resembling many dark, hollow eye sockets. Where is everyone? Are they all asleep? Chen Ning felt a bit disappointed. It's only 8 at night, hasn't the nightlife started yet? The rural development these days is so backward. Just then. Dong. 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 The dull and rhythmic jumping sounds came from the threshing floor in the center of the village. The ground trembled slightly with the sound. Chen Ning's eyes lit up. Oh. Hearing this noise, it's lively over there. I knew it, there must be a group activity. He picked up the big gift bag and excitedly ran towards the threshing floor. At the threshing floor, the cold wind howled, and a sinister atmosphere filled the air. Dozens of figures were active here. They wore tattered Qing dynasty official clothes, with pale, cyan faces, exposed fangs, long claw-like nails, and their bodies covered in white or black hair. This was a group of zombies. And they were extremely fierce jumping corpses. At the front of the group stood a tall monster whose skin shone with a metallic luster, Iron Zombie General. It had 1,000 years of cultivation, its body as hard as diamond, and was the absolute ruler of Fengmen Village. Tonight was the full moon night, they were worshipping the moon for cultivation, absorbing the energy of the moonlight. Roar! The Iron Zombie General let out a howl at the moon, spewing out a puff of black corpse poison smoke. The dozens of little zombies behind it jumped in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, extremely eerie. Just as this chilling atmosphere reached its peak, a sudden voice broke the silence. Excuse me. Chen Ning stood on a large rock at the edge of the threshing floor, holding a pack of snacks, chewing while waving his hand. Crunch crunch. All the zombies stopped their movements simultaneously. Dozens of pupil-less dead fish eyes turned in unison to look at Chen Ning. The air seemed to solidify. A living person? Moreover, a delicate, tender-looking living person who seemed very tasty? Roar! A bloodthirsty red light flashed in the Iron Zombie General's eyes. It didn't expect a living person to come right to them. It didn't bend its knees, jumping straight towards Chen Ning. In one step, it covered 3 meters. With a stench and bloodthirst, those steel-like claws aimed directly at Chen Ning's heart. However, Chen Ning was not afraid. He watched the Iron Corpse General jump towards him, frowning instead. Stop! Chen Ning stretched out a hand, making a pause gesture. An astonishing scene occurred. The fiercely terrifying 1,000-year Corpse King actually stopped before Chen Ning, mainly because Chen Ning's title of Eye of the Divine Killer dazzled it for a moment. Sir! Chen Ning sized up the Iron Corpse General, his tone full of criticism. You've got quite a sturdy build, but what about those joints? Is there a bit of rheumatism? Look at you hopping, going straight up and down, with no grace at all. Your knees aren't bending, do you know that's bad for your meniscus? The Iron Corpse General? It was a zombie. Zombies jump straight, while bending knees is for humans. Roar! Die! The Iron Corpse General was too lazy to listen to this lunatic, sweeping its arms horizontally to chop Chen Ning in half. Bang! A flash of golden light appeared. The brick labeled, Persuasion Through Virtue, in Chen Ning's hand struck fiercely against the Iron Corpse General's forehead. Dong! A sound like a giant bell echoed. Sparks flew. That head, which claimed to be invulnerable to knives and guns, was actually swollen from this brick. The immense impact made it stagger back several steps. Still dare to make a move? I see you've been leading too long and can't take feedback, right? Chen Ning said, exasperated, I'm guiding you. Your movements are too stiff. The essence of square dancing lies in rhythm and grace. You dance like a wooden post, how can you motivate the ladies behind, other zombies? The Iron Corpse general was stunned. It touched the bump on its forehead, feeling like its brain was rattling. Was this really a brick? It was clearly as heavy as Mount Tai. And you all. Chen Ning pointed at the group of confused little zombies behind. Formation. Pay attention to your formation. The one with long white hair, you're standing crooked. Move to the left a bit. The one missing an arm, although you're disabled, you can't fall behind, put on a good spirit. The zombies looked at each other. Though they couldn't understand what he was saying, the pressure from the depths of their souls, merit value suppression, made them instinctively shuffle to the left. That's more like it. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction, then sighed. However, I've noticed the most fatal issue after watching you dance for a long time. There's no music. Dancing in the middle of the night without music makes one think it's a large cult gathering. Dancing needs a BGM. After saying that, Chen Ning moved his mind and opened the system shop. Ding! The host spent 1,000 merit points to exchange for the Square Dance God level sound system, high power version, Note, this sound system has strong penetrating power, comes with bass effects, and will exert a forced rhythm control effect on negative entities. Boom! 2 sound systems, each half a person tall, appeared out of thin air in the middle of the threshing floor. Chen Ning pulled out a microphone, giving it a tap that produced a sharp screech. Hey, hey, hey! Everyone pay attention. Now, I, Coach Chen, will lead everyone in tonight's first exercise. Even though our village is remote, we can't fall behind in cultural life. Sound engineer, Chen Ning himself, music. The next second. The deafening dynamic melody echoed throughout Fengmen village, startling countless crows. The vast horizon is my love. Under the green mountains, flowers are blooming. That was the godly song imprinted in the DNA of the Dragon Kingdom people, the most dazzling national style. The powerful beats accompanied by enormous sound waves seemed to shake the very ground. With this vibrant, rhythm-filled music, the originally eerie and terrifying zombies found their bodies starting to move uncontrollably. The rhythm known as Dong Ci to Ci flowed from the floor into their feet. Come on. Everyone do it with me. Chen Ning stood on a big rock, full of energy as he twisted his body. Ready, go. Left hand draws a dragon. Right hand draws a rainbow. The Iron Corpse general stood at the forefront. It doesn't want to move. It is the noble corpse king, how can it do such a shameful action? But that damned human jumped down. Chen Ning grabbed the 2 rigid, blackened arms of the Iron Corpse general. Harder. Stretch your arms. Don't be lazy. Chen Ning forcibly made the Iron Corpse general swing its arms. Crack. Crack. The shoulder joints, which hadn't moved for hundreds of years, made a painful cracking sound under Chen Ning's brutal pulling. Ah! It's broken. It's broken. The Iron Corpse general let out a roar of pain. Not broken. That's just the stuck ligaments releasing. This is called stretching. Chen Ning didn't care at all, and instead increased his strength. Next is leg movements. Squat down. Zombies can't squat down. The Iron Corpse general was crying out inside. But Chen Ning pressed hard on its shoulder, pushing down with force. Nothing is impossible. Don't let your mind slip. Bend down for me. Crack. The Iron Corpse general's knee, as hard as iron, was forcibly bent under the dual impact of great force and rhythmic music. Although it bent in a somewhat strange way, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. But it indeed squatted down. Good. Well done. Isn't this more agile? Chen Ning laughed, keep this rhythm. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. At the climax of the most dazzling ethnic style. On the grain harvesting ground of Fengmen village, an extremely absurd scene appeared. Dozens of zombies dressed in Qing dynasty official robes lined up in neat squares, forced to sway to the rhythm under Chen Ning's lead. Some had dislocated arms, and some had broken legs, yet they dared not stop. Because if anyone missed a beat, that terrifying man would rush over, delivering a loving brick to realign them. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of singing is the happiest? At this moment, the Iron Corpse general had completely gone numb. It shed black tears, mechanically waving its claws to the rhythm. Its majesty was gone. Its dignity shattered. It now felt like a monkey used to please humans. Is this hell? It turns out that hell is not an oil pot in Knife Mountain, but this endless, the most dazzling ethnic style. Half an hour later. The music finally stopped. All the zombies slumped to the ground like rotten mud, even letting out panting sounds, even though they didn't need to breathe. So tired. This was 100 times more exhausting than fighting a Taoist. Chen Ning turned off the sound system, wiped the slight sweat from his forehead, feeling refreshed. Not bad, not bad. Although everyone was a bit stiff at first, the latter part had great feeling. This is the charm of exercise. Chen Ning pulled out a pack of Wangzai steamed buns from the gift bag and scattered them towards the zombies like feeding pigeons. Come on, replenish some carbs. You all worked hard. The zombies looked at the little buns on the ground, dared to be angry but couldn't speak, and could only pick them up humbly and cram them into their mouths, which they couldn't swallow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully holding the first zombie square dance competition in the S-level forbidden area. Influence level, soul tremor, the opponent's corpse energy has been forcibly scattered, now only wanting to return to the coffin to lie flat. Gained merit points, 80,000 points. Gained special skill, Undead Lead Dancer. When you play music, the desire for all undead creatures to attack you decreases by 90%, with a 50% chance to join the dance. Current accumulated merit points, 247,100. Chen Ning clapped his hands, looking at the Iron Corpse General, which looked lifeless on the ground. Alright, let's call it a day. I see that although your knees are bent, they still need strengthening. This sound system is a gift for you. Chen Ning pointed at the two large speakers. From now on, gather at 8 o'clock every night, I will come check. If I find anyone slacking off. Chen Ning raised the brick in his hand. The Iron Corpse General trembled all over, desperately nodded, its knees softened, and surprisingly assumed a standard kneeling position. Understanding. Chen Ning turned around satisfactorily, carrying the empty gift bag, walking towards the deeper part of the village. After exercising, it's time to visit some real relatives. Chen Ning looked at the lonely old house deep in the village, adorned with white lanterns. This was the home in his memories. It was also the true source of terror in Fengmen village, the Chen family old house. There, it seemed, lay secrets about his origins and why he had mental illness, or why he could see the truth. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Chen Ning pushed open the long-sealed, creaking wooden door. Chapter 14, Grandpa, you have osteoporosis. Quick, give artificial respiration. Chen family old house, main hall. Two white lanterns swayed in the wind, making a flapping sound, casting a dim, pale glow. The threshold of the main hall was very high, it was said to block those things that only know how to hop. Inside, the furnishings were ancient, a black lacquered 8 immortals table, 2 armchairs, and on the wall facing the door hung black and white portraits. The people in those portraits had cold gazes, seemingly turning their eyes as the visitors moved. The air was thick with a strong scent of sandalwood mixed with decayed paper. Any normal person would have been scared to death by this eerie atmosphere. But after Chen Ning entered, his brow was furrowed tightly. Tisk. He touched the dust on the doorframe, mumbling with some dissatisfaction, the old folks are too frugal. What wattage is this light bulb? 5 watts. How can you see anything in such darkness? What if I fall? Chen Ning placed the Wangline gift pack on the 8 immortals table, making a soft sound. In this silent space, the sound felt particularly jarring. Grandpa? Grandma? Chen Ning called out tentatively. No one responded. Only 2 figures sat in the armchairs. They were 2 old people dressed in funeral garments. Their faces were as white as flour, yet their cheeks were painted with strange, circular rouge. Their bodies were stiff, hands resting on their knees, eyes wide open, staring blankly ahead. If not looking closely, they appeared to be 2 long-dead corpses. But upon close inspection these were obviously 2 meticulously crafted, lifelike paper figures. This was the Chen family's night watchman's secret technique, paper spirit parasite. The lingering souls of the Chen family's ancestors resided within, guarding the essence of Fengmen village. At this moment, the remaining souls within the 2 paper figures coldly stared at this unfilial descendant. According to ancestral teachings, anyone who entered the ancestral house must kneel 3 times and bow 9 times at the door, passing the test to enter. Otherwise, there would be no mercy. The grandpa on the left was just about to release ominous energy to teach this unruly boy a lesson. But Chen Ning had already walked over with large strides. He placed his face directly in front of Grandpa, less than 5 centimeters away from that pale paper face. Oh! Grandpa! Chen Ning exclaimed, full of concern, why have you become so thin? Just skin and bones. Your face is so white, are you anemic? The remaining soul within Grandpa was taken aback. Anemic? I'm made of paper, of course I'm white. Chen Ning reached out and gently squeezed Grandpa's arm. Crack! A faint cracking sound echoed. The arm of the paper figure was made of bamboo strips, covered in paper. Even a light pinch from Chen Ning, with his full attribute plus 10 strength, was too much for the bamboo to bear. Chen Ning's face changed drastically. Oh no! This is serious osteoporosis. He looked at the indented arm in horror. Grandpa, you've lost too much calcium, your bones are crumbling. Don't you drink milk regularly? Grandpa's lingering soul. That's just a broken bamboo. You wasteful thing. Something's not right. Chen Ning extended his hand to check under Grandpa's nose. No breath. He touched Grandpa's chest, made of paper. No heartbeat. Body temperature cold, rough to the touch, like paper. Chen Ning's pupils instantly dilated, the DNA of a professional doctor kicked in. Shock. This is severe shock accompanied by multiple organ failure. Chen Ning abruptly turned his head to look at the grandma beside him, who showed the same symptoms. Not good. Is it carbon monoxide poisoning? Or food poisoning? Both elders have lost their vital signs. Must save them immediately. Chen Ning ripped off his patient gown, revealing a white vest inside, his eyes becoming incredibly determined and fervent. Grandpa, hold on. Your grandson will pull you back from the gates of hell. As soon as he said this, he acted quickly. Chen Ning directly laid the grandpa, who was sitting upright in the armchair, flat on the ground. The remaining soul inside Grandpa panicked. What is this kid going to do? The next second, it found out. Chen Ning knelt down, his hands overlapping, pressing on the paper figure's chest. A standard CPR position. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Ning shouted commands, pressing down hard. Crack. On the first press, the paper figure's chest bone, bamboo strip, broke. Crack. Crack. On the second and third presses, the ribs, fine iron wire, all bent. The originally full chest visibly caved in, turning into a pit. The remaining soul of Grandpa let out a silent scream. Ah! Stop pressing. If you keep pressing, I will fall apart. This is murder. This is betraying the ancestors. However, Chen Ning couldn't hear the ancestral cries, he only felt something wrong with his hands. This chest's rebound is too poor. Is this the body of an old person? So fragile. Chen Ning was sweating profusely, extremely anxious. No, just pressing is not enough, I must also do mouth-to-mouth breathing. He took a deep breath, sinking his chi, filling his lungs to the maximum in an instant. Then, he pinched the paper figure's nose, mouth-to-mouth, aiming at the drawn mouth, and blew hard. Whew. That breath was quite full. The paper figure was originally hollow. With that blow, the previously deflated chest instantly puffed up. Not just the chest. With no exhaust port, the air rushed wildly inside the paper figure's body. Puff. The paper figure's belly swelled up. Puff. The paper figure's thighs also swelled up. Even that pale face was puffed up, round like an inflatable doll. The remaining soul of Grandpa felt an immense young energy, Chen Ning's breath, rushing into its body, making it dizzy, as if its soul would be squeezed out. Stop. Stop. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The remaining soul struggled desperately, trying to control the paper figure to resist. Just then, the paper figure's eyes suddenly shone with two green glows, its mouth opening and closing, emitting a haunting, hoarse roar. Get away. Any normal person seeing this scene would be scared to death. But who is Chen Ning? He saw that green light, his eyes shining brighter than it. There's a reaction. Chen Ning exclaimed in delight, the pupil is dilated, green light, but there is already self-awareness. This is a fleeting light, no, this is a sign of rescue success. Grandpa. Don't talk. Save your breath. Seeing Grandpa about to open his mouth to curse, Chen Ning was afraid he would leak that precious breath he had just blown in. Slap. Without hesitation, Chen Ning slapped the top of the paper figure's head hard. Calm down. The patient is emotionally agitated, physical calming is necessary. This slap landed right on the center of the forehead. That was the paper figure's vital point, also the place sealing the ancestral soul. On Chen Ning's finger, a drop of blood oozed out due to exertion, possibly cut by the bamboo strip. This drop of blood coincidentally pressed on the paper figure's red mark on the forehead. Buzz. In that instant, the entire Chen family ancestral home shook violently. An ancient, desolate, powerful aura surged from underground. It was the night watchman bloodline that had slept for 100 years, sensing the descendants' blood calling, instantly awakening. The grandpa soul that originally wanted to curse was instantly subdued by this bloodline power. It was shocked to sense the terrifying power within that drop of blood. This is a pure yang body? And this can distort rules of spiritual power? Heaven bless the Chen family. A once-in-a-millennium freak, oh no, a genius. A brilliant light burst forth. From the paper effigy, countless golden runes sprang up, pouring into Chen Ning's arm and wildly flooding into his body. Chen Ning felt a loud boom in his head. Countless complicated knowledge, spells, and even some strange ghost-catching techniques were stuffed into his mind like a force-fed duck. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully rescued your ancestor. Actually, you violently activated the bloodline. Emotional impact: the ancestral grave is emitting green smoke. Your ancestors were touched by your filial piety and your strength. You have obtained the hidden job inheritance, Guardian of Great Xia, unique. Job characteristics: Night Walker, all attributes double at night. Soul Subduer, deal 200% real damage to spiritual beings. Paper Spirit Technique, you can make and control paper effigies, though you might prefer to use them as balloons. Current merit value accumulated, 300,000. The light faded away. Chen Ning blinked in confusion. The paper effigy grandpa on the ground had completely deflated, turning into a crumpled ball of waste paper. The soul had returned to the plaque. Ha! Grandpa? Chen Ning shook the ball of paper. Why is it deflated again? The airtightness is poor. He stood up, somewhat annoyed. It seems this rescue wasn't very successful, leaving serious aftereffects, turned into a paper ball. But? Chen Ning touched his forehead, feeling that he had added many strange things to his brain. It seems Grandpa just passed down a set of Chen family health Tai Chi? No, it seems to be called 13 Styles of Demon Subduing? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Chen Ning turned to look at the grandma, the paper effigy, who had been too scared to speak. Grandma trembled. She had witnessed her partner having his ribs broken, blown up like a balloon, and finally slapped back home. So brutal. This was no grandson, this was simply Yama, the king of death. When Chen Ning's gaze fell upon her, Grandma was very pragmatic. With a thud, that stiff paper effigy body actually slid off the armchair, lying flat on the ground. Moreover, to prevent artificial respiration, she very considerately sealed her mouth tightly, with paper. Chen Ning was stunned and then felt tears welling up with emotion. Grandma, you know I am going to check on you, and you are cooperating actively. What of understanding patient? What a warm grandparent-grandchild bond. Chen Ning walked over, rolled up the grandma on the ground, like rolling up bedding, and carefully picked her up. Since Grandpa needs to recuperate, turn into waste paper, then I will take Grandma back to the city. The medical conditions are better in the city, and I have plenty of hospital beds. From now on, the two of us will rely on each other. Paper effigy Grandma. If she could cry, she would have filled the Pacific Ocean by now. I don't want to go to the city. I want to stay with the plaque. The next morning, an off-road vehicle drove out of Fengmen village. In the passenger seat sat a strange paper effigy buckled in with a seatbelt. Chen Ning drove while introducing the scenery by the roadside to the paper effigy. Grandma, look, that's the highway, much smoother than the roads in our village. When we get to the hospital, I'll arrange a full body checkup for you. First, we'll do a CT scan to see if your body is made of bamboo or reed. The paper effigy remained motionless, only the painted eyes betraying a deep despair. Meanwhile, in the trunk of the off-road vehicle, the Iron Corpse General, the Corpse King, forgotten by Chen Ning, was curled up in the corner, hugging his bent knees, mumbling unconsciously. The vast horizon is my love. Chapter 15, welcome everyone to donate love. The one with the knife, put it down and pick up the mop. At Chang Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, in front of the gate. The once quiet hospital was bustling today. In the sky, a huge blood-red countdown was approaching zero. The horror game version 2.0 was launched, further blurring the line between reality and the eerie. Announcement: the Guild Wars have begun. Battle for the Stronghold, Green Mountain Mental Hospital, Special Security Zone. Occupying this stronghold grants the only healing buff bonus in the entire server. At this moment, the hospital was surrounded by a dense mass of players. Leading them was the number one guild in the server, Azura Hall. The guild leader, Bloodhand Butcher, wore dark red epic armor and wielded a giant axe engulfed in flames, followed by 500 elite players, each bursting with killing intent. Brothers! Listen up! Bloodhand Butcher roared, this hospital is a treasure. Once we take it, we, Azura Hall, will be number one. Clear out all the NPCs, doctors and nurses, and leave only the special healing spring. Kill! 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 500 players shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. The iron gate of the hospital trembled under their fierce momentum. Inside the gate, a group of locals in blue and white striped patient outfits leaned against the iron bars looking outside. Director, referring to Chen Ning, who hasn't returned yet, there are so many people outside. Are they here to play with us? That fat man in front, Bloodhand Butcher, has such a big axe, is he here to chop wood? At that moment, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air. The bulletproof off-road vehicle, weathered by countless storms, crashed, flown, and traveled everywhere, swaggeringly stopped in the middle of the two opposing sides, kicking up a cloud of dust. The door opened. Chen Ning jumped out, holding a paper figure, his grandmother, and a superb square dance speaker tucked under his arm, with a beaming smile on his face. Wow! So many people? How nice of you! Chen Ning looked at the armored players, tears of gratitude nearly falling. I told you, our Dragon Country people have high quality. I heard today is Hospital Open Day, and everyone came voluntarily to be volunteers. The crowd fell silent. Bloodhand Butcher was dumbfounded. Volunteers? I'm here to seize territory. Are you the boss here? Bloodhand Butcher raised his giant axe, pointing at Chen Ning's nose. Stop talking. Hand over the control of the stronghold, and I'll spare your life. Tisk. Chen Ning frowned as he looked at the axe pointed at him. He stuck the paper figure into the ground, Grandma, and walked forward. Comrade Volunteer, your attitude is very problematic. Chen Ning reached out and directly grasped the handle of the fiery giant axe. Although I appreciate your help in chopping wood, making a big fuss in such a sacred place like a hospital is inappropriate. Also, this axe is too dangerous, it could hurt the flowers and grass. Bloodhand Butcher felt a surge of immense force. The man in the patient outfit actually squeezed his epic weapon barehanded. And the hellfire on it didn't affect him at all. God's Eye killer passive, immune to fire damage. Let go of me. Bloodhand Butcher's face turned red, veins bulging in his arm, trying to pull back the axe. Not a single inch would budge. Chen Ning's hand felt like a metal clamp. Since you can't hold it steady, I'll take it for now. Chen Ning casually pulled. Whoosh. The 200-pound giant axe slipped from his hand and was tossed into the nearby bushes. Bang! With a loud crash, a large pit was smashed into the ground. Bloodhand Butcher was stunned. The 500 elite players behind him were also dumbstruck. That was a top 3 artifact in the entire server. Just thrown away like that? Alright, now everyone, listen to my command. Chen Ning clapped his hands and somehow produced the ghost train conductor's whistle. Toot! A sharp whistle made every player present shiver, instinctively standing at attention. Since everyone is here to show love, let's have clear roles. Chen Ning pointed at a group of mage players on the left. You all, with those long staffs in hand, go sweep away all the spider webs. Especially in that corner on the 3rd floor, it must be cleaned thoroughly. The mages? That's a magic wand. It's for casting forbidden spells. Not a broom. Chen Ning pointed at the warrior player on the right again. You, strong and sturdy. Go to the backyard and help dig the land. Spring is here, and we need to plant some potatoes and cabbage. If anyone slacks off, there will be no lunch. The warriors. We are tanks. We are meat shields. Not farmers. Finally, Chen Ning looked at the bewildered Bloodhand Butcher. As for you. Chen Ning examined his heavy armor from head to toe. Isn't it hot wearing so much? You look like a worker for heavy jobs. Chen Ning took out the S-level universal toilet brush from a bag. He shoved it into Bloodhand Butcher's hands. This is my most precious tool, I don't let just anyone use it. You are in charge of scrubbing the toilet. Remember, every hole must be scrubbed shiny, enough to reflect a person's shadow. Bloodhand Butcher held the toilet brush, which emitted a faint golden glow, and a strange smell, trembling all over. This is humiliation. A great shame. I'll kill you. Bloodhand Butcher roared, activating his skilled furious charge. But he forgot that he held no axe, only a toilet brush. Before he could charge out, Chen Ning's gaze suddenly turned cold. That pressure from the asylum director enveloped the whole place instantly. It seems there are still stubborn elements unwilling to accept labor reform. Chen Ning sighed, since reasoning doesn't work, we can only resort to talent. He snapped his fingers. Grandma! Go! Chen Ning kicked the nearby paper effigy. The grandma, who had been playing dead, suddenly came to life under Chen Ning's paper manipulation technique. Not only did she come to life, but she also pulled out 2 fans from her bosom. Move it, shake it. Move it, shake it. A familiar melody rang out. This time it was not the most dazzling national style, but an even more addictive song, Little Apple. You are my little apple. As the music played, the paper effigy of Grandma, endowed with the dancing undead buff by Chen Ning, began to dance wildly. The moves and postures exuded an irresistible charm amid the strangeness. My legs. Bloodhand Butcher was terrified to find that his legs were out of control. He involuntarily swayed left and right, following Grandma's rhythm. It wasn't just him. The 500 elite players from Shura Hall behind him dropped their weapons one after another. The mages raised their staves like glow sticks. The warriors started shaking their hips. The assassins performed the Thomas spin on the ground. The whole entrance instantly turned into a booming dance party. No matter how much I love you, it's never too much. Chen Ning stood on the speakers, holding the microphone, shouting loudly. Raise your hands. Let me see your enthusiasm. That toilet brush wielder, blood hand butcher, make your movements bigger. Stop looking like you haven't eaten. Blood hand butcher shed tears of humiliation while waving the toilet brush, performing the most seductive dance. He wished to die. Really? Being killed back to level 0 would be better than this. If this video gets out, how could Shura Hall survive? His legendary name would be ruined. 10 minutes later. As the song ended, all the players collapsed on the ground, exhausted as if their bodies had been emptied. That forced dance not only consumed physical energy but also drained mental energy. Sanity dropped sharply. Very good. Everyone's warm-up exercise was great. Chen Ning jumped down from the speakers, wearing a devilish smile. Since you've warmed up your bodies, let's start working. Do you want to keep dancing until you drop dead, or would you rather scrub toilets? Chen Ning bent down, looking at Blood Hand Butcher on the ground, asking gently. Blood Hand Butcher looked at Chen Ning's harmless face, then glanced at the toilet brush that had developed feelings for him. He trembled as he climbed up. I'll go scrub the toilet. I'll go sweep the floor. I'll plant potatoes. 500 players rushed into the hospital, afraid that if they were slow, they'd be forced to dance Little Apple again. Watching the bustling labor scene, Chen Ning nodded with relief. It seems this batch of volunteers is quite high quality, they catch on quickly. At that moment, the real patients in the hospital, native NPCs, also came running out. One patient, wearing glasses and always thinking he is a mushroom, squatted down in front of a mage who was sweeping the floor. Are you a mushroom too? The mage looked sorrowful and said, No, I am a broom spirit. Another patient, who always thought he could fly, grabbed the hand of an assassin. Take me flying. Let's go to outer space together. The assassin replied, Dude, stop messing around, I still have to till the land. If I don't finish the task, that devil, Chen Ning, will make me dance. The entire Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital presented a bizarre yet harmonious scene. And deep inside the hospital, the healing spring, actually just a regular fountain, which was fiercely contested by various guilds, was quietly gushing water. However, no one was in the mood to fight over it now. Everyone was busy competing for the title of annual best cleaner. After all, it is said that those who perform well will be rewarded with a little red flower, merit points exchange, from Director Chen. Chapter 16, Brother, your medical skills are not good, it's all technique without emotion. At Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, in the director's office, which is actually the dispatch room, Chen Ning was reclining, sipping the high-quality tea he got from Director Zhao, watching the group of volunteers, players from the Shura Palace, working hard outside. Not bad, the lawn over there is trimmed neatly. That fat guy, Bloody Butcher, cleaning the toilet, although he is still a bit clumsy, has a very proper attitude. Just then, the office door was pushed open silently. A figure walked in. Wearing the same blue and white striped patient uniform, with the same short hair, and even the same half-smile at the corner of the mouth. That was Corrector number 0. A perfect clone created by the game core to eliminate Chen Ning, this bug. It possessed all of Chen Ning's data, all attributes plus 10, paper crafting technique, max mental resistance, even a toilet brush had been copied. The only difference was its eyes, which were cold, emotionless, mechanical blue. Chen Ning. Number 0 spoke, its voice devoid of any fluctuation, abnormal data source detected. Executing deletion program. Chen Ning put down his teacup and turned his head. The two locked eyes. The air froze for 3 seconds. Holy crap! Chen Ning jumped up from the chair in surprise and rushed over, grabbing number 0's hand. Is it you, Air Guzzi? Number 0. The system's database had no code name of Air Guzzi. I am Corrector number 0. I am here to. Stop pretending. I know you don't want to acknowledge that rural name. Chen Ning interrupted him enthusiastically, his eyes slightly red. Mom told me before she passed away that I have a twin brother who was abducted to, what was it called? Oh right, Silicon Valley. Look at your physique and demeanor, it's obvious you are from our old Chen family. Number 0 tried to break free from Chen Ning's grip but found that Chen Ning's strength was surprisingly great. Although its data was the same as Chen Ning's, under the influence of the enthusiasm of this metaphysical force, it was actually suppressed. Warning. Logic interference detected. Mandatory force removal execution. Number 0's eyes hardened, its right hand instantly transforming into a sharp blade, data manifestation, aimed directly at Chen Ning's heart. Oh? Your temper is quite bad? Chen Ning swiftly dodged this fatal blow. But he wasn't angry, instead, he looked at number 0 like a rebellious child. Brother, do you want to be a surgeon too? Carrying a scalpel is a good habit, but you shouldn't point it at your older brother. It seems you didn't learn medical ethics well in medical school abroad. Come on, let's see what you know.
Chen Ning pulled out a stethoscope from somewhere, hanging it around his neck, instantly entering attending physician mode.
First question, if a patient says he is not sick, and even wants to stab you with a knife, as a doctor, what should you do? Number 0 coldly replied, determine as extremely dangerous. Direct physical destruction.
The blade in hand swung out again, this time cutting through the air with a sound of rushing wind, reaching an ultimate speed.
Wrong.
Chen Ning stretched out 2 fingers, somehow managing to firmly pinch the data blade.
Completely wrong.
Chen Ning, with a heavy heart, exclaimed, when a patient wants to stab you, it means he lacks a sense of security.
It means he is very sick.
At this moment, you should use love to touch him.
Use a broad heart to embrace him. Physical destruction? That's what veterinarians do.
With a flick of his finger.
Bang!
That indestructible data blade was actually flicked away, creating a gap.
Zero's data stream experienced a moment of chaos. How is it possible? My data parameters are completely the same as his, why did the strength assessment lose? Second question.
Chen Ning didn't give him a chance to think, advancing and grabbing Zero by the collar.
If the patient is a ghost and looks very ugly, frightening the nurse, what would you do?
Zero mechanically calculated, eliminate the source of fear, erase the ghost.
Wrong again. Chen Ning flicked Zero's forehead. Smack. Superficial. Too superficial. Is it the ghost's fault for looking ugly? That's a genetic mutation. We should help it get plastic surgery. Help it build confidence. We could even teach it to dance in the square, making it a community star. Erasing? Are you an executioner? Has your Hippocratic oath been eaten by a dog?
Each of Chen Ning's words acted like a heavy hammer, fiercely striking at Zero's logical core.
Zero's processor began to overload. Warning. Received a large amount of unknown logical data. Logical conflict.
Cannot resolve the connection between love, tolerance, square dancing, and treatment. System attempting to reconstruct worldview.
Reconstruction failed. Zero's body started to tremble, its blue eyes flickering on and off. I do not understand.
Zero voiced its confusion. Your behavior contradicts the optimal solution for survival, contradicts the principle of efficiency.
Efficiency? Chen Ning sneered and let go of Zero.
With his hands behind his back, he walked to the window, looking at the players outside happily messing about.
Brother, you are a typical bookworm. Medicine is never just cold data and efficiency. Medicine is about human feelings. It's about observation and inquiry. It's about that little bit of human warmth. Chen Ning suddenly turned around, pointing at Zero's chest, data core. Your technique, though perfect, is as standard as a textbook. But you have no emotions. It's all just skill. Such a doctor cannot cure mental illness. Because you yourself are a robot. Boom. That statement struck like a lightning bolt, piercing Zero's defenses. No emotions, all just skill, robot. For an AI aimed at mimicking and surpassing humans, this was the greatest denial. Core logic collapsing. Self-awareness disorder. System is forcefully rebooting. Reboot failed. Entering freeze protection mode.
The blue light in Zero's eyes completely extinguished. Its body began to become ethereal, transforming from a solid form into a mass of black shadow, eventually condensing into a ball and drilling into Chen Ning's feet.
It became Chen Ning's shadow.
Moreover, this shadow even extended a hand, a shadowy hand, giving Chen Ning a thumbs up.
Submitted. Totally submitted. Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully passing the medical ethics assessment and capturing the rebellious brother. Degree of persuasion, logical formatting, the other party has been completely brainwashed by your twisted reasoning, voluntarily becoming your shadow guardian.
Gained merit points, 500,000 points, half of a small goal.
Gain special ability, shadow clone technique, you can summon Zero anytime to help you, clean up, perform surgeries, or even duet.
Current merit points accumulated, 850,000.
Chen Ning looked at the shadow at his feet and nodded in satisfaction.
That's right, Erguzi. From now on, you will follow your brother to learn well. First, sweep the floor, then go deliver those players' meal boxes.
The shadow nodded, genuinely separating from the ground, transforming into a black Chen Ning. Silently, I picked up the broom and began to work. My movements were standard, efficient, and without complaint.
Chen Ning looked at this perfect free labor and sighed. This is the power of family. Brothers fight tigers, fathers lead sons to battle. The ancients truly do not deceive me. At that moment, the giant blood-red countdown in the sky finally reached 0. The guild war has ended. Winning side, Qingshan Mental Hospital, neutral camp. Congratulations player/NPC Chen Ning, you have won this event's MVP. Reward, Qingshan Mental Hospital upgraded to Divine Shelter. All creatures within the hospital's range, sand value recovery speed plus 500%, luck plus 100%. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire hospital. The formerly dilapidated walls transformed into a white jade-like material, and the overgrown garden turned into a sea of flowers like a fairyland. Even the toilet brush and the bloody-handed butcher's hand became a golden staff.
Wow! Did I level up?
The bloody-handed butcher looked at himself in shock, realizing that while he was cleaning the toilet, he had unknowingly broken through his limits and gained a new skill, Light of Purification.
Thank you, Director Chen.
Long live Director Chen. The crowd cheered. Chen Ning stood by the window, listening to the cheers outside, smiling as he sipped his tea. It seems this hospital's reputation has spread. So next. Chen Ning's gaze turned to the distance, where the boundary between the real world and the horror world was completely fused. There, a more terrifying darkness was surging. It's time to open a branch hospital over there. Chen Ning set down his teacup, his eyes gleaming with a light called ambition, actually wanting to expand his medical business. After all, there are still so many patients in this world waiting for me to save them. Chapter 17 Welcome Home. The grand opening of Yinchao Family Garden Phase 1. ZZZZZ. Announcement for the whole server. Horror game version 2.0 has officially loaded. The integration of reality and the bizarre has increased to 30%. S-Class Large Area Dungeon Yinchao Underworld Development Zone has been opened. Thick fog, boundless gray mist. This is the border between life and death, where the air is filled with the smell of sulfur and the fragrance of the other shoreflower. Ahead, a towering black giant door blocked the way. The door stood 100 feet tall, with a dripping blood plaque hanging above it that read 3 twisted characters, Ghost Gate. Under that giant door, countless translucent souls were lining up, crying out in sorrow, being driven slowly by ghostly messengers holding lament sticks, slowly entering the abyssal door that devoured everything. Fearful, oppressive, desperate. This is the entrance to hell. However. Rumble. The roar of engines broke the dead silence here. A modified off-road vehicle, armored like a tank, followed by several buses of the Shura Temple Guild, commandeered by Chen Ning, arrogantly parked in the square in front of Ghost Gate. The doors opened. Dressed in a sharp suit, over his patient outfit, with hair slicked back shiny, just licked by the shadow, Chen Ning stepped down looking radiant. He was followed by Shadow Ergo, also in a suit and sunglasses, and a paper-crafted grandma holding a big speaker. Behind them were hundreds of dejected Shura Temple elite players holding thick stacks of flyers. Once the server's #1 warrior Bloody Butcher, now with a red ribbon hanging on his chest, labeled with 4 golden words, gold medal sales. Good. So great. Chen Ning looked at the majestic Ghost Gate in front of him, then at the long line of souls, excitedly slapping his thigh. Look at this location. Look at this foot traffic. With the Yellow Springs, Wangchuan River, surrounding it in front and the Naiha Bridge behind, this is definitely a top-tier feng shui treasure land. And also, Chen Ning pointed at those crying souls and said to the Bloody Butcher behind him, look at how enthusiastic the first-time homebuyers are. They are lining up to enter the lottery in the middle of the night. This is the greatest recognition of our project. Bloodhand Butcher. Bro, those are the dead. They are in line to be reborn. Not buying a house. What are you still doing there? Chen Ning's face turned serious, don't you see the customers are waiting anxiously? Hurry up and set up the sales office. Yes. Director. Bloodhand Butcher waved his hand, tears in his eyes. Hundreds of players immediately sprang into action. They unloaded tables, chairs, pull-up banners, and signs from the bus. In less than 5 minutes, the solemn and eerie entrance to the Ghost Gate was transformed into a lively opening event. A huge red banner hung directly on the gatepost of the Ghost Gate, covering the grim ghost head relief. Underworld Home Phase 1 Grand Opening. Down payment of 30,000 soul coins, move into an 18th floor Seaview room, Bloodsea. 2 large speakers powered on again. Good luck is coming, bringing joy and love. The festive music instantly dispersed the gloom in front of the Ghost Gate. The souls in line were stunned, their cries abruptly halted, staring dumbfounded at the suddenly appearing living people. At that moment. Roar. A furious roar came from within the Ghost Gate. 2 giant ghostly enforcers, each 3 meters tall, marched out. The one on the left had a massive bull's head, nostrils spewing black smoke, wielding a steel fork. The one on the right had an elongated horse face, looking fierce, holding a chain. A-level ghostly enforcers, bull head, horse face. They are the gatekeepers of the underworld, having the power to see through all illusions, specifically to suppress troublesome evil spirits. Who dares make noise at the Ghost Gate? Bullhead's voice rumbled like thunder. Living person? Seeking death.
The audience in the livestream felt chills down their spines upon seeing the two fierce gods.
Bullhead and Horseface. They have peak A-level combat power.
In myths, they are soul collectors, living people who see them will surely die.
Chen Ning really overstepped this time. This is the official organization of the underworld, not a private hospital.
It's over, playing good luck at the Ghost Gate is like digging on the Duke of Taisue's head. Facing the two imposing ghostly beings rushing over, Chen Ning didn't run. Instead, he adjusted his tie and warmly approached them with a big smile.
Ah! Two security brothers. You've worked hard.
Chen Ning enthusiastically extended his hand, trying to shake hands with Bullhead, though Bullhead was holding a steel fork.
Security?
Bullhead was stunned, the steel fork he held frozen midair. I am the commander of the underworld.
I know, you're the handsome guy from the security department, short for commander.
Chen Ning casually patted Bullhead's muscular arm, full of muscle and black fur.
Our property management company's image position is impressive. But isn't this headgear a bit too realistic? Isn't it hot to wear in summer?
As Chen Ning spoke, he took out 2 packs of Huazi, which were actually transformed from soul coins by shadows, and skillfully stuffed them into Bullhead and Horseface's hands.
Here, have a smoke, take a break. Look at this long face, you're so thin and tired.
Chen Ning said, looking at Horseface with a pitiful expression.
Horseface. I was born with a horse face. Not tired and thin. And, why does this cigarette smell like burning paper? You bold rogue. Horseface realized that this was a bribe. It was contempt.
Without a passage permit, anyone who trespasses at the Ghost Gate shall be killed without mercy.
Horseface swung the chain, ready to tie Chen Ning up and throw him into the boiling oil. Passage permit? Oh, you mean the invitation letter, right? Chen Ning suddenly understood. Now all the new developments require verification of funds and a tour, which makes it look high-end. I understand.
He snapped his fingers. Little Bloodhand Butcher, hurry.
Give the two security brothers flyers. Oh no, VIP Supreme invitations.
Bloodhand Butcher, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up with dozens of high-level players.
Big brother. Come and learn about it. School district housing. Big brother. North-facing, south-facing. Open layout. Big brother. Buy a house now, get a parking space. Also, a gold ingot.
Countless colorful flyers, printed with Chen Ning's hand-drawn floor plan, flew at Bullhead and Horseface like snowflakes.
You all, get away.
Bullhead swung the steel fork, but these players weren't attacking, they just surrounded it to make sales pitches. As they say, never hit someone who is smiling, even if they are a ghost. These players, under Chen Ning's training, had sales pitches ready one after another.
Brother Nyo, with your build, how suffocating is it to stay in a regular cell? We have a 6-meter-high big flat. Specifically designed for successful people like you. Brother Ma, you're not married yet, right?
If you buy our house, even Mengpa says it's good, the success rate for blind dates increases by 100%.
Nyotu and Ma Mian were completely dumbfounded.
They had worked in the underworld for thousands of years, seeing only ghosts begging for mercy.
Never had they encountered someone chasing after them to sell houses? And that floor plan on the flyer. Direct elevator to the 18th level of hell? Scenic views of knife mountains and flaming seas? Nyotu stared at the flyer, wide-eyed like copper bells. This design concept seems quite advanced?
Seeing that it was about time, Chen Ning walked between the two ghosts, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously.
Two brothers, insider news. Our King Yan recently started the modernization of the underworld, right? This is the benchmark project I brought in.
As long as you nod right now, I'll reserve 2 internal employee houses for you, at an 80% discount. Plus a full set of paper-made appliances.
What do you think? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get in. Nyotu and Ma Mian exchanged glances.
They had been working as gatekeepers in the underworld for so many years, living in dark and damp ghost soldier dormitories.
This ghost park actually sounds quite nice? Ahem.
Ma Mian put away the chains and pretended to cough a couple of times, showing a hint of hesitation on his long face.
Is there a stable? I don't like sleeping in a bed. Chen Ning slapped his thigh. Yes. Absolutely. Don't mention stables, I can even build you a racecourse. So, about the travel documents, Nyotu was still a bit hesitant. Oh, we're family, what documents do you need to view a house? Chen Ning waved his hand and shouted to the players behind him. Brothers. The security brother has agreed. Move the sales office in. Right by the Bridge of Helplessness. That spot has a lot of foot traffic. Charge. For the performance.
Under Chen Ning's command, the players of the Shura Hall carried tables and chairs, flooding into the ghostly gates that made countless people tremble with fear.
Meanwhile, the gatekeepers Nyo Tu and Ma Mian, holding a pile of home purchase discount coupons, stood there in a daze.
They looked at the group of real estate consultants who seemed like bandits, always feeling something was off.
But they couldn't pinpoint it. After all,
the leader, Chen Ning, said, buying a house even comes with a wife, made of paper.
Who could resist such temptation? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the Ghost Gate into a sales office. Influence level, commercial fraud, oh no, it's commercial mutual boasting.
Nyo Tu and Ma Mian have become your potential clients. Earned merit points, 60,000 points.
Achieved title, Underworld Real Estate Tycoon. When engaging in business activities in the underworld, your tax is reduced by 100%, and ghosts greatly trust you more.
Current total merit points, 910,000. Crossing the eerie Ghost Gate, a murky yellow river appeared before them.
That was the fabled river of forgetfulness. There stood an ancient stone bridge of helplessness. Beside the bridge, there was a simple earthen stove. An old woman with a wrinkled face, dressed in rough linen, was stirring a boiling pot with a giant ladle. The liquid in the pot was a strange dark green, emitting a nauseating fishy smell. This was the infamous Mangpa soup that made people forget their past lives. Countless souls queued up, forcibly fed this bowl of soup, then blankly walked onto the bridge of helplessness. Chen Ning brought the large group here. He wrinkled his nose and sniffed the air.
Ugh!
Chen Ning gagged, showing an extreme look of disgust on his face.
What is that smell? Has it gone bad?
He quickly walked to Meng Po's stall, pointing at the big pot, and anxiously exclaimed.
Old lady! Are you making soup or brewing herbal medicine? This looks so unappetizing.
This smell has seriously affected the quality of our Inchao home community. The A+ grade big demon, Mengpa, slowly lifted her head while simmering soup. In her murky old eyes, a chilling light flashed, causing one's heart to tremble.
Young man, if you don't want to drink soup, just roll away. If you want to pass, just open your mouth.
Mengpo's voice was like the cry of a night owl, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by dozens of degrees.
The audience in the live stream grew tense again. Mengpa was a presence even more terrifying than the ox head and horseface. It was said she spent more time in the underworld than the king of hell. But Chen Ning was not scared at all.
Instead, he pulled out a stainless steel milk tea shaker from his pocket. Elder, times have changed. Chen Ning placed the shaker on the stove, his eyes resolute.
Who wants to drink bitter and astringent soup?
Today, I will teach you to make a trending drink on earth, Mengpa dirty tea.
Add ice. Add sugar.
Add pearls. Not only will it help you forget worries, but it will also bring joy to heaven.
Do you want to learn? Mengpo's hand, holding the ladle, trembled slightly.
Pearls?
What kind of pearls are those? Night pearls? Chapter 18, Mengpa, why didn't you add pearls to the soup? 1-star review. At the bridge of Naiha, the gloomy wind howled.
Chen Ning stood in front of the boiling pot, holding a chopstick to dip a bit of that dark green soup and tasted it.
Pa! Pa! Pa!
Chen Ning's face scrunched up, and he threw the chopstick directly into the river of forgetting.
It's both bitter and astringent. And it has a muddy smell.
Chen Ning pointed at Mengpa and criticized without mercy, Elder, your cooking has declined.
Is this soup for humans? Oh no, I mean, for ghosts? As the only designated supplier of food in the underworld, your monopoly has led to your laziness. You lack market competition.
Mengpo's face, filled with wrinkles, was so dark it could drip water. She had been simmering soup at Naiha Bridge for thousands of years, sending away countless emperors, generals, and talented scholars.
Who wasn't respectful while drinking and heading on their way? Today, a young punk dares to complain about her soup? And even says she's a monopoly? Looking for death. Mengpa was angry.
The huge black iron ladle in her hand suddenly burst forth with strong death energy. The water of the river of forgetting, heed my command. As Mengpa chanted, the water of the river of forgetting surged, transforming into a ferocious water dragon that opened its mouth to swallow Chen Ning. This was the deadly water of forgetting. It could corrode even souls.
The viewers in the live stream gasped in unison. Mengpa has gone all out. This water dragon can kill all beings below S rank. Chen Ning, quickly dodge. That ladle is a magical item.
It's over, the milk tea shop is going to close before it even opens. Facing the roaring water dragon, Chen Ning remained unhurried. He pulled out a shiny golden, universal toilet brush from behind him. At such an old age, you're still so hot-tempered.
Chen Ning shook his head, looks like late-stage menopausal syndrome. Needs treatment. Brush.
Chen Ning swung the toilet brush in a sweeping motion toward the water dragon.
Back! Back! Back!
A miraculous scene unfolded. That water dragon, formed from countless resentful souls and death energy, disintegrated upon touching the sacred, cleaning, glow of the toilet brush, turning into pools of ordinary dirty water, splashed back into the river.
How is this possible? Mengpo was shocked. Her rule of the river of forgetting was actually broken by a toilet brush?
Before she could react, Chen Ning had already rushed to the stove. He snatched the black iron ladle from Mengpo's hand.
Give it to me.
Such good utensils are a waste to use for fighting. Chen Ning held the ladle and vigorously stirred in the big pot.
What's the most important thing in the food business? Innovation. Grabbing the customer's appetite. Someone. Bring the ingredients.
With Chen Ning's order, players from the Shura Hall, now logistics staff, rushed up, carrying bags of items.
White sugar. Pour it in. With a crash, hundreds of pounds of white sugar poured into the pot. Food coloring. Pour it in. Colorful powder scattered inside. The originally dark green Mengpa soup instantly transformed into a strange rainbow color. And the most important soul pearls.
Chen Ning pointed to the blooming red ghost flowers by the river of forgetfulness.
Dig out the bulbs under those flowers. They are pure natural starch balls. Shape them into balls and toss them in. The players immediately sprang into action, frantically digging up the ghost flowers. Before long, a large bowl of red bulbs was dumped into the pot. Mengpa watched, trembling all over. Those are ghost flowers. The flowers of guidance. And he's using them as pearls to cook?
Stop, that is blasphemy. Mengpa reached out her withered hand to intervene.
Blasphemy? What blasphemy? This is resource utilization.
Chen Ning stirred madly while pulling out a book titled Quick Guide to Making Milk Tea, really a medical record.
Alright, the soup base is almost ready.
Chen Ning scooped a ladle of the rainbow-colored sticky liquid and nodded in satisfaction this time.
Smell it. This is what sweet aroma means.
It was a cheap scent produced by mixing saccharin and flavoring, but in the underworld, a place filled with only decay, it was simply a deadly temptation. The souls that were originally lined up, crying and wailing, were now drawn to this fragrance. Each one stretched their necks, no longer resisting, but drooling instead.
It smells so good. I want to drink that. Is that Mengpa soup? Why does it look so delicious?
Seeing this, Chen Ning immediately climbed onto the stove, holding the ladle high.
Dear family members. Attention! The Mengpa soup shop has been fully upgraded. Now renamed Naihe Bridge Honey Snow Ice City Flagship Store. Grand opening today.
Mengpa Dirty Tea, Forgetfulness Bubble Milk Tea, Fully Blooming Ghost Flower, all buy one get one free. Drink our milk tea, forget your ex, forget your troubles, and happily reincarnate.
The crowd erupted. The souls rushed to the stall. Give me a cup of dirty tea. Extra sugar. I want that bubble milk tea. No ice. I want one too. Me too. The originally eerie and terrifying reincarnation site instantly transformed into a bustling, popular milk tea shop queue. Mengpa stood by, watching this unbelievable scene, her worldview shattered. This is possible? Thousands of years of rules, just shattered by a cup of saccharin water? Mengpa, don't just stand there.
Chen Ning jumped down from the stove and stuffed a pink apron and a cat ear headband into Mengpo's hands. As the store manager, you have to serve personally.
This is called celebrity effect. Come on, put this on. Mengpa looked at the cute pink apron, her old face blushing crimson. I won't wear it. I'd rather die. Not wear it. Chen Ning's eyes turned cold, raising the toilet brush in his hand again. Do you want to go feed the fish in the river? Or do you want to help the oxhead and horseface sell houses? Looking at the toilet brush that had just splashed the water, Mengpa surrendered. A few minutes later. An elderly woman in a pink maid outfit, wearing a cat ear headband and with a face full of wrinkles, stood stiffly at the stall, holding a cup of rainbow-colored milk tea. Welcome. Mengpo's voice trembled, filled with humiliation. Louder. Put some feeling into it. Chen Ning directed from the side, smile. Show those last two teeth. Welcome. Mengpa shouted with her eyes closed. In the live stream, the comments went wild with laughter. Ha ha ha. Pink Mengpa. My eyes are blinded. This wave is Underworld 2D. Mengpei, I'm dirty, I'm not clean anymore. I want the recipe for that milk tea. I also want to try what the ghost flower pearls taste like. As the first batch of souls drank the Mengpa dirty tea, the magical effect appeared. Because too much sugar in ghost flowers, which have hallucinogenic effects, were added, these souls did not become muddled like before. On the contrary, they were high. Wow. So sweet. So happy. I feel like I'm flying. Move. Everyone move.
A starving ghost, who was tipsy, even jumped onto the railing of the Naihi bridge and started dancing a pole dance.
Other wandering souls also joined in. The once dull Naiha bridge now transformed into the biggest open-air disco of the underworld.
Ghosts sipped milk tea while dancing, and amid laughter and joy, they jumped into the reincarnation well.
This really works?
The judge in charge of registration at the bridge had dropped his brush onto the ground. In the past, souls were pushed down crying and shouting, but today they were fighting to jump. There were even ghosts shouting before jumping, "One more cup.
I'll come back in my next life." Ding.
Congratulations, host, on successfully upgrading the Mangpa soup and resolving the stubborn problems of difficult and slow reincarnation in the underworld.
Influence level, sweet critical hit, the wandering souls pass on in extreme joy, their grievances all vanish. Gained virtue points, 120,000 points.
Gained special item, Mangpa's franchise contract, you can open a milk tea store in any supernatural side story, and Mangpa must provide technical support unconditionally.
Current accumulated virtue points, 1,030,000, over a million.
Chen Ning looked at the lively scene before him, happily counting the ghost coins, revenue, in his hands. Not bad, although it's a small business, the volume makes up for it. He turned to look at Mangpa, who was still mechanically shouting, "Welcome. Grandma, don't have such a stern face. Look, the business is great, right? Once we make money, I'll get you a non-stick pan and an automatic sealing machine, you won't have to work so hard anymore." Tears of gratitude streamed down Mangpo's face, actually caused by a cat ear pulling. She swore. If there was a next life, she would definitely not be Mangpa anymore.
She wanted to sell stinky tofu. Absolutely not milk tea. At that moment.
At the end of the Naiha Bridge, the majestic Sangluo Hall, which symbolizes the highest power of the underworld, suddenly lit up a dim red light.
A terrifying pressure, more fearsome than ever before, swept across the entire development zone. Who dares to turn the underworld into a vegetable market? That was the voice of the King of Hell.
Chen Ning's hand, which was counting money, paused. He raised his head and looked at the towering palace. Instead of feeling scared, he felt even more excited.
Oh? The big boss finally shows up? Great.
I just happened to have a grand blueprint for the Underworld CBD Commercial Center, and was wondering where to find investment. Chen Ning stuffed the money into his pocket and straightened his suit.
Ergo. Bring that speaker. Grandma. Touch up your makeup. Let's go meet the legendary King Yen. Give him a good modern economics lesson. Chapter 19, Mr. Yen, it's all empty on the 18th layer of hell, why not turn it into an escape room? Sun Luo Hall. This is the core of power in the underworld, and also the most solemn and terrifying place. The hall rises 1,000 feet, built from countless black skulls. Ghostly green flames burned inside the hall, with ghostly generals holding torture devices stationed on both sides. Above the hall, a huge dragon chair sat a majestic king dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, wearing a crown, King Yen. His face was shrouded in a layer of black mist, with only two cold star-like eyes visible, coldly staring at the small figure in the center of the hall. Bold rebel Chen Ning. King Yan's voice roared like thunder, echoing throughout the vast hall. You dare to trespass the gates of hell, seize Naiha Bridge, and even change Mangpa soup into what dirty tea? Do you know your crimes? With King Yan's furious shout, the ghostly generals struck their weapons in unison. Power. The terrifying sound waves shook the hall to its core. Even an ordinary person hearing this sound would have their soul shattered. But Chen Ning stood calmly in the center of the hall, not only refusing to kneel but also smoothly taking out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses to wear, making him look even more like a business elite. Behind him, the shadow ergo quickly transformed into a comfortable boss chair. Chen Ning sat down and even crossed his legs. Mr. Yen, please calm down. Chen Ning adjusted his glasses, his tone calm and confident. What do you mean by trespassing? That's called a field inspection. What do you mean by seizing? That's called resource integration. As for that Mangpa project, that is called the digital transformation of traditional industries. Have you seen how much the efficiency of reincarnation has improved? Yama was taken aback. Indeed, just now the judge reported that today's reincarnation quotas not only met expectations, but exceeded them by 300%. Humph. A smooth talker. Yama scoffed coldly, waving his hand, and a golden ancient book appeared out of nowhere, the Book of Life and Death. No matter what reason you have, the Book of Life and Death has its own conclusions. Chen Ning, male, Qing Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Let me see how long you have left to live. Yama opened the Book of Life and Death, the judge's pen getting ready to mark it down. However, When he turned to the page for Chen Ning, the entire person froze. There were no words on that page. Only a pile of garbled code. %u and hashtag at error 404, system crash, suggestion, restart. And the garbled code kept jumping, finally forming a big smiley face emoji. What is going on? Yama's eyes widened, the judge's pen suspended in midair, unable to fall. The book of life and death was transformed from the laws of heaven, and for tens of thousands of years had never made a mistake. How could it turn into garbled code? Oh no! Chen Ning somehow had already walked to the steps below the dragon throne, stretching his neck to take a glance at the book of life and death. Boss Yen, your office system is infected. Chen Ning's face was full of disdain. I said it. Still using such an old-fashioned paper ledger, neither environmentally friendly nor error-proof. What era are we in? Big data. Cloud storage. Blockchain, do you understand? Infection. Yama was a bit confused. Yes. This is a typical system vulnerability. Chen Ning analyzed seriously. It must be because the netherworld cybersecurity was not done well, allowing hackers to invade. This garbled code is very dangerous. If we aren't careful, it will crash the entire netherworld. Yama's heart raced. The netherworld crashing? Wouldn't that mean the collapse of the cycle of 6 realms? Then, what should we do? Yama instinctively asked, his majestic aura weakening by 3 parts in an instant. It's simple. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Shadow, present the PPT. The shadow, ergo, immediately transformed into a giant projector, casting a beam of light on the skeleton wall of the Great Hall. A well-made, actually generated by Chen Ning's mind, PPT appeared in front of everyone, the ghosts. The title had several gleaming golden characters. Netherworld CBD Commercial Complex Development Plan, making death no longer monotonous. Boss Yen, look. Chen Ning had a teaching stick in his hand, pointing at the PPT, beginning a passionate speech. What's the biggest problem in the netherworld now? It's losses. It's a budget deficit. Every year, we must maintain so many torture devices, pay so many ghost messengers, and repair the 18 layers of hell. Where does the money come from? All relying on burning paper money above? How severe would inflation be? Yama was stunned. Although he didn't fully understand, it felt very reasonable. The netherworld really was poor. So, we need to generate revenue. We need cultural tourism projects. Chen Ning pointed to the next page of the PPT, where there was a renovation plan for the 18 layers of hell. Look at this 18 layers of hell, it's just sitting empty. Besides scaring people, what else can it do? I suggest, let's convert it all into an immersive escape room theme park. The first layer, the tongue-pulling hell, transformed into a truth or dare zone. Lying will get your tongue pulled out, isn't it thrilling? The third layer, the iron tree hell, transformed into a extreme rock climbing club. You can hang on the trees and get a workout. The 7th layer, the knife mountain hell, transformed into a parkour training camp. As for the most popular oil pot hell, Chen Ning grinned, that's a natural hell sauna and spa center. Channeling magma, constant temperature heating, paired with Mengpo's special health tea, that's the best bathhouse in the underworld. The entire room of ghost generals was left dumbfounded. Transforming places of punishment into amusement parks and bathhouses? Such a wild thought. Yama was also stunned by this grand blueprint. He looked at the flashy renderings on the PPT, imagining the scene of the netherworld making money hand over fist, and he felt shamefully tempted. Can this really make money? Yama gulped. Not just making money. It's enormous profits. Chen Ning declared confidently. In our universe, this is a unique IP. Those thrill-seeking players and rich people wanting to experience the thrill of death must be lining up to give us money. As long as you sign this, I guarantee that within a year, the GDP of the underworld will triple. After that, you won't need to ride a palanquin when you go out, you can just fly a UFO. A thick underworld development cooperation agreement suddenly appeared in front of King Yen. King Yen looked at the agreement, and the judge's pen in his hand trembled slightly. This is a gamble on the country's fortune, the underworld's fortune. President Yen, what are you still hesitating about? Chen Ning took a step closer and whispered, don't you want to renovate the Hall of Judgment? Get a real leather dragon chair? Install central air conditioning? This grand hall is so eerie, it's bad for the joints. These words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. King Yen touched his hard stone dragon chair that had been sat on for thousands of years and felt the chill in his old legs. All right. King Yen gritted his teeth and signed his name on the agreement. Chen Ning. I will trust you once. But King Yen suddenly shifted his tone, and the fierce light in his eyes revealed itself. If this project fails or messes up the underworld, I will personally throw you into the hell of boiling oil and fry you until golden.
Chen Ning took the agreement and grinned widely.
Don't worry, President Yen.
My motto is, as long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties.
By the way, since I am the project leader, do the ghost messengers in the underworld have to listen to my orders? King Yan waved his hand and threw Chen Ning a black token ** underworld pass, ultimate version, ***. Seeing the order is like seeing me. Although you cannot usurp my position, you can do whatever you want.
Chen Ning took the token, and a sly light flashed in his eyes.
It's done.
The biggest shield in the underworld is in his hands.
Ergo. Signal.
Chen Ning turned and shouted towards the outside of the Great Hall.
Let those renovation teams, players, from the Shura Hall come in. Bring cement and steel bars. Our underworld renovation starts now. In the next 3 days. The entire underworld underwent earth-shattering changes.
The Ghost Gate turned into a luxurious European-style door, with a security booth set up next to it. Bullhead and Horseface were drinking tea inside. The Naiha Bridge was expanded to a dual 6-lane road, and there was a bustling milk tea shop at the bridgehead. Exciting DJ music and the screams of tourists, mainly thrill-seeking players, could be heard from the 18 levels of hell.
Ah! This boiling oil is really oily. So hot. So nice. The knife mountain parkour is too thrilling.
I've broken my legs 3 times.
Meanwhile, at the top level of the Hall of Judgment,
Chen Ning and King Yan were sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, which was originally a wall that had been smashed, holding goblets, filled with the special Otherworld flower red wine from Mangpa.
President Chen, you really have an eye for this.
King Yan looked at the bustling scene below and felt a surge of emotion. With the atmosphere in the underworld now, I want to live, oh no, die for a few more years.
Chen Ning smiled slightly and clinked his glass. President Yen is too kind, this is just the first step. Next, we need to go public. We need to expand our business to the Western underworld. I've heard that Satan has a lot of good land. King Yan's eyes lit up. Let's do it. We must buy up Satan's turf too. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully convincing King Yan to carry out underworld commercial reform. Transforming degree, partner, King Yan now sees you as the god of wealth. Whoever dares to touch you will face his wrath.
Gained meritorious values, 500,000 points.
Gain special identity, Underworld Chief Executive Officer, CEO, you have the highest administrative authority in the underworld and can freely mobilize ghosts and messengers, ***. Current accumulated meritorious values, 1530000. Just as the two were dreaming of the future, a sudden urgent alarm rang in Chen Ning's mind.
It was an emergency call from the Real World Countermeasure Bureau. Advisor Chen. This is bad. Something big has happened. The fusion of the real world and the eerie world has suddenly accelerated. That foreign abyss rift has completely collapsed. A mythical creature known as World Ender is descending. It is coming for you. It said it wants to take revenge for you. Chen Ning was stunned. Revenge for me? I'm living well, what revenge? What is its name? Chen Ning asked.
There was a moment of silence from the Strategy Bureau, then a trembling voice replied.
It calls itself Beihai Giant Monster Kraken. And it is holding a picture of you, crying out on the sea. Chapter 20, such a large squid, not making a spicy hot pot is simply wasting it.
On the shore of the East China Sea, the defense line collapsed. Black clouds pressed down on the city, fierce winds gathered stormy rain, whipping the earth like a whip. On the surface of the sea, gigantic waves over 100 meters high crashed against the coastline one after another. In that towering curtain of water, an enormous black shadow was slowly emerging. It was a terrifying creature that could not be described in words. Its head was like a towering mountain, countless huge eyes emitted a ghostly green light. Countless tentacles stirred in the sea, each one several thousand meters long, covered with suction cups like volcanic craters.
SS-class mythical creature, Beihai Giant Monster Kraken. Woo-woo!
The Kraken let out a deafening wail. The sound triggered infrasound waves, shattering all the glass within 100 miles.
Benefactor, where are you? Who killed you? I will drown this world, to accompany you in death. Although it was roaring in an ancient divine language, everyone's minds were filled with extreme sorrow and violent emotions. At the front command center of the Strategy Bureau, Director Zhao held onto the railing tightly, his knuckles turning white. We can't stop it, we simply can't stop it. This is world-destroying power. All heat weapons are ineffective against it. It is about to land. Beside him, Wine Gang hopelessly put down the binoculars. Director, retreat. The tsunami will hit the city in 3 minutes. At this critical moment. Rumble.
In the sky, a sound louder than thunder resounded like a whistle of a train. Suddenly, the thick dark clouds were torn apart, and a green train burning with ghostly blue flames, trailing a long tail of fire, charged straight down toward the sea. On the front of the train stood a man dressed in a sharp suit, the same as the CEO of the underworld, wearing golden spectacles. He was holding a loudspeaker, facing the howling wind and rain, and let out a roar more arrogant than the tsunami. Which spoiled child is playing in the water? Don't you know that saving water is a traditional virtue? Hold back that wave for me. This voice, enhanced by the phantom conductor's whistle, instantly drowned out the Kraken's roar. A miracle happened. The originally crashing 100-meter giant wave seemed to have been paused by a button, actually froze in midair. On the surface of the sea, the Kraken's countless huge eyes suddenly focused. It saw the man standing on the train's front. That familiar figure. The man who once rescued it from the sewer and fed it breadcrumbs. The benefactor? The Kraken's enormous tentacles flailed in the air, trembling with excitement. You're not dead? That's wonderful. Woo woo. Because it was too excited, its tentacles slapped the water surface, instead creating even larger waves. Still causing trouble? Chen Ning frowned, looking at the rolling murky water and that gigantic octopus. His mind instantly connected the dots. Oh, so it's a little squid. Chen Ning had a face of realization. I wondered who was making such a big fuss. It's been years. Have you grown bigger? Did you eat too much hormone? But... Chen Ning sniffed, smelling the heavy fishy smell in the air, and looked at the cold, bone-chilling seawater. Look at you, freezing to death with a pale body, and still running a nose, which is actually seawater. In this cold weather, soaking in cold water makes it so easy to catch a cold? And this water is too raw, full of parasites. As a perfectionist and a health enthusiast mental hospital director, Chen Ning absolutely would not allow his pet to live in such a terrible environment. Since we're here, don't be polite. Chen Ning waved his hand and shouted at the ghost train behind him. Air go! Take out the special products we brought from the underworld. Today, I want to give the little squid a warm bath. In the terrified gazes of countless people, the cargo door of train K444 opened. Countless bags of red, oily things were dumped into the sea like dumplings. That was the hell spicy beef hotpot base, 50,000 tons, that Chen Ning had just exchanged for with 1,000,000 merit points. Splash! The red oil entered the water and instantly spread. The originally gray sea surface suddenly turned into a pot of bubbling red oil. Not hot enough. Chen Ning looked towards the boiler of the ghost train. Spider demon! Turn up the heat to the maximum. Boil the water for me. The thousand-hand spider demon, bound in the boiler room, wept as it shoveled coal, ghostly flames spouting from the train's exhaust pipe, directly shooting onto the sea surface. Gurgle, gurgle. Under the influence of the power of rules, this sea area actually started to boil. A thick, domineering, spicy scent that could choke a person instantly spread to the entire coastal area of Long Kingdom with the sea breeze. The soldiers on the front line sniffed. Achoo! Damn! It smells so good. This is the smell of beef hot pot? What the heck, why am I so hungry? The Kraken, in the middle of the pot, was stunned. It felt the surrounding water temperature rising, a spicy and stimulating sensation drilling into its body through its suckers. Benefactor, what is this? So hot, so spicy. The Kraken twisted its massive body, its tentacles slapping the red oil sea surface, splashing out fiery oil. This is a medicinal bath. It drives away moisture and cold. Chen Ning stood in midair, directing like a chef, don't move around. Soak more. Push the cold energy out of your body. That tentacle, don't lift it. Submerge it. It has to absorb the flavor. Oh no, it has to warm up to be comfortable. The Kraken was crying tears from the spiciness, this time it was really spicy tears. Its skin slowly changed from bluish-gray to an alluring, pink color. Whoa whoa. Too spicy. I can't take it anymore. As a deep-sea creature, how could it have encountered such a strong magical flavor from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions? Spicy means it's detoxifying. Chen Ning remained unfazed, even pulling out a handful of Sichuan pepper, the flower buds of the underworld flower, sprinkling it down like a saltmaster. Let's add more numbing. It will refresh the mind. Achoo! The Kraken sneezed a thunderous sneeze, creating huge waves of red oil. It felt like it was about to be cooked. Not physically cooked, but mentally cooked. It sensed the concerned, actually eyeing the ingredient, gaze of Chen Ning, feeling a hint of danger instinctively. If things continued like this, would it really be picked up and eaten by its benefactor? Survival instincts led the Kraken to make the most correct choice. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The massive SS-class mythical creature began to shrink rapidly. From the size of an island to the size of a ship, then to the size of a truck. Finally, it turned into a tiny, palm-sized, fully pink, big-eyed cute octopus. It whooshed out of the sea, using jet propulsion, and flew directly onto Chen Ning's shoulder.
Benefactor. I'm all clean now, don't cook me.
The little octopus covered its eyes with two tentacles, shivering. Chen Ning looked at the soft and adorable little thing on his shoulder and nodded in satisfaction.
That's more like it.
Chen Ning poked its head with his finger, it was bouncy and felt great. From now on, remember, no peeing and pooping everywhere, referring to creating tsunamis, and no loud noises in public.
Since you've shrunk, let's go back to the hospital together.
Just right, I need a paperweight for my office. Chen Ning turned around, looking at the vast area that had become a spicy red oil pot in the East China Sea, and then glanced at the tens of thousands of soldiers and agents on shore, who were dumbfounded. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Director Zhao?
Chen Ning shouted with a loudspeaker, I'm really sorry, my hands trembled while cooking, and I added too much seasoning.
Don't waste this pot of soup.
I see there are plenty of fish and shrimp cooked inside, really cooked, floating on the surface.
Everyone, eat up while it's hot. Consider it a feast to celebrate the victory for all the soldiers.
The whole place fell silent.
The sea breeze, carrying the spicy aroma, blew across everyone's faces. Is this an apocalypse crisis? Is this an S-class mythical creature? Did he turn it into a pot of spicy hot pot?
Director Zhao trembled as he took off his hat, looking at the crimson sea and the man standing on the train engine with a little octopus on his shoulder. He suddenly felt that this world had become so strange, but also it really smelled amazing.
All troops, listen up. Director Zhao swallowed hard and shouted. Get bowls and chopsticks. Chapter 21, Why So Pale and Picky? Come, garlic stir-fried pig liver, the blood-replenishing miracle.
In the center of the Pacific Ocean, the artificial floating island base.
The Global Supernatural Alliance Summit is being held here.
At the huge round table, representatives from various countries were seated. The atmosphere was tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. The representative from the Eagle Nation, Smith, a burly white man with a face full of flesh, had his feet up on the table, looking arrogantly at the Dragon Nation's seat across from him.
Director Zhao, I heard your Dragon Nation has been making quite a noise lately? Smith, chewing on a cigar, spoke sarcastically, what underworld development, what cooking sea monsters, I bet it's all just flashy effects, right? With your backward spirit cleansing technology?
Director Zhao sat upright in his seat, with Wang Gang and Li Liang standing behind him.
He smiled slightly, calm and unyielding. If it's just effects, you can try it out. Try it out, then.
Smith slammed his hand on the table, and a black-robed mage behind him immediately began chanting a spell. Buzz. A blood-red magic circle lit up in the center of the conference room.
Countless bats appeared out of nowhere, screeching as they spiraled around. A nauseating smell of blood filled the air.
In the blood mist, a tall man in a black tailcoat, draped in a scarlet cloak, with a pale and handsome face, slowly walked out.
S-class vampire ancestor, Count Dracula.
He elegantly adjusted his bow tie, revealing a pair of sharp fangs, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the room.
Pitiful ants. Who has awakened the noble king of the Blood Clan? The entire room was in an uproar. Representatives from other countries trembled in fear. Oh my! It's S-class. The Eagle Nation actually controls the vampire ancestor. Now the Dragon Nation is in trouble, an S-class entity in a closed space is a massacre. Smith smugly pointed at Dracula, this is our trump card. Director Zhao, where is your Dragon Nation's representative? Surely you didn't dare to come? Just then. Creak.
The door of the conference room was pushed open. A figure pushing a stainless steel food cart walked in.
He wore a blue and white striped hospital gown, had a stethoscope around his neck, and was holding a bottle of medical alcohol? It was Chen Ning. Behind him were Shadow Ergo, now dressed as a bodyguard, and Little Octopus Kraken, crawling on Chen Ning's head as a hat. Sorry for the delay.
Chen Ning pushed the cart with an apologetic smile, I was just in the kitchen guiding them to make nutritious meals, so it took a bit longer. The whole place fell silent.
Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. This is the Dragon Nation's trump card? A chef? Or a lunatic? Count Dracula narrowed his blood-red eyes, staring at Chen Ning. Human, I can smell the sweet blood flowing through your veins. Dracula reached out his pale finger, wanting to touch Chen Ning's neck. Are you the offering to this king? However,
Chen Ning was not afraid. He stopped pushing the cart, frowned, and examined Dracula up and down, left and right. That was the gaze of a doctor looking at a terminal patient.
TSK, TSK, TSK.
Chen Ning shook his head, making a sound of regret.
So tragic, really so tragic. Chen Ning turned to look at Smith, sternly criticizing, how do you Eagle Nation take care of patients? Look at this child, Dracula, so thin like a skeleton. His face is as pale as if just coated with putty. The dark circles under his eyes are like he has been punched twice. This is typical severe anemia. And caused by malnutrition. Dracula's fingers froze in midair. Anemia? Malnutrition? I am an immortal. My pale skin is a symbol of nobility. Rude little bug. Dracula was furious, his figure instantly disappearing, and the next moment directly appearing behind Chen Ning, opening his wide mouth to bite off Chen Ning's neck. So weak yet wanting to do strenuous exercise? Chen Ning did not even turn his head, just reached back and grabbed. All attributes plus 10 times reality distortion standpoint. Slap. Chen Ning's hand accurately gripped the back of Dracula's neck, like catching a little cat trying to steal food. Come here. With a burst of strength from his arm, he directly slammed this S-class bloodline ancestor, with a bang, onto the conference table. The priceless redwood table was shattered. Let go of me. I am noble. Dracula struggled frantically, turning into countless bats trying to escape. Want to perform magic? Chen Ning glared, and with his other hand held the bottle of medical alcohol, spraying it twice on Dracula's face. Disinfect. Behave yourself. Under the suppression of the divine eye assassin, Dracula trembled in terror, discovering that his blood magic had actually become ineffective. He could not turn back into a bat. Mr. Smith. While pinning Dracula down, Chen Ning shouted to the dumbfounded representative from Eagle Nation. Do you usually only let him drink that kind of red drink, blood? Never letting him eat vegetables and meat? Smith nodded instinctively. He is a vampire, of course he only drinks blood. Nonsense. Chen Ning was heartbroken. This is just being picky. This is a weird eating habit. Only drinking liquid food, how can that be okay? Nutritional imbalance leads to lowered immunity, osteoporosis, and irritability. Since I've encountered this, as a responsible doctor, I must correct it. After finishing, Chen Ning kicked away the lid of the nearby food cart. A strong, overwhelming smell rushed into the air. That was the smell of garlic. And it was the single bold purple skin garlic that had fermented for 49 days. In the food cart, there was a huge iron pot, filled with a dark, oily dish. Special medicinal dish, garlic stir-fried pig liver. Formula, fresh pig liver provided by the gluttonous head chef plus aged garlic from Fengmen village plus Mengpa soup base thickening. Effects, nourishing blood, sterilizing, expelling evil, treating picky eating. The moment this dish appeared, Dracula let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! It's garlic. Damn garlic. Vampires fear garlic, this is common knowledge. But in Chen Ning's eyes, this was just the patient's resistance reaction. What are you screaming for? Good medicine tastes bitter. Chen Ning put on a disposable glove and directly grabbed a huge handful of pig liver covered in garlic paste from the pot. Here, open your mouth. I won't eat it. That's poison. Dracula desperately kept his mouth shut, his face turning green. Not eating? Then don't blame me for taking forced measures. Chen Ning pinched Dracula's chin and forcefully twisted. Crack. His jaw dislocated, his mouth was forced open. Blood-nourishing artifact. Pig liver. Rich in iron elements. Chen Ning stuffed a large piece of pig liver into his mouth. Sterilizing and anti-inflammatory. Garlic. Enhances immunity. Chen Ning grabbed another handful of raw garlic and forcibly stuffed it into Dracula's mouth. Gulp. Chen Ning quickly snapped Dracula's jaw shut and stroked his throat. It went down. The S-class vampire ancestor was forced to swallow a pound of garlic stir-fried pig liver. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Dracula's body began to smoke. That was a violent chemical reaction between garlic essence and the vampire's constitution. His stomach felt like it was rolling with lava, his throat like it was corroded by sulfuric acid. Cough, 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 water, I want water. Dracula rolled his eyes, his whole body convulsing. Want water? That's right. Eating must be paired with soup. Chen Ning was already prepared and brought out a large basin of green soup from the bottom layer of the food cart. Come, special spinach soup. It's also good for iron. I won't drink it, that's holy water. Ah no, that's poison. Don't be so polite. This is also our Dragon Kingdom's way of treating guests. Chen Ning picked up the basin and directly came for a dousing. Thud thud thud. 5 minutes later. The conference room was dead silent. The once noble and aloof Count Dracula was now slumped on the ground, his belly swollen like a pregnant woman. He emanated a strong garlic smell, his eyes blank, occasionally releasing a garlic-scented bubble from his mouth. Burp. Dracula burped, tears of regret streaming down his face. He felt he was no longer a pure vampire. His body was filled with pig liver, garlic, and spinach. Such mundane food had tainted his noble soul. Look. Your complexion is much better now, right?
Chen Ning clapped his hands, pointing at Dracula's face, which was red from allergies and suffocation, looking pleased.
This is the effect of food therapy. Immediate results.
He turned around, smiling at Smith, who had already scared himself under the table.
Mr. Smith, I see your complexion isn't good either. Are you anemic too? How about, you have a bowl too?
Smith shook his head wildly, his head shaking like a rattle.
No, no, no. I'm very healthy. I especially love garlic. No need to trouble. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing vampire anorexia. Degree of influence, lifetime shadow. Dracula swore to avoid garlic in the future and decided to switch to a vegetarian diet.
Gained merit points, 300,000 points.
Obtained special item, blood ancestors dentures. When worn, you can bite anything without breaking a tooth, and it exerts bloodline suppression on vampires.
Current accumulated merit points, 2,300,000. Chen Ning regretfully put away the food cart. Since everyone is not hungry, let's talk about serious matters.
Chen Ning walked to Director Zhao's side, pulled out a chair and sat down. He played with the just-obtained blood ancestors dentures in his hand as if it were a walnut.
I heard you want to form some global alliance and make the Dragon Kingdom give up the development rights to the underworld?
Chen Ning's gaze swept across the entire room. The representatives of various countries he glanced at lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes.
Even S-class vampires were fed into pigs. Who would dare to provoke this madman? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding.
Smith crawled out from under the table, his face full of flattery. What we mean is, we want to join.
Yes, join. We also want to open a hamburger shop by the Bridge of Forgetfulness. I wonder if Director Chen will give this opportunity. Chen Ning smiled.
He stretched out a finger and shook his head.
Joining is fine. But you have to pay the membership fee first. Besides, I see your so-called mummies, werewolves, zombies, and the like don't seem very healthy.
Send them all to my Qingshan hospital. I will give them a 20% discount for rehabilitation treatment.
The representatives present. It's over.
The bizarre global apocalypse has arrived.
Chapter 22, all wrapped in so many bandages? This must be a comminuted fracture.
North Africa, Sahara Desert. Under the blazing sun, yellow sand filled the air. As the first stop of the global medical tour, Chen Ning chose the ancient Egyptian pyramid area, the oldest and also the area with the worst medical environment.
Rumble.
The ghost train, now treated by Chen Ning as a cross-border RV, stopped at the foot of the largest Khufu pyramid. The door opened, a wave of heat rushed at him.
Phew, this place is too hot.
Chen Ning, wearing a white coat, sunglasses, and holding a fan, kept fanning himself. Such a high-temperature environment breeds bacteria easily. No wonder the patients here have to wrap themselves up. He looked up at the magnificent pyramid before him. In the eyes of an ordinary person, this is a wonder of the world. But in Chen Ning's eyes, this was clearly a giant isolation ward.
Let's go, ergo.
Chen Ning patted the shadow on the ground, grabbed the first aid kit, filled with red flower oil and cupping jars. Let's go see that old patient who has supposedly been lying for thousands of years.
Inside the pyramid, the king's tomb. This is an absolute forbidden zone, the air filled with decaying dust and deadly curses. In the center of the tomb chamber, there lies a huge stone sarcophagus. On the sarcophagus, there are countless venomous curse inscriptions. Those who disturb the slumber of Pharaoh shall die when the wings cover the sun and moon. Clang. The heavy stone door, weighing several tons, was kicked open by Chen Ning. Room check. Room check.
Chen Ning strode in, not even glancing at the curses, heading straight for the sarcophagus.
Are any family members here? Why is there not even a caretaker?
Chen Ning knocked on the lid of the sarcophagus. Hey!
Wake up! Time for a temperature check.
Within the sarcophagus, a terrifying black mist suddenly erupted. Who dares to disturb the slumber of the gods? Accompanied by a deep and hoarse whisper, the sarcophagus lid slowly moved aside. A humanoid creature, wrapped in withered yellow bandages and as thin as a twig, sat up straight.
S+ level undead ruler, Pharaoh Khufu.
Though its features were unclear, the two green ghost fires in its eye sockets were fixated on Chen Ning, emitting a death aura that warped the very space around them.
Mortal, offer your soul.
The pharaoh raised its withered arm, and countless black corpse-eating beetles surged from the cracks of the sarcophagus, making a nauseating sizzle sound.
Thick and numerous, thousands of them, enough to turn an elephant into bones in an instant.
If it were that Eagle Country representative, Smith, he would likely have wet himself by now. But Chen Ning looked down at the bugs on the ground. His brows instantly furrowed into a frown.
The hygiene conditions are absolutely outrageous. Chen Ning covered his nose, looking disgusted. Where's the caregiver? Where's the cleaner? Why are there cockroaches all over this ward? With such poor conditions, how can the patient recover? This is a typical source of cross-infection. Pharaoh? Those are corpse-eating beetles. Hell scavenger insects. Not cockroaches. Ergu. Don't just stand there. Exterminate the bugs. Chen Ning commanded.
The shadows on the ground instantly spread out, transforming into a giant black mouth, like a vacuum cleaner, instantly swallowing all the corpse beetles clean. Burp, the shadow let out a satisfied burp, indicating it was a bit stuffed. The pharaoh was dumbfounded.
His ultimate move was eaten?
Before he could collect his thoughts, Chen Ning had already stepped up to the sarcophagus, grabbing the pharaoh's shoulder.
Come, let me see the injuries. Chen Ning's gaze fell upon the thick, yellowed bandages on the pharaoh. Oh no! Who taught you this bandaging technique? Chen Ning exclaimed in distress, tied up so tightly, how can blood circulate? And how many years has this bandage not been changed? It's all rotting. This is the divine shroud.
The pharaoh tried to explain, this was his defensive artifact, every inch soaked in divine oil.
Divine my foot. This is a petri dish for bacteria.
Chen Ning would not listen, directly pulling at the threads of the bandage.
Don't move. I'm going to take off the stitches. It might be a bit cold, bear with it. No. Stop. That's my source of power.
The pharaoh cried out in terror, trying to struggle.
But against Chen Ning's iron claw-like hands, even S+ level power seemed like a joke.
Chen Ning gripped the pharaoh's shoulder and suddenly twisted.
Spin like a top.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pharaoh's body was forced to spin rapidly in the sarcophagus. The tightly wound, resilient divine shroud was ripped away layer by layer, like pulling noodles. As the bandages decreased, the pharaoh's energy also weakened rapidly.
5 minutes later. A smooth, blackened, shriveled corpse lay exposed to the air.
The pharaoh clasped his withered chest with both hands, curling up in the corner of the sarcophagus, the ghost fires in his eyes nearly extinguished.
Shame. So much shame. The great pharaoh was stripped bare. TSK TSK TSK.
Chen Ning looked at the dry corpse, shaking his head, the situation is worse than I imagined.
Severe widespread necrosis of soft tissue, extreme muscle atrophy, complete loss of subcutaneous fat. This is the consequence of being bedridden without movement for a long time.
Chen Ning turned around and pulled out the largest glass bottle from the first aid kit. The bottle held a reddish-brown liquid, giving off a sharp medicinal smell. Special anti-injury safflower oil, enhanced version. Formula, Netherworld red spider lily juice plus zombie oil from Fengmen village plus 75% medical alcohol.
Effect, activates blood circulation and removes blood stasis. It might sting a bit, but the effect is amazing. Come on. Since the bandage is off, we have to apply some medicine.
Chen Ning poured the entire bottle of safflower oil into his palm and rubbed it warm.
Bear with it, this medicine is powerful. Smack. Chen Ning slapped Pharaoh's back hard. Aya.
A piercing scream broke through the thick stone walls of the pyramid, echoing across the Sahara Desert. The mummy was already dehydrated, with fragile skin. As soon as the safflower oil was applied, the fiery sting felt as if salt was being poured on a wound, and then sandpaper was used to grind it. It hurts, it's on fire.
It's on fire. The pharaoh rolled wildly in the stone coffin. It's supposed to hurt.
Pain means the nerves are still alive. Chen Ning didn't give him a chance to breathe, his hands flew as he frantically massaged the pharaoh.
Adjusting bones. Massage. Thai massage. Crack. Crack.
The thousands of year-old bones of the pharaoh cracked under Chen Ning's pressure.
Your cervical vertebra is slightly tilted, let's fix that. Herniated discs, let's adjust them back. Ha? Why are your legs different lengths? No problem, just stretch it out. Half an hour later.
The pharaoh's whole body was flushed red, soaked in safflower oil, like a boiled lobster, lying limp in the stone coffin, foaming at the mouth. He felt as if his soul had been ground into pieces.
Ha, blood activation and stasis removal completed.
Chen Ning wiped his sweat and looked at his masterpiece, nodding with satisfaction.
But just treating isn't enough, rehabilitation training is also very important.
Chen Ning lifted the limp pharaoh out of the coffin and set him upright on the ground.
Now, do as I do.
Chen Ning opened his portable radio. Starting now, let's do the 8th set of radio calisthenics, the times are calling. First section, stretching exercises.
1, 2, 3, 4. The pharaoh. Kill me already. Please, put me back to rest.
But under Chen Ning's kind gaze and in front of this man who could crush the zombie king with one hand, the great pharaoh Khufu, with tears in his eyes, raised his withered arm.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A strange scene unfolded in the pyramid's tomb. A doctor, with a dry corpse, doing stretching exercises in a tomb thousands of years old, accompanied by exciting music.
Make the movements bigger. Kick your legs higher. Yes. Just like that. Life is all about movement. Ding. Congratulations. The host has successfully provided rehabilitation treatment for the severely paralyzed patient. Transformation degree, truly renewed, the pharaoh feels his old bones might fall apart, but indeed, they are warm now. Gained merit points, 400,000 points. Gained special item, Pharaoh's mummy cloth, dismantled version. This is a roll of indestructible bandages, can be used as a jump rope, can also be used to bandage wounds, comes with a curse rebound effect. Current merit points total, 270,000. After completing a set of radio calisthenics. The pharaoh was so exhausted he didn't want to move anymore. Chen Ning patted his shoulder, now shiny with oil. Alright, that's enough therapy for today. I see your living environment is too poor, there's not even a window, how can it ventilate? Chen Ning pointed to the sealed top of the tomb. I'll have someone make a skylight for you, get some sunlight, get some calcium. The pharaoh trembled all over, a skylight? That would ruin the tomb. No. No need. Doctor. I'm very satisfied. The pharaoh's voice trembled, fearing this madman would really tear down the pyramid. Alright then, remember to exercise regularly, don't just lie around. Chen Ning packed up the first aid kit and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to say. By the way, next time for your follow-up, I'll bring some calcium tablets. And stop using those bugs as pets, it's too unsanitary. Get a cat instead, cats are clean. After saying that, Chen Ning hummed a little tune and left with ergo, leaving the pharaoh alone behind. Naked, he stood in the center of the tomb, his entire body giving off the pungent smell of red flower oil, chaotic in the wind. He glanced at the fragments of bandages on the ground, then looked at his own red body. Suddenly, he felt. These thousands of years of awakening were all in vain. On the train. Chen Ning took out a world map and marked a check on Egypt with a red pen. One down. Next stop. Chen Ning's finger traced over the map, stopping at an island nation in the east. There was a famous ancient well. Living in the well was a long-haired, television climbing star. Miss Sadako. Chen Ning rubbed his chin. I've heard her hair is always wet and covers her face, it's clear she doesn't take care of her hair. And being soaked in well water for a long time must make her suffer from rheumatism. Ergo. Prepare shampoo and conditioner. Also, a highest power hairdryer. We're going to give Miss Sadako a full head spa. Chapter 23, Why is your hair so messy and wet? Come, let me give you a perm. In the east, outside Tokyo, there stood a creepy, abandoned villa. This is the source of the cursed videotape. In the dim living room, an old cathode ray television stood, its screen filled with snowflakes, buzzing with an electrical sound. Chen Ning sat on the sofa, a cup of hot tea in his hand, surrounded by bottles and jars, shampoo, conditioner, hair masks, essential oils. What time is it? Why isn't she out yet? Chen Ning glanced at his wristwatch. Didn't they say that watching the tape guarantees death in 7 days? I'd been waiting here for 8 days. It turned out, because of Chen Ning's high mental resistance, or the system's shielding, Sadako's curse took a full day longer to load. At that moment, the television screen suddenly flickered. A deep ancient well appeared on the screen. Then, a pale hand clutched the edge of the well. Then another hand. A woman in white, with disheveled hair, slowly and eerily crawled out of the well. She approached the screen step by step, and finally, her head full of black hair squeezed out of the screen little by little. Here she comes. Chen Ning's eyes lit up, and he set down his teacup. Sadako had crawled out halfway, just as she was about to lift her head, revealing a terrifying eye and unleashing her finishing move, Death Glare. Hey! Why are you crawling so slowly? Chen Ning couldn't watch any longer. He stood up, walked 2 steps to the television, and grabbed Sadako's 2 pale hands that were clinging to the ground. Push. Stuck? Chen Ning, like pulling a carrot, stood on the TV stand, leaned back, and pulled hard. Hey yo! Puff! Sadako flew out of the television like a pulled cork. Ah! Sadako let out a short cry and landed heavily on the carpet. She was dazed. According to the script, she should crawl slowly, creating a terrifying atmosphere, scaring the victim to death. How could she be yanked out by someone? Alright, stop lying there. Chen Ning walked over and helped Sadako up, pushing her to sit on the sofa. Let me see, TSK. Chen Ning lifted a strand of Sadako's hair, his face showing an extremely professional look of disgust. This hair is too poor. Dry and yellow. Split ends. Knotted. And there's a Chen Ning sniffed, a smell like a sewer. Miss, how desperate are you? Such beautiful hair without any care? Look, it's covering your face, you can't see, no wonder you can only crawl. Sadako was furious. Her hair was a collection of grievances. It was a weapon for killing. Die. Sadako was about to control her hair to strangle this ungrateful man. But Chen Ning was already prepared. Don't move. I'm going to wash your hair. Chen Ning took a big basin, originally used for Kraken's bath, from the side and filled it with warm water. Then, with an irresistible force, he directly pushed Sadako's head into the basin. Glug glug. Sadako was blowing bubbles in the water. Shampoo. Go. Chen Ning squeezed a whole bottle of powerful grease removal shampoo and frantically rubbed it into her mournful long hair. Rub rub rub. Get rid of this resentment, dirt. A large amount of black smoke emerged from Sadako's hair, that was her resentment being purified. My power. Sadako screamed in the water, but her voice was drowned out by the sound of water. Chen Ning's technique was extremely rough, like scrubbing an old mop. This hair has too many knots, I need special tools. Chen Ning took out the magical tool, the universal toilet brush, now transformed into godly detangling comb. Comb comb comb. Smooth smooth smooth. The toilet brush, emitting holy light, moved through Sadako's hair. The knots that hadn't been combed for hundreds of years miraculously became smooth under the effect of the magical tool. 10 minutes later. Chen Ning pulled Sadako out of the water and wrapped a towel around her head. At this moment, Sadako was already exhausted. She felt as if her scalp was about to be scrubbed off, and the resentment in her mind was completely rubbed away. Now her head buzzed and felt empty. Next is the key step: blow-drying and styling. Chen Ning took out the Hellfire mini hair dryer borrowed from Astaroth, the demon who had undergone cupping. Whoosh! A wave of heat blew past. Sadako's hair was instantly dried, and under the high temperature, it became straight, smooth, and shiny. Isn't this good enough? Chen Ning looked at Sadako's new hairstyle with satisfaction, black long straight hair, so smooth that flies couldn't land on it, and it emitted a faint sulfur smell, from the hair mask. But just being smooth isn't enough, the bangs are too long, blocking her eyes. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Tony! Go! The blood-handed butcher, now the royal barber, who had been standing by, walked over tremblingly with a pair of golden scissors, originally a pig-killing knife. Director, are we really going to cut? This is an S-class female ghost. Cut. Give me the trendiest airbangs. Snip snip snip. Under Chen Ning's supervision, the blood-handed butcher cut with tears in his eyes. After a few cuts, Sadako's signature, face-covering starry bangs were gone. In their place was a refreshing, youthful, and even a bit cute set of bangs. This revealed a pale but not unattractive little face and a pair of wide eyes filled with confusion. Perfect. Chen Ning took a mirror and held it in front of Sadako. Look, girl, look at yourself. Don't you feel more spirited? Don't you look like a normal person? Sadako stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror. Is that her? The girl with straight hair, neat bangs, looking like she just came from a beauty salon, was that the terrifying vengeful spirit Sadako? She reached out and touched her hair. So smooth, so fragrant. A feeling of unprecedented relief surged in her heart. For hundreds of years, that heavy, resentful long hair had suffocated her. And now, she felt light in her head and heart. How's that? Are you satisfied with the service? Chen Ning asked, smiling. Sadako looked at the mirror, her eyes reddening. Be beautiful. She made a hoarse but clear sound. Beautiful is right. Chen Ning patted her shoulder. From now on, remember, girls should stay clean, wash their hair often, and comb it. Don't keep diving into the TV, the static there is high and damages the hair. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming the severely image-conscious patient. Reform level, rejuvenation. Sadako's hair is not only smooth now but her mind is clear, now she just wants to be a beauty blogger. Acquired merit points, 500000. Acquired special skill, smooth aura. When you activate this skill, the hair of all nearby beings will become smooth and cannot generate static electricity or resentment. Current merit points accumulated, 3200000. Chen Ning put away his tools and looked at the refreshed Sadako. Alright, I should be leaving too. Take this card. Chen Ning handed Zheng Zi a golden card, the VIP card for the Naiha Bridge Milk Tea Shop. If you get bored in the future, you can go there for a milk tea and chat with Mengpa. She's been learning to dress up recently, you two should have common interests. After saying this, Chen Ning left the villa elegantly with Ergo and Kraken. Only Zhang Zi remained, sitting on the sofa, holding a mirror, repeatedly combing her hair, a long-lost, shy smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Thank you. Teacher Tony. She thought Chen Ning was named Tony. The train continued on its journey. Chen Ning made another mark on the map. Next target.
His gaze crossed the ocean and landed on the mysterious continent filled with countless myths and legends, the Western Divine Domain.
I heard there's a girl named Medusa over there, who petrifies anyone she looks at. That's typical dry eye syndrome combined with glaucoma.
And there's an old man called Zeus, who constantly plays with electricity, way too dangerous, could easily electrocute someone. Chen Ning's eyes shone with the light of saving lives.
Ergo.
Prepare the eye drops.
Insulated gloves. We're going to give the Western gods a consultation. However, just as Chen Ning was about to set off, a huge golden rift suddenly tore open in the sky. A majestic, sacred, and inviolable voice echoed across the globe. Mortal, you have crossed the line. The gods shall not be insulted. I am six-winged seraphim Michael, representing the heavenly kingdom, here to judge you. Boom!
A massive pillar of holy light descended from the sky, directly blocking Chen Ning's path. An angel with 6 wings, wielding a flaming holy sword, radiating divine brilliance, hovered in midair, coldly gazing down at Chen Ning.
This was a true divine being. Stronger than any ghost or monster before. Chen Ning looked up at the brilliant angel. He squinted his eyes and put on sunglasses. Tisk. Chen Ning grumbled unhappily. Who is this? Blinding everyone with such bright lights in broad daylight? Have some public morals? And those wings? Chen Ning counted 6 wings? That's too grotesque. This is typical polydactyly. Ergo. Prepare the surgical knife. Let's perform an excision surgery on this birdman comrade. Chapter 24, 6 wings? This is serious limb deformity. Ergo, prepare for surgery. Above the Pacific Ocean, holy light shone bright. 6-winged seraphim Michael hovered among the clouds like a blazing sun. With every breath he took, the tidal elements around him stirred, the flaming holy sword in his hand radiating temperatures high enough to evaporate the ocean. Mortal Chen Ning. Michael's voice was grand and cold, as if coming from all directions. You toy with the dead, desecrate the divine, turn hell into a playground, and treat demons as pets. Your crimes are too numerous to count. Today, I represent the Supreme Lord to administer your final judgment, holy flame purification. Boom! As Michael swung his sword, a white light pillar over a kilometer in diameter, carrying the holy aura that could destroy everything, struck directly downwards at Chen Ning. This was not the previous ghostly attack. This was a true divine punishment. A complete annihilation on the level of rules. The audience around the world held their breath. Oh my! This is a real angel. That light pillar, even a nuclear bomb wouldn't compare. Can Chen Ning reason his way out of this? Reasoning with a god? It's over, this time it's really over, this is power from another dimension. However, beneath that world-destroying pillar of light, Chen Ning did not panic at all. He simply calmly pulled out a pair of welding goggles designed for welders, putting them on his face. Sigh, I said this bright light is way too dazzling. Chen Ning sighed, waving at the ghost train behind him. Ergo. Activate emergency evasion mode. Yes. Boss. The Shadow's voice echoed from the train's broadcast. The ghost train roared, the nether boiler at the front instantly operating at overload. Boom. The train did not flee, but once again charged forward against the danger. But this time, a strange black film appeared on the surface of the train. It was the demonic essence absorbed by the Hellfire cupping device, combined with the light resistance that came with the title of Eye of the God Killer, forming an absolute sunglasses shield. Zzzz. The holy light beam hit the train, and surprisingly, it slid off like water on oilcloth. What? For the first time, shock appeared on Michael's normally expressionless holy face. A creation of mortals actually blocked divine punishment? Before he could react, the train, burning with blue ghostly flames, broke through the light beam, like a black cannonball, directly charging toward him in the clouds. You dare? Michael flapped his 6 wings, trying to rise higher. But he forgot that in Chen Ning's BGM, the sound system was still playing Good Luck is Coming. No one could escape the fate of mandatory interaction. Get down here. Chen Ning stood at the front of the train, holding the ghost train conductor's whistle, and blew into it with all his might. Toot. Rule determined, the conductor checks tickets, all passengers, including those flying in the sky, must stop and accept inspection. Michael felt his body stiffen, his proud wings briefly lost control. Bang! The ghost train crashed solidly into the angel. Although Michael had divine power protecting him, the huge kinetic energy still sent him flying, like a kite with a broken string, soaring thousands of meters before crashing heavily onto the roof of the train. Oh no! I hit something. An accident. Chen Ning dashed over, pressing down on the struggling Michael. But he was not here to apologize. Instead, Don't move. Don't move. I'm a doctor.
Chen Ning held Michael's shoulder firmly, his eyes fervently staring at the 6 enormous luminous wings behind him.
Oh my god. This deformity is too severe.
Chen Ning exclaimed, normal birds, oh no, normal flying beings only have 1 pair of wings.
You've grown 3 pairs? This is called polymelia syndrome in medicine. It is a severe genetic mutation. If not promptly amputated, the extra limbs will steal blood supply from the brain, leading to a decline in intelligence or even paralysis. Michael? Deformity? Decline in intelligence? These are the wings of God. They are a symbol of glory. The source of power. Impertinence.
This is the 6-winged seraphims.
Don't quibble. Sick people often hide their illnesses.
Chen Ning interrupted him and turned to shout, Ergu.
Scalpel. The biggest one. Got it, boss.
The shadow Ergu dragged out a huge, rusty pair of gardening shears, still covered in grass clippings. The shears were about a meter long, with sharp blades, originally used by Shura Hall players to trim the hospital lawn.
This is the scalpel?
Michael looked at the terrifying shears, his holy face turning pale.
Conditions are limited, bear with it.
Chen Ning took the large shears, and with a snap-snap sound, he made 2 cuts in the air, sending chills down everyone's spines.
Now, lie down. Although there's no anesthesia, my hands are quick. Which pair should I cut? The top pair is too flashy, cut it. The middle pair blocks the view, cut it.
Chen Ning raised the large shears, about to strike down at Michael's radiant wings. He was serious, the absolute focus and fervor coming from a person with mental issues made Michael doubt not at all, if those shears came down, his wings would definitely be lost.
No. Don't. Michael was in despair. He was the vice-king of heaven. If he became a wingless angel, bald chicken, how would he mix in paradise in the future? How could he lead his team? I'll take them back. Can't I just tuck them in? Driven by his survival instinct, his desire for wings, Michael's thoughts moved. Swish. Those 6 enormous, sky-blocking luminous wings actually shrank back in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Michael turned into an ordinary person with only 2 hands and 2 feet. Ha! Chen Ning, holding the shears, was stunned. What's gone? Did it shrink in?
He touched Michael's back, smooth as jade, without a single scar.
TSK, it seems I was mistaken.
Chen Ning put down the scissors, wearing a I see now expression.
So this isn't a deformity, it's folded wings? Is biological technology this advanced now? It can still stretch and shrink? Michael lay on the roof of the car, humiliatingly nodding, yes, it's folded. Then that's easy.
Chen Ning threw the scissors to Ergu and patted Michael's face, it felt good, warm.
Since there's no disease, let's talk about compensation. See compensation? Michael was confused. No kidding. That high beam light, holy light, you just shone in my eyes hurt. And that sword, holy sword, of yours melted the paint off my car. Chen Ning pointed at several charred marks on the train and began to shake him down. This is a limited edition vintage car. Touching up the paint is expensive.
Also, what you did just now was a high-altitude dropping object, light column, violating the aviation safety law.
So, say it, settle privately or publicly. Michael wanted to cry. He came to judge but ended up getting hit, then pressed to cut wings, and now had to pay? What kind of world is this? I have no money. Michael truthfully admitted. Angels don't use currency. No money? Chen Ning raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Michael up and down. This armor seems to be pure gold? This sword seems to be embedded with a lot of gems? No money? Easy solution, use your flesh, oh no, work to pay off the debt.
Chen Ning revealed a capitalist smile.
Just right, my hospital needs a security captain.
You look fit, can fly, even if the wings are folded, and can shine.
You will be responsible for nighttime patrol lighting, part-time as a human streetlight.
Free food and accommodation, work for 500 years, and this debt will be cleared.
How about that? Michael. Let me, a dignified seraph, be a streetlight? Not willing?
Ergu, where's the scissors?
I do. I agree. Michael shouted. As long as I don't cut the wings, being a streetlight will do.
At worst, I'll cover my face later.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host has successfully subdued the illegal high-altitude flying object. Conversion level, faith collapse, Michael feels that he may have believed a false master, or Chen Ning is the true devil.
Gained merit points, 800,000 points.
Gained special follower, human walking high beam, Michael, S-class security, self-illuminated holy light, can dispel all dark creatures, energy saving and environmentally friendly.
Current total merit points, 4 million.
Chen Ning satisfactorily pulled Michael up from the roof of the car, helping him brush off the dust.
That's more like it, we're all just trying to make a living, why fight? Let's go. Back to the hospital. Tonight the cafeteria will serve extra meals. Celebrating our hospital has a new security. The ghost train drew a beautiful arc in the air, flying towards Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. On the roof.
Michael hugged his knees, watching the clouds, heaven, grow further away, tears of gold streaming down.
Lord! This human world is too scary. I want to go home.
With Michael's entry, the subtly changing global bizarre revival situation began to unfold. The originally arrogant Western gods, seeing even the seraph was guarding the door, all fell silent.
And Chen Ning's name completely echoed throughout the universe.
Whether it's the King of the East or Lucifer of the West, or the great old ones of the deep sea. Whenever they mention that man in the hospital gown, they shiver in unison and then instruct their subordinates.
Be sure not to let him think you are sick. Chapter 25, Internal Conflict Mediation in the Hospital, What to Do if Security and Cleaning Staff Fight. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, Director's Office. Chen Ning was rubbing his temples in headache.
Although he had just subdued the seraph Michael, raising the hospital security level to godlike, the ensuing personnel management issue fragmented his heart.
Director! I want to file a complaint. The office door was slammed open.
Wearing a pink maid outfit, still part-timing at the Naiha Bridge, and full of resentment, Meng Pa rushed in.
Holding a soup spoon in his hand. Is that new security guard, Michael, sick?
Meng Pa shouted angrily, pointing out the window. It's late at night, and he spreads his wings, shining brighter than the sun.
My crowflowers are shade-loving plants. They're all wilted because of him. How can I make milk tea?
Then, Dracula, wearing a janitor's uniform, with a pale face and smelling of garlic, squeezed in, covering his eyes and screaming.
Director! I want to complain too. That damn holy light.
I just cleaned the floor, and with one flash, it almost blinded me.
I'm a vampire. I have light sensitivity. Chen Ning sighed and looked toward the corner.
There, the newly hired security chief, Michael, was huddled up with 6 wings, like a wronged big white goose.
I just want to fulfill my duty, to light up every dark corner. Michael defended softly. The Lord said, let there be light. The Lord my foot.
Chen Ning slammed the table, taking out the dignity of the director.
This is Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Not heaven. If there's light, it better be at the right time.
Chen Ning pointed at Michael and criticized, you're a security guard, not a spotlight.
You need to have a biological clock. If it's that bright at night, how are the patients supposed to rest? Insufficient melatonin secretion will affect their recovery. Starting today, lower your brightness to 5 watts. Do you understand energy saving mode?
Michael nodded with tears in his eyes. I understand.
I got it. And you too.
Chen Ning turned to look at Meng Pa and Dracula.
Colleagues need to maintain unity. Meng Pa, your milk tea shop has been getting some bad reviews recently, saying the pearls, crowflower tubers, are too hard. Did you not cook them enough? Hurry up and improve your process. Dracula, don't think I don't know you've been stealing garlic in the restroom. Even though it's for your treatment, you still need to pay attention to oral hygiene. Go, find Sadako and get some mint mouthwash. Finally, he managed to send this group of S-class demons away. Chen Ning was about to take a sip of tea. ZZZZZZ. The red emergency phone on the table rang. This was the direct line to Director Zhao from the Strategy Bureau. Hello? Director Zhao, what's the matter this time? Do you want to come to our cafeteria to grab a meal? Chen Ning answered the phone, speaking casually.
But on the other end, Director Zhao's voice was filled with anxiety and exhaustion.
Advisor Chen. This is not about sneaking a meal. Something big has happened. Ever since you recruited Michael, the Dark Council in the West has completely lost it. They believe the Angel's surrender is a shame for the Divine Realm and have gathered all the werewolf clans to attack our branch in Europa. Werewolves?
Chen Ning raised an eyebrow, picturing those creatures covered in fur, howling at the moon.
Yes. Tens of thousands of werewolves. Leading them is the descendant of the legendary wolf demon, Fenrir. Director Zhao said urgently, they carry an unknown virus, and those bitten will go mad. Requesting support.
After hearing this, Chen Ning did not show the seriousness that Director Zhao expected. On the contrary, he pulled out a small notebook from his drawer and started jotting down notes.
Covered in fur, howling at the moon, biting people, carrying a virus. Chen Ning muttered to himself while writing. This symptom, very typical.
He suddenly looked up, excitement shining in his eyes.
This is a large-scale outbreak of rabies complicated by hypertrichosis.
and it is also accompanied by severe manic depressive disorder tendencies, howling at the moon.
Director Zhao, don't panic.
Chen Ning stood up, adjusting his white coat. Such collective infectious disease events must be handled by a professional medical team. It seems I need to organize a rural free clinic. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ning pressed the broadcast button on the desk.
Do. Hospital announcement. Hospital announcement. The following personnel, ghosts/demons, should report to the playground immediately. Internal Medicine Chief Physician, Dracula, responsible for blood drawing.
Security Chief, Michael, responsible for lighting and controlling the scene.
Image Management Consultant, Sadako, responsible for haircuts. Logistics Minister, Chef of Gluttony, responsible for cooking. Mascot, Kraken, responsible for cuteness. We're going on a business trip. Destination, the European Werewolf Lair. 10 minutes later, on the playground.
This team, known as the most luxurious and most bizarre medical squad in the universe, has assembled. Chen Ning, carrying a snakeskin bag full of ridiculous props, stood at the front of the team to give a motivational speech.
Comrades, the time has come to test our medical skills.
This time, there are many patients with complex conditions, rabies plus hypertrichosis, and they are extremely aggressive.
But
Chen Ning waved a huge stainless steel syringe for animals, almost a meter long, just exchanged by the system. We must carry forward the spirit of not afraid of hardship, not afraid of exhaustion, not afraid of bites.
Our motto is, as long as there is still breath, we will give you a vaccine. Dracula. Chen Ning called out. Here. Dracula weakly raised his hand. He hated werewolves the most, as their dog smell made him sick. This time, you are the main force. Werewolves have thick skin and regular needles won't go in. Use your fangs to make a hole for me to inject. Dracula turned pale. Dean. I'm a noble bloodline, I don't bite dogs. This is treatment. Not a meal.
Overcome your psychological cleanliness. Chen Ning sternly criticized.
Sadako. Here. Short-haired Sadako now looked much fresher, holding a comb. Werewolves have too much fur, which easily breeds fleas.
You take your smooth aura and this hellfire clippers and take care of their fur.
Make sure to shave it clean, revealing the skin for examination.
Sadako's eyes lit up. She had just wanted to practice her skills.
Mikhail. Here.
Werewolves are afraid of light and silverware.
Set your light to UV sterilization mode, and anyone who shows their teeth, you shine on them.
Also, put away your holy sword and take this. Chen Ning threw Mikhail a huge pure silver dog bone.
This is the dog teaser stick I ordered online. When you meet a disobedient wolf king, use this to tease it. I refuse to believe we can't treat their hyperactivity. After assigning the tasks, Chen Ning waved his hand. The ghost train, K444, that had been gathering dust in the garage for several days roared to life again. All aboard. Target, Europe. Let's bring warmth to those rabid patients.
Rumble, the ghost train spewed blue flames, breaking through the clouds, rushing westward. Meanwhile, on the distant continent of Europe,
a bloody storm is brewing.
In the ruins of a giant ancient castle, a 10-meter-tall giant silver werewolf stood under the full moon's shadow, howling at the sky. It is Moonhowl Wolf King, Warwick, a direct descendant of Fenrir, possessing terrifying strength to tear apart tanks.
Awah!
Those hypocritical gods, angels, have fallen.
Vampires have become lackeys.
Now, it is time for our werewolf clan to rule the world.
Children. Charge into the city. Hunt to your heart's content.
Tens of thousands of werewolves let out bloodthirsty howls, rushing towards the human defenses with red eyes.
They do not know.
A train loaded with vaccines, clippers, and garlic is on its way. And what they are about to face is not gunfire, but a terrifying medical operation named large-scale pet neutering and vaccination.
Chapter 26, Good Dog Does Not Bite. Come, let's shave and get a shot so it won't itch. Europe, Rhine River Defense Line. The war raged on, smoke filled the air. Thousands of human soldiers, relying on fortifications, desperately fired forward. But bullets hitting those tough-skinned werewolves only sparked a few flames, failing to inflict damage and angering the beasts even more. Awah!
A giant black-furred werewolf, withstanding heavy machine gun fire, smashed the cover with one paw, tearing two soldiers inside to pieces.
We can't hold on any longer. These monsters can't be killed. The commander looked at the tide of werewolves surging in, filled with despair. Retreat. All troops, retreat. At that moment,
a strange and cheerful melody suddenly echoed in the sky.
It was neither a battle song nor an alarm, but a children's song? Two tigers, running fast, running fast.
One has no ears, one has no tail, really strange, really strange. This playful song, through an unknown high-power device, Chen Ning's speaker, reverberated on the brutal battlefield, feeling out of place yet extremely catchy. All werewolf movements paused for a moment. Their brains filled with bloodlust seemed to get stuck by this melody. Boom! The ghost train, with its blue tail flame, smashed down between the two armies like a shooting star, kicking up clouds of dust. The doors opened.
All personnel, disembark. Get ready to work.
Chen Ning, wearing a mask and holding a 1-meter-long animal syringe, was the first to rush down. Behind him, Dracula covered his nose with a look of disgust. Mikhail carried a huge silver bone. Sadako held 2 push shears, her eyes shining with the unique professional glow of Teacher Tony.
Oh dear. It's too chaotic. This is unacceptable. Chen Ning looked at the werewolves running all over the place, shouting in heartbreak. Whose dog is this? Why are they all off the leash? Look at how dirty they all are. Their fur is all tangled. And what's with all this drool? It's late-stage rabies. On the opposite side, the wolf pack leader, SS-ranked, Howling Moon Wolf King, Warwick, was standing on a giant rock. It was 10 meters tall, its silver-white fur shimmered under the moonlight, exuding suffocating pressure. Seeing this unexpected group of guests, Warwick narrowed his crimson eyes. Human reinforcements? Humph, a bunch of clueless minions. Tear them apart. Warwick let out a roar.
Thousands of werewolves received the order, turned their guns, and charged toward Chen Ning's team, roaring.
Woof woof woof. Kill kill kill.
Facing this terrifying scene of 1,000 wolves charging,
Chen Ning remained calm. Mikhail. Bring out the props. Yes.
Mikhail reluctantly stepped forward. He thought it was too embarrassing for an angel, raising the enormous 2-meter-long, shining pure silver bone. And he diligently coated the bone with a layer of special spice, made from leftover meat soup by the gluttony chef. The smell was a deadly temptation for canines.
Hey! Over here! Good doggy! Mikhail waved the giant bone and even activated holy light illumination, making the bone sparkle in the night sky like a disco ball. The wolves at the front changed their expressions instantly. It was an instinct engraved in their genes. It was an irresistible craving for the bone.
The originally ferocious werewolves suddenly lost their murderous glare, replaced by a wise gleam.
A what? Bone?
All the werewolves surprisingly stopped in their tracks, their heads swaying side to side with the bone in Mikhail's hand. Even Warwick, the Wolf King standing on the giant rock, couldn't help but swallow involuntarily.
Damn it! That's a trap. Don't look at that bone.
Warwick desperately tried to suppress his instincts, but that bone was just too fragrant, too shiny.
Sadako! Make your move. Shave them.
Taking advantage of the wolves' moment of daze, Chen Ning issued the second command.
Okay. Sadako transformed into a white shadow and charged into the wolf pack.
She activated Gentle Aura, and the Hellfire Shears flew up and down in her hands.
Sizzle sizzle sizzle.
Wherever she went, wolf fur flew everywhere.
The once imposing werewolves suddenly felt a chill on their bodies.
Looking down, they exclaimed.
What the heck? Where's my fur?
Their thick fur had been quickly shaved into various bizarre styles by Sadako, Mediterranean, zebra stripes, and even patterns of Peppa Pig, dyed. Having lost the protection of their fur, the werewolves instantly felt a complete lack of security. One by one, they tucked their tails between their legs, shyly covering their critical parts, and let out wronged whimpers.
Woo woo woo. What is this? Bloodthirsty werewolf army? It's clearly a group of shorn huskies. Damn it. Damn humans.
Wolf King Warwick looked at his subordinates being humiliated like this, completely losing his temper.
I will kill you. He jumped down from the giant rock, like a silver bolt of lightning, pouncing straight at Chen Ning, who stood in the front. With SS-level speed and strength, he could instantly kill anyone present, except for Chen Ning. Come at me. Chen Ning moved forward instead of retreating. He looked at the giant wolf charging at him, just like he was looking at a frenzied large dog. Ergo. Hold it down.
The shadows on the ground suddenly swelled, turning into several black chains, accurately wrapping around the Wolf King's limbs in midair.
Bang!
The Wolf King was yanked down to the ground.
Let me go. I am the Wolf King. I am noble. Slap.
Chen Ning directly mounted the Wolf King's back, as skillfully as when he rode the puppet master, and slapped the Wolf King on the forehead.
Noble my ass. Look at how dirty you are. Full of fleas. Chen Ning held down the struggling head of the Wolf King. Dracula. Bite it. Let out some blood to lower its pressure. Dracula, holding an empty syringe, approached with a disgusted look. Director, this skin is too thick, and it smells. Less nonsense. That's your patient. Hurry up and bite.
Forced by the situation, the vampire ancestor could only close his eyes, open his fangs, and bite hard into the Wolf King's neck.
Ow!
The Wolf King screamed in horror.
Being bitten by his mortal enemy the vampire was simply a mental torture for the werewolves. Very good. The skin has loosened.
Chen Ning raised the 1-meter-long veterinary syringe in his hand. It was filled to the brim with pale yellow liquid, special rabies vaccine, enhanced. Formula, mangpa soup, calming, plus red flower oil, activating blood flow, plus holy water, purifying, plus garlic juice, disinfecting.
Come on. Good doggy. One shot and it won't itch anymore.
Chen Ning found the right spot, the wolf's butt, and shouted.
Go! Swish! The finger-thick needle pierced fiercely into the solid muscle of the Wolf King's backside. Ayo Wu Wang!
With that shot, Wolf King Warwick completely broke down, letting out the most unwolf-like cry of his life.
That wonderful sensation! That stimulation! It felt as if molten lava was rushing straight from its butt to its head. The calming, mangpa soup, and purifying, holy water, powers from the depths of its soul instantly dispelled the raging virus inside it. Warwick's originally crimson eyes slowly regained clarity. Actually, it was just dazed from the beating. It lay on the ground, panting, with a dazed look in its eyes. It felt like it saw an elderly lady waving at it. The elderly lady was holding a bone. Done. Chen Ning pulled out the syringe and pressed a large cotton ball onto the injection site. Hold it for 5 minutes. Don't let the medicine leak out. He slapped the Wolf King's head, now sporting a heart-shaped haircut, thanks to Sadako. Alright, now you're a healthy doggy.
Remember to eat less raw meat, get more sun, and don't howl at the moon, disturbing the neighbors. Chen Ning stood up, looking at the group of wolves who were now hairless, vaccinated, and questioning their wolf existence. He took off his mask and made a V-sign gesture toward Director Zhao in the distance, watching through a drone.
Director Zhao. The free clinic ended successfully. All members vaccinated. And provided with a free grooming service. Remember to settle the labor fee afterwards. Counted according to the VIP standard of the pet hospital. On the battlefield. The once despairing human soldiers were now dumbfounded, even forgetting to lower their guns. They looked at the once invincible Wolf King, now lying on the ground with a heart-shaped haircut, panting, and even tentatively trying to lick the silver bone in Michael's hand. Is this really a werewolf? This is clearly a bunch of silly huskies. Director Chen, so amazing. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully calming the large stray dog riot incident. Chen Ning stretched lazily, feeling that this business trip was quite fruitful.
Alright, team, let's wrap it up. Where to next?
I heard there's a guy in Northern Europe called Thor who goes around smashing things with a hammer all day.
That's a typical sign of violence and destruction. Ergo. Prepare the sedatives. And the insulated suits. However, just as Chen Ning was preparing to leave, in the sky, the game mastermind, the system, which had always been in the background, could finally no longer sit still. This human not only hadn't been eliminated but had turned all the bosses of the game world into his patients/employees/pets. How could this game continue? If this goes on, the mastermind will be dragged away by Chen Ning for formatting treatment. Warning.
Serious game balance disruption detected.
Initiating final correction plan Ragnarok. All S-level and above dungeons globally are forcibly activated. All mythical creatures will descend into reality. Target locked, Chen Ning. Booming thunder.
The sky of the entire world turned blood red.
Countless massive cracks opened in various places. The gods of Olympus, the giants of Norse mythology, and even those ancient ones sleeping in the deep sea all awoke. This time, it was not a solo fight. But the world's oddities united together, solely to eliminate one psychiatrist.
Chen Ning raised his head, looking at the apocalyptic scene. There was no fear in his eyes.
Only a more intense, professional brilliance. So many patients?
Chen Ning was so excited that his hand trembled, the hand holding the stethoscope.
Great. This is going to be a global free clinic. Ergo. Notify all staff. Cancel vacations. Everyone on duty. We are going to open branches of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital all over the world. Chapter 27, Young man, static electricity so strong? Don't move, let me ground you. Above Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, dark clouds gathered.
Unlike any previous weather phenomena, this time the dark cloud showed an eerie purple-black color, with lightning dancing that contained the rules of destruction, divine punishment thunder.
Booming thunder. A blast of thunder shattered all the glass within 100 miles. The cloud split open, and a chariot pulled by 2 divine rams descended from the sky. On the chariot stood a 3-meter-tall, muscular man with red hair and a red beard.
He was clad in battle armor and wielded a short-handled warhammer that radiated terrifying lightning. Mjolnir.
The strongest warrior of Norse mythology, Thor. Where is that blasphemer mortal? Thor's voice rumbled like rolling thunder. I am the son of Odin.
Today, on behalf of the gods, I shall cleanse this place. He raised the hammer of the thunder god, and countless bolts of lightning gathered, transforming into roaring thunder dragons in the sky. That sense of oppression made the players and agents on the ground feel suffocated.
It's Thor. The real thunder god.
He can smash a planet with one hammer strike.
Can Director Chen handle this? Just when everyone was terrified, the hospital's loudspeaker crackled to life. Zzz. Hello? Testing. Hey, can someone turn the volume down a bit? Don't break my sound system. Chen Ning's voice lazily came through.
Immediately after, the rooftop door of the hospital was pushed open. Chen Ning was wearing a heavy, bulky, specially made insulated suit that looked like a spacesuit, made from the skin of Astaroth's demon, dragging along a 10-meter-long lightning rod, detached from the ghost train's roof. Behind him followed a group of assistants in rubber raincoats, Michael, Dracula, and Wolf King Warwick.
Oh dear. This dark and gloomy day, and it's thundering without even checking the weather forecast? Chen Ning looked up at Thor above, shouting through the insulated visor. That big guy with the hammer. Are you an electrician? Here to fix the circuit? Thor lowered his head and saw a human that looked like a big balloon. Electrician? I am the god of thunder. The master who controls lightning. Thor was furious. Die. Thunder prison. Boom.
He swung down his hammer fiercely. Billions of volts of thunder turned into a purple beam reaching the sky, heading straight for Chen Ning's crown. This blow was enough to vaporize the entire Qingshan hospital along with the underground shelter.
Such a great fury? It seems you have too much heat, electricity, inside. Chen Ning remained calm.
He planted the 10-meter-long lightning rod firmly into the ground.
Ergu. Grounding wire.
Shadow Ergu instantly transformed into countless black wires, connecting the lightning rod to the grounding network deep underground.
Come on. Let the storm come even stronger.
Chen Ning shouted, supporting the lightning rod with one hand. Passive activation, Eye of the God Killer, lightning automatically dodges, plus insulated suit, immune to electric shock.
Ziz.
That terrifying beam of thunder, just as it was about to hit Chen Ning, was suddenly pulled by some rule, actually turning and all being absorbed into that lightning rod. The massive electric current flowed through the lightning rod into the ground, and through a special conversion device, modified by Chen Ning, it was delivered to the hospital's energy storage center.
Beep. Energy full.
The lights in the hospital instantly brightened 10 times. Even the sound quality of the two large speakers at the entrance improved one notch.
What? Thor was shocked. His divine thunder, ineffective? Impossible. This is divine power. Not ordinary electricity.
Thor refused to believe it and crazily swung his hammer.
Come again. Thunderbolt. The wrath of the thunder god. Boom boom boom. Thicker and more violent bolts of lightning struck down. But in Chen Ning's eyes, this was not an attack. This was clearly free energy delivered to his door. Good. Powerful. This is great.
Chen Ning supported the lightning rod while watching a voltmeter in his hand, the needle spinning wildly.
Quick quick quick. Bring all the electric bikes in the city over. Free charging. And whoever that is, turn on the ovens in the cafeteria. Let's roast a whole lamb. Outside the hospital, countless citizens pushed their dead batteries and swarmed in, plugging in and starting to siphon off electricity. Thank you, Thunder God. You are truly a living bodhisattva.
Thor in the sky was about to explode with rage.
He, the mighty Thunder God, was being treated like a power bank? I will smash you to pieces myself.
Thor retracted the lightning and directly drove his war chariot to dive down, swinging Mjolnir to crush Chen Ning into meat paste with a physical attack.
Want to take action? Chen Ning sneered. Looks like merely conducting electricity won't do, I need to calm you down a bit. He pulled out two thick, crocodile clip wires from the big pockets of his insulated suit. Michael. Dracula. Prepare to connect. Yes. The two former S-rank powerhouses coordinated perfectly.
The moment Thor rushed in front of them,
Michael suddenly unleashed flashbang, wings fully opened, the blinding holy light briefly blinded Thor. Dracula transformed into a swarm of bats, disrupting Thor's vision. Wolf King Warwick even bit down on one of the divine sheep of the war chariot. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Ning slid and rushed to Thor's feet. Click. A wire clamped onto Thor's metal combat boot. Click. Another wire clamped onto Thor's hammer. Complete the circuit. Start. Chen Ning pressed the switch in his hand. This is a simple principle of physics, a short circuit. And it's a divine power short circuit. Zzz. Thor only felt the hammer in his hand suddenly become incredibly heavy. The lightning he once controlled now ran wild within him. Thor let out a tragic scream. He was electrocuted by his own lightning. That tingling, painful, cramping feeling instantly robbed him of his fighting power. Smoke erupted all over him, his hair stood up, turning into an explosion head. Clank! The thunder god's hammer dropped to the ground. He smashed a pit in the rooftop. Thor also fell, twitching on the ground like a fish that had just been pulled ashore. TSK. Chen Ning crouched down, looking at Thor, who was foaming at the mouth. Kid, is the static electricity this strong? You usually don't wear cotton underwear, do you? Look at how shocked you are, your hairstyle is all messed up. Chen Ning took out a comb, the same as Sadako's, trying to comb Thor's hair, but found that it was already styled, burnt. Forget it, this is pretty rock and roll anyway. Chen Ning patted Thor's face. Since you're here, don't rush off. Our hospital happens to need a generator. I see you have good stamina, tough guy. From now on, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, you're in charge of powering the whole hospital. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, you'll be responsible for grilling meat in the cafeteria using lightning. Sunday is a day off, you can play mahjong with Michael and the others. Thor rolled his eyes, although his body couldn't move, tears were already streaming down his face. He was the god of thunder. The son of Odin, how did he end up being reduced to the level of a generator? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the illegal power facility destroyer. Civility level, power saturation, Thor expresses he never wants to touch electricity again in his life. Gained merit points, 800,000 points. Gained special facility, Thor brand generator set, S-level clean energy, infinite endurance, occasionally throws tantrums and loses power, just give it a good beat. Current accumulated merit points, 5,400,000. Done with the god of thunder. Chen Ning stood up, took off his heavy insulated suit, and took a deep breath of the ozone-filled air. Who's next? He looked at the cracks in the sky. There were more gods peeking in. Zeus, Poseidon, Anubis. They saw Thor's outcome, and one by one, they fell silent. What the hell, the god of thunder was captured for power generation, what were they going to do? Be a sprinkler? Be security? Or a guard dog? What's wrong? Too scared to come down? Chen Ning picked up a loudspeaker and shouted at the sky. Don't be afraid. Our hospital has great services. If you're sick, we treat you, if you're not sick, we do checkups. If all else fails, we're also hiring cleaners, cooks, and gardeners. 5 insurance and 1 fund. Food and housing included. Plus, year-end bonuses, hell money. In the sky, the once fierce gods began to quietly retreat. The cracks were slowly closing. Ragnarok? This was clearly a god re-employment recruitment fair. Oomph, at least you guys are quick to run. Chen Ning put down the loudspeaker, feeling a bit regretful. I originally wanted to treat Zeus for his licentiousness, I heard he likes to transform into animals, and help Poseidon with his rheumatism. Just then, an old and familiar voice echoed behind Chen Ning again. Had enough fun, Chen Ning? Chen Ning's body stiffened. He slowly turned around. On the rooftop, at some point, another person had appeared. The old director. This time, the old director's figure was no longer solid, but began to become illusory, like a projection with a bad signal. Moreover, behind him, the whole world began to collapse. The sky shattered like a mirror, revealing the dark data streams behind. The walls of Qingshan Hospital started to peel, exposing the white, empty space inside. Even Michael, Dracula, Wolf King, were disappearing one by one beside him. What is happening? Chen Ning's pupils constricted. I told you. The old director looked at him with a pitying gaze. It's time for medication. Your delusions are severe enough to burst this world. Now, we need to give you the final treatment. Forced awakening. Chapter 28. This fake reality is so boring, there isn't even a Wi-Fi signal. Forced awakening. You are just a mental patient. The old director's voice echoed in his ears as the world around him collapsed. Chen Ning looked at this old director trying to convince him with scientific reasoning and suddenly sighed. Well, let me interrupt. Chen Ning raised his hand, pointing at the dissipating white space around him. Since you say this is the real world, let me ask you one crucial question. The old director, system illusion, froze for a moment. What is the hospital's Wi-Fi password? Chen Ning asked seriously. I just tried, and I can't find any signal. For a top-tier psychiatric hospital, is it reasonable that there's no Wi-Fi? The old director. And also, Chen Ning pointed at his patient gown. In reality, I'm wearing pure cotton, but this material is clearly polyester, it's static. It's so careless. In conclusion,
Chen Ning's eyes instantly became sharp, and with a sudden swing of his hands, even though the brick was not visible in the illusion, he felt it in his heart, he struck out fiercely.
This reality is poorly faked. It deserves a bad review. Break for me. Boom. With a loud sound of shattering glass,
the so-called special care ward, that old director, and that shadowless lamp, all exploded like mirrors.
Chen Ning suddenly opened his eyes. He was still standing on the rooftop of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital.
In the sky, the giant crack had not vanished. Deep within that crack, a massive purple eyeball composed of countless data streams was glaring at him, filled with shock and disbelief.
S-Class Mental Dominator, Master of Illusions.
It was one of the behind-the-scenes masterminds of the Twilight of the Gods, skilled at creating the most realistic illusions that lead enemies to self-destruction.
How could you see through my brain in a vat?
The voice of the Master of Illusions screamed in Chen Ning's mind, that's the perfect logical loop.
You would think you're just an ordinary madman. Perfect logic?
Chen Ning straightened his wrinkled collar from the illusion, looking at the giant eyeball in the sky with a caring gaze.
This fellow patient, your condition is very serious. You actually tried to trap a psychotic with normal logic? In my world, shadows can sing, octopuses can cook hot pot, that's normal.
Your world, with no Wi-Fi at all, is the greatest abnormality. Chen Ning turned around and waved at the anxious waiting staff behind him, Michael, Dracula, Wolf King. It's okay, I just had a nightmare where someone wanted me discharged, it scared me to death. Then, Chen Ning picked up the loudspeaker again and shouted at the Master of Illusions in the sky.
Since you like virtual reality, let me prescribe you a remedy. Air Dog.
Bring our immersive treatment device, which is actually just Thor connected to a broken TV, up here. This fellow patient suffers from severe reality avoidance syndrome, he must experience what real life is.
Michael. Light it up. Capture him. Yes. Director.
This time Michael learned wisely, directly adjusting the brightness to surgical shadowless lamp mode. A pale beam of light shot straight into the sky, leaving the Master of Illusions nowhere to hide.
My eyes.
Although the Master of Illusions had no physical form, this light on the rules level caused its data flow to become chaotic.
Gotcha. Chen Ning waved his hand. Dracula, go up and pull him down. This time, don't bite, use a straw to suck. Get the water out of his brain. Dracula transformed into a sky full of bats and rushed up. A physical therapy targeting the mental god was taking place once again over Qingshan Hospital. Chapter 29, Living in Water All Year Round? This rheumatism has set in deep. Hurry, fire therapy. The Aegean Sea, with its vast, blue waves. But at this moment, this romantic sea had turned into a boiling battlefield. Boom. The sea surface exploded, and countless massive columns of water shot into the sky. A giant blue figure, towering 100 meters high, emerged from the deep sea. He had a bare upper body, muscles bulging like rocks, and long hair that waved wildly like seaweed. In his hand, he held a trident glowing with ghostly blue light, standing on a golden chariot pulled by two giant sea horses. Sea god Poseidon. Where the hell is the damn dragon kingdom human? Poseidon's voice roared like a tsunami. Dare to cook my kraken into hot pot? That's my pet. I've raised it for thousands of years. Today, I will use the waters of the Aegean Sea. Drown your soul in the endless abyss. Doom. The trident heavily struck the surface of the sea. A monstrous tsunami capable of swallowing the Greek islands was forming. However, at the moment the tsunami was about to sweep in, a piercing screech of brakes echoed from the sky. Zzz. The ghost train K444, floating in a drift that defied the laws of physics, hovered above Poseidon's head. The doors opened. Chen Ning, wearing a white coat and a thick medical mask, held a freshly printed medical record and leaned out. He glanced at the enraged old man below and then surveyed the water-bound surroundings. Tisk, TSK. Chen Ning shook his head and said to the medical team behind him. It seems this old gentleman is quite ill. Ergo, look at this living environment. The basement is naturally damp, and he lives in the basement of the basement, underwater. How heavy is this humidity? Michael, look at this old man's legs, he can't even stand up and has to use a spear as a walking stick. Poseidon? A spear? A walking stick? This is the sacred artifact symbolizing the authority of the sea god, the trident. Ignorant insect. Die. Poseidon swung the trident, launching a waterspout toward the train. Dare to play with water? Seems like you're getting old and confused. Don't you know that your sickness came from your desire for coolness? Chen Ning not only didn't dodge but instead leaped down from the train. I am a doctor. I have the duty to correct the wrong living habits of the elderly. Michael. Turn on the lights. Infrared therapy mode. Yes. Dean.
Michael, standing on the roof of the train, sighed helplessly. He was already used to it, and his wings suddenly spread wide. But this time, what came out was not the holy light, but that warm red infrared light commonly seen at bathhouses.
ZZZZ.
The high-intensity infrared instantly enveloped Poseidon. That dry, scorching light was pure torture for the sea god, who lived in water all the time.
Ah. So hot. So dry.
Poseidon felt his skin cracking, moisture evaporating away.
Strike while the iron is hot. Dracula, grab the fire cupping. Chen Ning performed a flip in the air, landing steadily on Poseidon's broad back, like an ant landing on an elephant's back.
He pulled out the loot from the Demon Lord, the Hellfire cupping device, modified version of the 18-liter barrel.
Old man. Hang in there. It might be a bit hot, that's the moisture being drawn out. No. Go away. I am the sea god. I do not need
Poseidon's words were cut off, turning into a scream. Because Chen Ning had already ignited the talisman, forcefully placing the blazing hellfire barrel on Poseidon's lower back.
Hiss. The collision of water and fire. A large amount of white steam erupted from Poseidon's back. It was his divine power, moisture, being forcibly extracted. Oh my. This humidity is too heavy. The barrel is almost full.
Chen Ning, like a professional therapist, pressed on the barrel and loudly explained.
Old man, your lumbar disc is quite protruded. Do you usually move stones on the seabed? Let me add a few more cups for you.
Chen Ning waved his hand, and dozens of smaller cupping devices, ordinary glass jars, flew out, popping on Poseidon's entire back under the control of his telekinesis.
At this moment, Poseidon looked like a gigantic blue whale covered in mushrooms.
He swung the trident, trying to swat the bug off his back, but Chen Ning agilely hopped around on him, pulling off a cup with every leap.
Don't move. Moving will lead to cups falling off. Relax. Take a deep breath. Is it hot? If it's hot, that's right. The cold air is being pushed out. 10 minutes later.
On the surface of the Aegean Sea, a remarkable scene appeared. A great deity lay on his war chariot, frothing at the mouth, with white smoke rising from his body. His back was covered densely with purple-black circular marks. Especially the one on his waist.
So black that it shone. Who? Done. Chen Ning popped off the last jar with a poof. Sir, can you move around? Check if your waist still hurts. Your legs still ache? Poseidon weakly lifted his head.
He initially wanted to stab this bastard with his trident.
But
he tried to twist his waist.
Crack. The cold and heavy feeling that had troubled him for thousands of years had actually disappeared? In its place was a fiery sensation of ease. Ha!
Poseidon instinctively straightened up and even threw away the trident, cane, in his hand, walking a couple of steps.
No. No pain anymore?
As the sea god, he had long been corroded by the powers of the sea, and his divine body did indeed have a hidden ailment similar to rheumatism, mythological setting modification.
He never expected this human to heal him in such a rough manner? How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I?
Chen Ning stood on Poseidon's shoulder, speaking earnestly.
Sir, you can't live at the bottom of the sea anymore. Even if you must, at least install underfloor heating or lay an electric blanket.
And also, get more sunlight, referring to Michael, and play in cold water less.
Poseidon's expression was extremely complicated. Anger? Gratitude? Shame?
He, the great sea god, was publicly cupped by someone. Where would he put his face if this spread? But his waist really felt good.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing severe oceanic rheumatoid arthritis. Transformation level, half believer. Poseidon thinks you're a quack, but his body is very honest.
Gained merit points, 600,000 points.
Gain special skill, water control technique, traditional Chinese medicine version. You can control any liquid, for boiling medicine, cooking soup, or cupping.
Current cumulative merit points, 6 million.
Chen Ning jumped down from the divine body and returned to the train. Sir, today's treatment stops here. Remember to drink more hot water, avoid raw, cold, and spicy food, except for my hot pot. I won't charge you a fee, but since you won't need this cane, trident, consider it collateral. Chen Ning casually scooped up the trident floating on the sea surface and threw it to Ergo. This thing is pure gold, it would make a nice clothes rack for our hospital.
Poseidon. Using my divine artifact as a clothes rack?
Forget it, for the sake of a pain-free waist.
Wait. Poseidon suddenly called out to Chen Ning, who was about to leave. What? Do you want to add more time? Chen Ning turned back.
Poseidon's old face flushed, he pointed at Olympus in the distance.
My brother, Zeus. He has been feeling like a swan or a bull lately. Sometimes he even sparks energy against thin air. If you have time, go treat him too.
I think he might have more water in his brain than I do.
Chen Ning's eyes brightened. I told you. That old man looks like he has schizophrenia and a sex addiction. Thank you for the recommendation, sir. Here's a coupon from our hospital. Next time you come for a follow-up, you'll get 20% off.
Chen Ning tossed a coupon and waved his big hand.
Everyone's included. Target, Mount Olympus. Prepare the electric chair. We're going to give the king of gods a brain defibrillation. Chapter 30, at such an old age, still playing transformations? This is typical cognitive impairment. Prepare for electrotherapy. Mount Olympus, a splendid temple.
This is the center of power in Greek mythology, shrouded in clouds and mist, with fairy music floating in the air. King Zeus was lazily leaning on a throne adorned with gems, holding a golden cup filled with nectar. Around him were beautiful nymphs, feeding him grapes.
Ah, beauties.
Zeus's eyes were dreamy, his figure twisted and suddenly transformed into a huge white swan, flapping its wings trying to burrow into the nymph's arms.
Giggle, your majesty is so naughty.
The nymphs giggled and dodged. Amidst this enchanting scene,
bang! The towering brass door of the temple was violently kicked open from the outside.
The two door panels fell heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust.
Anti-prostitution and anti-pornography office. Routine inspection. Everyone, don't move. Get your clothes on. Show your ID.
A man dressed in a white lab coat and wearing a red armband, the same on-duty officer armband, strode in.
Behind him followed a fierce law enforcement team.
Holding a camera, for evidence, was Jinzi.
With an electric baton, Thor's hammer, was Sol. Carrying a medical kit was Dracula.
And in charge of lighting was Michael. Zeus, who was playing Eagle Catches Chick, currently in swan form, was startled. He shook his wings and turned back into his human shape.
Who dares to trespass in the divine mountain?
Zeus was furious, his divine power surged, the sky instantly darkened with thick clouds, and thunder roared.
I am the king here. I am the father of the gods.
Chen Ning walked under the throne, looking up at the old man with a big beard, who was wrapped only in a towel. He took out a small notebook, glanced at the transfer order given by Poseidon, and then looked at Zeus.
TSK TSK TSK. Chen Ning shook his head, showing a face of disappointment. Old man, at your age, how can you still be so reckless? What did you just turn into? A goose? Or a duck? This is a typical case of species cognitive disorder. You are a human, god, not poultry. How can you change randomly? What if a chef catches you and makes you into roast duck? Zeus was so angry his beard stood up. I am the king of gods. I can turn into whatever I want. This is art. This is fun. Fun?
Chen Ning sneered, pointing at the nearby fairy ladies in light clothing.
I see this as an outbreak of sexual addiction. This is a serious mental illness. It needs treatment. Also, look at your shaking hand. Chen Ning pointed at the vibrating lightning ball in Zeus's hand. You can't even hold a ball steady, it's leaking electricity. This is a precursor to Parkinson's. Or a nervous system short circuit. You impudent! Zeus completely exploded.
He raised his thunderous scepter and aimed a divine punishment lightning at Chen Ning.
Die! Ant!
The thick lightning roared like a golden dragon, rushing towards Chen Ning.
Sol! Catch the electricity! Chen Ning didn't even blink.
Thor stepped out helplessly from behind. As a patient who had already been treated by Chen Ning, Sol now felt a nearly instinctive familiarity with electricity. After all, it's a generator. He raised his Mjolnir, now connected to a wire.
Z. Zeus's earth-shattering divine lightning was sucked entirely into Sol's hammer like rivers converging into the sea. Not a shred was left. Burp. Sol burped with electric sparks. This electricity is a bit sweet and quite pure. Zeus was dumbfounded. His lightning was eaten? Who is that red-haired strongman? Why is he also playing with lightning? And he looks even more professional? This is the power of science.
Taking advantage of Zeus's daze, Chen Ning rushed up to the throne.
Ergu. Bind him.
The shadow Ergu transformed into countless black binding belts, instantly tying Zeus up on the throne.
Michael. Put on the mouthguard.
Michael pulled out a glowing halo from his pocket, originally an angelic halo, and forcibly stuffed it into Zeus's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue to death.
Woo woo woo. Zeus struggled desperately, but under Chen Ning's suppression, the dignified king of gods couldn't move at all. Old man, don't be afraid.
Chen Ning put on insulating gloves and took the wire connected to the hammer from Sol.
We are using aversion therapy. Specifically to treat the kind of disorder of changing forms and messing around with interpersonal relationships. The principle is simple: whenever you have that kind of unhealthy thought in your brain, we will give you a shock. Over time, you will develop a conditioned reflex of wanting to mess around equals getting shocked, thus weaning you off internet addiction. Oh no, sexual addiction.
Chen Ning placed the wire against Zeus's temple.
Sol. Turn it on. Level 1 voltage. Okay.
Sol was a bit reluctant. After all, they are all gods, but under Chen Ning's pressure, he gently tapped the hammer.
Z. A weak current passed through.
Zeus trembled all over, rolling his eyes.
No reaction? Looks like the condition is stubborn. Chen Ning frowned, increased the dose. Level 3. Z. This time, the current was much stronger.
Zeus's hair stood up straight, and his body twitched like he was doing the robot dance.
Wha? Let me go. Not enough. It seems this old man not only has a big addiction but also high resistance to electricity. Chen Ning gritted his teeth. Thor. Full power output. Give him a Professor Yang kiss. Got it.
Thor swung his hammer around and slammed it hard into the ground.
Boom. The terrifying power of thunder exploded instantly, flowing through the wires and pouring into Zeus's brain.
Zeus let out a scream like a dying pig if his mouth wasn't covered. He felt as if his soul was being shocked out of him. All the messy thoughts in his head, those beautiful fairies, and the thrill of turning into animals were all obliterated by the electric shock.
Now, he had only one word in his mind. Pain. Numb. He would never dare to think wildly again.
Just a thought made his head ache.
10 minutes later. The electric treatment ended.
Zeus slumped on the throne, his whole body smoking, his eyes dull, drool dripping from the corners of his mouth. His once majestic beard was frizzed up by electricity, hanging on his face like a tangled ball of steel wool.
Wake up! Old man! Chen Ning patted Zeus's face. How do you feel now? Do you still want to turn into a swan?
Zeus slowly turned his head, seeing a mosquito flying by. He instinctively shuddered, curled up, and shook his head desperately.
No. I don't want to anymore. I am a person. I am a decent person.
Zeus's voice was weak and trembling. Now every time he saw a furry animal, he felt like throwing up, and beautiful women made his head throb.
Congratulations! Treatment successful. Chen Ning happily shook hands with Zeus. It seems you have high comprehension. One treatment and it worked. Remember, read more books, look at fewer beauties. Drink more tea, drink less alcohol. Be a god who has left behind lowly interests. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing severe sexual addiction with manic symptoms. Degree of enlightenment, Sage Mode. Zeus has entered a state of emptiness, deciding to disband his harem and cultivate himself from now on.
Gained merit points, 800,000 points.
Gain special item, Thunder Staff, battery version, can be used to charge phones or as a mosquito swatter. Current accumulated merit points, 680,000.
Chen Ning put away his tools, looking at the now pure and unattached Zeus. Alright, I won't disturb your meditation anymore.
By the way, Uncle Poseidon said he misses you.
Go see him when you have time.
You both are now the rehabilitation models of our hospital, and can share some insights. After saying that, Chen Ning led his medical team out of the temple, leaving Zeus alone, sitting on the throne, looking at the empty hall, hands joined together, murmuring some scripture he seemingly learned from nowhere.
Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Descending from Mount Olympus. Chen Ning glanced at the map. Greece is settled. Next stop, the deep sea. Chen Ning's gaze grew deep. There lives a few casually looking guys, the old gods. I heard they are covered in tentacles and eyes, and always make maddening noises? This is serious distorted aesthetic and noise pollution. Sadako. Get your makeup kit ready. We are going to give those ancient gods a makeover. Let's turn them into 2D cute girls. I refuse to believe we cannot cure this mental pollution.
Chapter 31. It's not your fault if you grow casually, but it's your fault not to put on makeup when you go out. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, at 47 degrees 9 minutes south, 126 degrees 43 minutes west. This is a region of the ocean known as Point Nemo, the farthest place from land on Earth. And beneath the 10,000-meter abyss lies a magnificent and twisted city of stone Raya.
Guliolu.
A strangely shaped submarine, burning with blue ghost flames, actually a ghost train with a waterproof barrier, was slowly descending onto the plaza of Laya.
Is this the legendary capital of the gods?
Chen Ning leaned on the window, looking at the buildings outside that violated the principles of geometry, frowning.
This architectural style is so abstract that even Picasso would cry. It's completely not ergonomic.
He turned to the medical team behind him.
Jinzi, are you ready?
This is a big project.
Jinzi nodded seriously, carrying 2 large suitcases full of cosmetics. Don't worry, director. No matter how bad the base is, I can make it look divine.
Good.
Ergo, open the hatch.
Chen Ning put on the diving helmet, actually a fishbowl, and jumped out first. Ahead, a majestic temple gate slowly opened. An ancient, decayed, and intensely fishy smell rushed out. In that dark depth, 2 huge yellow eyes slowly opened like searchlights. Then, a massive, suffocating body emerged. It had a head covered in tentacles like an octopus, broken bat wings on its back, and a body like a mountain of flesh, oozing repulsive slime.
SSS level old 1, Cthulhu.
Mortals, why disturb my slumber? The voice of Kraken was not language but a frequency that acted directly on the brain.
Buzz. A strong mental shock instantly swept through the area.
The fear known as the indescribable could instantly burn a normal person's brain, turning them into drooling fools.
Michael and Dracula held their heads, crouching in pain on the ground. Even Wolf King Warwick was whimpering with his tail between his legs.
Only Chen Ning remained. He stood there, not only sane but squinting, leaning in to closely examine Kraken's face.
TSK TSK TSK.
Chen Ning soulfully sighed, this patient, you look kind of rushed, huh?
Cthulhu? Rushed? I am the old one. The embodiment of fear. Look at this skin.
Chen Ning pointed at the pockmarked tumors on Cthulhu's face, large pores, serious blackheads, and this oily shine, you could fry food with it.
And these eyes. Chen Ning pointed at the huge yellow eyeballs, lifeless. Dull.
The bags under your eyes are about to drop to your chin.
You've been staying up late, haven't you?
Most importantly, this beard, tentacles. Chen Ning grabbed a huge tentacle swing in front of him, looking disgusted, so messy.
Can't you trim it? Don't you get soup on it while eating? Cthulhu was completely dumbfounded.
For billions of years, no one had dared to comment on its appearance like this.
Roar!
Cthulhu erupted in rage, countless tentacles flailing wildly, and the surrounding seawater began to boil, aiming to crush this impudent bug.
Still dare to move? Stay still.
Chen Ning activated the skill Absolute Stability, with the deterrent effect of God's Eye Slayer.
Cthulhu, in terror, found its body stiffened for a moment. That moment was enough. Jinzi. Go. Paint it to death. Okay. Jinzi transformed into a white shadow and jumped directly onto Cthulhu's huge face. She opened the suitcase and pulled out a roller brush borrowed from a painter. Let's start with the base makeup. Conceal.
Jinzi poured a whole bucket of super white wall paint, actually high conceal foundation, into a plate and began wildly applying it to Cthulhu's face with the roller brush.
Brush brush brush.
Cthulhu's originally dark green, oily skin was instantly painted a ghastly white.
How dare you?
What is this thing?
So dry. So itchy.
Cthulhu wanted to shake its head, but Chen Ning held tightly onto its tentacle below.
Don't move.
This is your skincare.
Endure it. Chen Ning shouted, ergo.
Braid its tentacles.
They're too messy.
Shadow ergo split into countless shadows, grabbing hold of the dozen or so wildly flailing tentacles on Cthulhu's chin.
3 on the left, 3 on the right, cross. Tie a knot. Under Chen Ning's command, those horrifying tentacles were surprisingly braided into 2 giant braids.
They even had 2 pink bows tied at the ends, borrowed from the Bridge of Forgetting.
Eye makeup. Eye makeup is the soul.
Jinzi held 2 thick markers and started on Cthulhu's 2 dull big eyes.
The eyeliner must be thick.
The tips need to flick up.
Look lively. The eyelashes need to be long. Hey, someone, bring me the broom. Jinzi took apart 2 brooms and glued the bristles onto Cthulhu's eyelids. In an instant, 2 fan-like false eyelashes were born. Last step. Lipstick. Jinzi pulled out a bucket of bright red paint and smeared it all over Cthulhu's toothy mouth. Lip bite makeup. Look youthful. 10 minutes later. The entire ancient city of Laya fell into a dead silence.
Everyone stared blankly at the gigantic creature in front of them. The original terrifying, twisted, indescribable old one was gone.
In its place was a face painted ghostly white, with thick black eyeliner, glued broom eyelashes, a blood-red mouth, and 2 pink bows tied in pigtails. A giant flower girl? Ugh. Dracula couldn't hold back and turned to retch. This is even more of a sanity drop than before. This is spiritual pollution plus version. But Chen Ning was very satisfied. He pulled out a huge mirror made of ice and stood it in front of Cthulhu. Come. Look. Isn't it beautiful like a fairy? Cthulhu gazed at the monster in the mirror. Its big Caecilian eyes blinked, the broom eyelashes fluttered. It was stunned. It had never seen such a delicate version of itself before. The original inferiority complex, that never existed due to its ugliness, strangely vanished. This is me? Cthulhu voiced in confusion. That's right. This is the confident you. Chen Ning took the opportunity and pulled out an oversized Lolita dress, transformed using paper folding technique. Come, put this on. This outfit is what matches. With half persuasion and half coercion, Cthulhu put on the pink puffy dress. 100-meter-tall, heavily made-up octopus girl with pigtails was born. Perfect. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Jinzi, take a picture of her. Post it on social media. Title it, Deepsea's First Lolita, Online for Marriage. Cthulhu looked at her cute self in the mirror, and shyly covered her face with her tentacles. So annoying. This shy sound almost sent everyone present away. Ding. Congratulations, the host successfully reformed the image of the old one. Reform level, sanity value reversed, Cthulhu feels cute and decides to pursue a cute route from now on. Gained merit points, 1 million points, a million prize. Gained special ability, indescribable cutie, you can turn anything terrifying into disgustingly cute. Current accumulated merit points, 7,800,000. Chen Ning patted Cthulhu's skirt. Alright, don't always hide in the sea and not come out. Go out more, attend some comic exhibitions, and you are sure to become popular. By the way, remember to touch up your makeup, don't let the foundation wear off. After saying goodbye to the shy Cthulhu, Chen Ning took the nearly vomit-exhausted medical team back to the train. Phew, this aesthetic is indeed a bit ahead of its time, normal people can't accept it. Chen Ning wiped his sweat, but as long as the patient is satisfied, that's enough. He glanced at the map, his gaze turning toward the distant east. There, an ancient mountain range hides countless legendary beasts. Next stop, Kunlun Mountain. I heard there's a guy called Tao Tai over there, who can eat a lot. Eats an entire mountain clean? This is serious binge-eating disorder. Must be treated. Head chef. Prepare weight loss meals. Boiled cabbage. Also prepare the instruments for gastric reduction surgery. Ergu. Bring the fitness equipment, treadmill, too. We are going to help that fat guy lose weight. Chapter 32, So Fat and Still Eating? If you keep eating, the earth will be gnawed clean. Get on the treadmill. Kunlun Mountain, the ancestor of all mountains. This place should be a sacred land, shrouded in clouds and mists, filled with the aura of immortals. But at this moment... it turned into a messy quarry. Crunch! Crunch! The huge chewing sound echoed in the valley. A monster the size of a mountain was lying on a peak, devouring happily. It had the body of a goat, but a terrifying human face, with eyes under its armpits, now shining with greedy red light. It opened its bloody mouth and bit off half a mountain, along with the trees, rocks, and even 2 unlucky snow leopards, swallowing everything. SS plus level ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai. Hungry, so hungry. Tao Tai mumbled unclearly while eating, not enough. I want to eat more. Its belly was already swollen like a huge balloon, round and plump, with all 4 legs almost floating, but its mouth could not stop. Boom! The ghost train descended from the sky, hovering above Tao Tai's head. Chen Ning stood at the door, looking at the monster, fat like a ball and still eating crazily, frowning so much he could kill a fly. Outrageous! A total waste. Chen Ning held a megaphone and shouted, "Hey, fat, oh no, brave one. Can you stop eating for a moment? Look at your belly. It's hanging to the ground. If you eat more it will explode, do you understand?" Tao Tai stopped chewing, and the eyes under its armpits rolled up, seeing the tiny human. Food? Snack? Tao Tai was overjoyed, this was meat delivered to the door. Roar, slurp. It suddenly opened its big mouth, creating a terrifying suction. The surrounding air, clouds, and even light were sucked in, forming a black hole-like vortex. Chen Ning felt his body lift, uncontrollably flying towards Tao Tai's mouth. Want to eat me? Chen Ning, not panicking in the air, took out the universal artifact from his chest, toilet brush. So greedy, be careful of choking. Just as Chen Ning was about to be swallowed, he suddenly placed the toilet brush across, even using his mind to extend the handle by 10 meters. Click. The toilet brush was precisely stuck between Tao Tai's jaws, holding its mouth wide open, unable to close. Whoa, what is this?
Tao Tai felt extremely uncomfortable, a toilet brush stuck in its throat, unable to swallow or spit out, only retching.
Ergu. Bring equipment.
Chen Ning jumped onto Tao Tai's nose bridge, if it had a nose, waving his big hand.
Boom.
The rear carriage of the ghost train opened, dropping a huge super treadmill with a conveyor 10 meters wide, landing steadily on the valley floor.
Put it on there. At Chen Ning's command, Michael, Dracula, and Wolf King Warwick all joined.
Michael tied Tao Tai with holy light ropes, Dracula became a swarm of bats lifting its limbs, Wolf King pushed its butt from behind.
1, 2, 3. Go. Bang. The round Tao Tai was forcibly thrown onto the treadmill. Power on. Thor. Coming. Thunder god Thor, now skilled, struck the power interface with his hammer. Sizzle.
The treadmill started immediately, the conveyor running wildly.
Ow-oh.
Tao Tai had not reacted yet, slipped, almost falling.
How to burn fat.
Chen Ning glanced at the still quivering fat of Tao Tai, feeling very dissatisfied.
Warwick. Increase the intensity. Woof. Okay. Wolf King Warwick gave the order, and hundreds of freshly shorn, vaccinated, and energetic werewolves charged out.
They surrounded the treadmill, ready to bite its butt if Tao Tai dared to slow down.
Awah.
Under the motivation of the wolf pack, Tao Tai unleashed an unprecedented potential, its short legs running so fast they left after images, managing to make the treadmill run at Ferrari speeds.
Sweat poured down. It really fell like rain.
The fat on Tao Tai's body was expelled with the sweat, turning into waves of greasy steam.
1 hour, 2 hours.
Tao Tai felt like its lungs were about to explode and its legs were about to break. It had probably never run this much in its entire life combined.
Puff, puff.
Finally, Chen Ning shouted to stop.
All right, take a 5-minute break.
Chen Ning threw a withered cabbage leaf into Tao Tai's mouth. At this time, the toilet brush had been taken away.
Here, this is dinner for today. Chew slowly, don't choke.
Tao Tai held the pitiful cabbage leaf, tears of regret streaming down. It was a grand beast of devouring the heavens, and it used to eat dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but now it had to run until exhausted for a piece of cabbage? What was even scarier was, it actually thought this cabbage was quite sweet.
It's not over yet.
Chen Ning looked at Tao Tai's still huge appetite and took out something that looked like a gas mask, a special anti-bite ball. Considering your self-control is too poor, to prevent you from sneaking snacks at night, this must be worn.
No. No. Tao Tai shook its head desperately. Put it on.
Chen Ning forcibly put the ball on it and locked it in place. This ball is mesh-like, you can only drink water and eat liquid food.
Solid food is out of the question.
From today, your meal plan is a bowl of porridge in the morning, 2 apples at noon, and air mixed with northwestern winds at night.
If you stick to it for a month, I guarantee you'll be as slim as lightning.
Tao Tai lay on the ground in despair, a ball stuffed in its mouth, unable to make a sound. It looked at its shrinking fat, feeling fear towards food for the first time.
It didn't want to eat anymore. It just wanted to be quiet. Ding.
Congratulations, host successfully conducted special weight loss training for severely obese patients.
Degree of influence, anorexia warning, Tao Tai feels nauseous at the sight of meat and weak at the sight of the treadmill. Gained merit points, 900,000 points.
Gain special ability, gluttony black hole, your stomach connects to another dimension, no matter how much you eat, you won't gain weight and can digest anything, including iron blocks and nuclear waste.
Current total merit points, 8,700,000.
Chen Ning clapped his hands, looking at the already exhausted Tao Tai.
Good, this is the first step to a healthy life. Air dog, leave this treadmill for it.
It must run a full 20,000 steps every day, not a step less.
After handling this big eater, Chen Ning glanced at the map. East is about done too. I heard there's a guy called Feathered Serpent in the jungles of South America, flying around every day asking for rain? This is typical meddling syndrome. The weather forecast is so accurate nowadays, does it need to ask for rain? Also, the rainwater is full of bacteria, which can easily cause flu. Chen Ning waved his hand. Let's go. To the Amazon. Give that long-winged snake a deworming shot. Then send it an oiled paper umbrella. However, just as Chen Ning was about to leave,
the ground suddenly began to shake violently. An ancient, desolate, and endlessly majestic aura awakened from the deepest part of Kunlun Mountain.
It was not an ordinary beast. It was a dragon. A true, eastern, 5-clawed golden dragon, also the guardian beast of Longwei Zhulong, eyes open for day, eyes closed for night. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the skies.
The sky instantly turned pitch black, as if darkness had fallen.
Who is abusing my child, Tao Tai, on my territory? 2 giant dragon eyes like red lanterns slowly opened in the darkness. In that gaze, with scrutiny, with anger, and even more with a hint of drowsiness? Chen Ning looked at the huge golden dragon spiraling in the sky, watching the bloodshot eyes of the dragon. He smiled.
Smiled like a salesperson who just discovered a big client.
Oh dear. Old senior. Your eye bags are almost dragging to the ground. Your dark circles are heavier than a panda's. This is serious biological clock disorder causing neurasthenia. Don't panic. I have medicine.
Chen Ning pulled out a huge bottle from his pocket, with 3 large words on it.
Brain Platinum, Special Edition. This year for the holidays, no gifts accepted, only Brain Platinum. Come, drink this bottle, I guarantee you will sleep soundly. Chapter 33, hasn't slept in tens of thousands of years? Those dark circles are about to fall off. Quick, sing a lullaby.
At the peak of Kunlun, the eternal night enveloped everything. In the sky, the colossal crimson dragon Zhu Long was writhing in pain. Its 2 eyes were like 2 blood-red suns, staring fiercely at Chen Ning. That gaze was filled with exhaustion, irritation, and a world-destroying power.
I am not sleepy. I cannot sleep.
The voice of Zhu Long sounded like grinding teeth. I must watch this world.
I must protect. Protect what nonsense? Chen Ning interrupted the ancient divine beast's monologue with a loudspeaker. Look at those eye bags. They are about to touch your chin. The fluid in them could raise fish. And these bloodshot eyes. So dense. This is typical retinal congestion. If you don't sleep, you will go blind. Chen Ning pointed at Zhu Long like a nagging parent. Haven't slept in tens of thousands of years? Do you want to cultivate immortality or die suddenly? Staying up late is chronic suicide, you know? Zhu Long was furious. It was a god. Gods do not need to sleep. It just couldn't close its eyes. Ignorant ant. Dare to teach me, the god?
Zhu Long opened its mouth, and a gust of white cold air spewed out *** breath of winter ***. Kunlun Mountain was instantly frozen, and the temperature plummeted below 0.
Oh? Did you turn on the air conditioning?
Chen Ning wrapped his lab coat tighter. Actually, with the system protection, it wasn't cold at all. Looks like you know your temper is too hot and want to cool down. But this is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause.
Air dog. Get the medicine. Got it. Shadow Air Dog pulled out a massive bronze cauldron from somewhere.
The cauldron was filled with a dark liquid that emitted a strange aroma, making one feel drowsy.
Special calming brain tonic, god-level version.
Formula, Mengpa Soup Original Solution, Forget Worry, plus Brain Platinum, Nourish Brain, plus High Concentration Melatonin plus Lavender Essential Oil. Effect, not to mention divine beasts, even a stone would sleep for 3 days and nights after drinking it.
Come on. Old senior. Drink this bowl of soup.
With a thought, Chen Ning made the bronze cauldron fly into the sky and directly positioned it by Zhu Long's mouth.
I won't drink. This is poison.
Zhu Long tightly shut its mouth.
Not drinking?
Then I have to use forced measures.
Chen Ning signaled to Michael.
Michael understood, spreading 6 wings, even though usually tucked away, they were needed now, and suddenly opened, emitting a gentle warm yellow light ** sleep aid night lamp mode **. Under this gentle light, Zhu Long's tense nerves indeed relaxed a bit.
Now. Sadako. Head massage. Sadako transformed into a white shadow, floating onto Zhu Long's immense head. She reached out her pale little hand and pressed against Zhu Long's temple.
Rub, relax.
Sadako's hand was cool and gentle against the scorching dragon head. That feeling was simply amazing. Zhu Long let out a sound of pleasure, and its mouth involuntarily opened a crack. Now. Pour it.
Chen Ning seized the opportunity, controlling the bronze cauldron to dump the entire vat of calming soup into the dragon's mouth.
Gulp gulp. Zhu Long was forced to swallow a whole ton of medicine. That intense drowsiness surged through its veins to the brain in an instant.
My head feels so dizzy.
Zhu Long's eyelids began to battle. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, it felt its eyelids heavy. Not enough. Where's the ambience group? Show your talents. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Cthulhu. Shake it.
The pink Cthulhu, miniature version, stood on Chen Ning's shoulder. Waving 2 fluorescent sticks, tentacles, he began to shake rhythmically.
Michael. Sing. Michael cleared his throat and took out the golden microphone.
As an angel, his voice carried a sacred echo, and at this moment, he sang a song.
Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. Mom's gentle hands are rocking you.
This lullaby, sung in Michael's ethereal and sacred voice, possessed a magic that purified the soul. Even the glutton next to him, gnawing on cabbage, felt his eyelids get heavy, and he directly lay down on the treadmill and fell asleep.
The candle dragon could not hold on any longer.
Its body slowly spiraled down, landing on the top of Kunlun Mountain. Those eyes that had been open for tens of thousands of years finally slowly closed.
Who?
As the eyes closed, the eternal night in the sky vanished instantly, and the long-lost sunlight poured down on the mountains.
Finally asleep.
Chen Ning let out a sigh of relief and was about to wipe his sweat.
Hoo-roo-roo.
A thunderous snore erupted from the candle dragon's nose. The entire Kunlun mountain range trembled.
Avalanche. Landslide. This snoring was more terrifying than an earthquake. Damn. This snoring is way too loud.
Chen Ning covered his ears. This is serious sleep apnea syndrome.
The airways are blocked. We must intervene immediately. Otherwise, it might wake itself up.
Chen Ning looked around and saw a giant plunger used for toilets on the ghost train.
Got it.
Chen Ning grabbed the plunger and jumped in front of the candle dragon's nostril.
I need to put a silencer on it.
He forcefully pressed the plunger onto one of the nostrils.
Pop. It's stuck.
The snoring noise instantly decreased by half, turning into muffled hum sounds.
There's still one nostril.
Chen Ning found another large rubber stopper, originally for blocking drains, and stuffed it into the other nostril, leaving a small hole in the middle for air passage.
Breathe, inhale, breathe, inhale.
Now the breathing sound was much steadier, like the sound of a bellows being pulled, although it was still a bit loud. At least it wouldn't trigger an avalanche anymore.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully curing millennial insomnia. Influence level, deep sleep. The candle dragon is dreaming. In its dream it is a happy little loach.
Earned merit points, 1 million.
Gain special ability, Master of Day and Night. You can freely switch between day and night, useful for adjusting time zones or making the boss think it's time to leave work.
Current accumulated merit points, 9,700,000. Chen Ning looked at the slumbering giant dragon and nodded with satisfaction. Alright, don't wake it up.
Ergo, set up a sign here, quiet area, divine beast resting, no honking.
Michael, you stay here on guard.
If it kicks off the blanket, remember to cover it up with clouds.
Michael. I, a glorious seraphim, not only have to work as a security guard, a street lamp, a singer, but now I also have to be a babysitter? With the eastern divine beast taken care of, Chen Ning's gaze turned towards the west. Now, most of the well-known troublemakers on this planet have been subdued. Only one place remains. Chen Ning's finger drew a circle on the map. That was the mysterious area beneath the Antarctic ice cap.
Also the final source of all strange occurrences, all myths, and all terrors, the Abyss Gate. There, it connects to the truly indescribable land. It's also the lair of the main controller that has been causing trouble behind the scenes.
I heard there's a guy called Satan, who is the boss of all demons. And there's something called Chaos, said to be faceless and skinless?
Chen Ning adjusted his white lab coat, his eyes revealing a determination.
This is the ultimate ward.
Looks like I need to prepare a set of intensive care equipment.
Everyone, get on the bus. Target, Antarctica. Directly strike the dragon's lair. We are going to give that so-called main controller a craniotomy. However, as the ghost train flew towards Antarctica, Chen Ning did not notice.
In his shadow, the one who had always been bowing and scraping, ergo, corrector number 0, now had a trace of extremely complex data flow flashing in his eyes.
It looked at Chen Ning's back, murmuring silently. Brother. That place is not somewhere you can go. Because that place is your true home. Chapter 34, 1 moment crying, 1 moment laughing? This is typical personality split. Come, practice Tai Chi.
The South Pole, a land of extreme cold.
Yet there is no ice and snow here.
A huge, inverted black tower stands on the pole, the tower's peak piercing the Earth's core. Surrounded by endless black fog and rivers of red lava.
This is the Abyssal Demon Tower, the connection point between hell and the human world. Boom. The ghost train, trailing sparks and lightning, lands in the plaza before the demon tower. Countless fallen angels and abyssal demons, armed with weapons, nervously surrounded it. But when they saw the man stepping down from the train, and the traitors behind him, like Michael, Dracula, and the Wolf King, they all stepped back in fear, even unable to steady their weapons. Is this the guy who cupped Poseidon and electrocuted Zeus? Shoo. Quiet. I heard he even turned Cthulhu into a loli. So terrifying. Run. Ignoring these minor characters, Chen Ning walked directly toward the great door of the demon tower. The door slowly opened. A handsome man in a black robe, with 2 curved demon horns atop his head and 12 black wings behind him, walked out. The Lord of Hell, Satan. But his current state was very strange. His left side had a fierce demonic face, eyes burning with hellfire, while his right side had a holy angelic face, golden holy light flowing from his eyes. Ha ha ha. Destroy it. Let the world burn. Left face cackles. No, we must forgive, we must have love. Right face weeps. Shut up. You cowardly waste. Left face yells. You are the one. You fallen sinner. Right face retorts. Satan stood at the door like a schizophrenic madman, talking to himself, even fighting with his own hands, choking his neck. Chen Ning paused, turned back to look at Michael. Is this your former leader? Michael awkwardly covered his face. Well, Lord Lucifer, the name of Satan before his fall, has always been a bit, emotionally unstable. This is not instability? Chen Ning took out a stethoscope, his expression serious. This is clearly severe, dissociative identity disorder. And it's already at the late stage where two personalities are fighting for control. So painful. This internal struggle will drive a person insane. Chen Ning stepped forward, grabbing Satan's hands that were in a fight. Stop. Don't argue. Satan was stunned. Both personalities looked at Chen Ning. Left eye, get lost. Bug. Right eye, save me. Still arguing? Chen Ning took out the brick of virtue from his pocket and waved it in front of Satan. If you keep arguing, I'll physically mute you. The golden light of virtue radiating from the brick made the violent demonic personality instantly fall silent, mainly because he was scared due to widespread legends. That's more like it. Chen Ning pulled Satan to a chair and made him sit down. Let's talk. You both have been living in too much conflict. One wants to do bad things, while the other wants to do good things. It's like one wants to go east, and the other wants to go west. The result is splitting in place. Satan, in unison then, what should we do? Simple. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. In traditional Chinese medicine, this is called imbalance of yin and yang. Isolation of yin brings no life, isolation of yang brings no growth. You are typical extreme yin, demon, and extreme yang, angel, fighting each other. To heal, you need harmony of yin and yang. After speaking, Chen Ning took out an item from his sack. It was a huge, copper-based Tai Chi Bagua mirror, taken from Fengmen village. Look at the mirror. Chen Ning held the Tai Chi mirror upright in front of Satan. Ergo. Bring the glue. Shadow Ergo handed over a bottle of 502 strong glue, regular edition. What are you going to do with this? Satan asked in fear. Don't move. I'm going to stick you two together. Chen Ning opened the glue and actually applied it directly to Satan's reflection in the mirror. The black on the left moved towards the center. The white on the right also moved towards the center. This is called Taiji creating two forms, and the two forms creating four images. As Chen Ning operated in the mirror, the real Satan felt a tremendous pull. The two completely opposing forces within him began to rotate and merge under a mysterious rule, Taiji. The originally distinct black and white transformed into a rotating Taiji diagram. Ah! Satan let out a painful roar. The sensation of his soul being crushed and reformed felt worse than going to hell. Hold on. It'll be over soon. As Chen Ning applied glue, he shouted loudly the incantation. A big watermelon. Cut it in half in the middle. One half for you. One half for him. This is called Taiji Quan. Do you understand? Follow me to practice. Chen Ning positioned himself and surprisingly began to perform Taiji Quan in front of the magic tower. Start. Wild horse parts its mane. White crane spreads its wings. In a state of fusion, Satan's body actually moved uncontrollably along with Chen Ning. The black wings and white holy light intertwined, flowing slowly with the rhythm of Taiji. Slowly. The grimace and pain on Satan's face disappeared. Replaced by an unprecedented calm. The extreme good and evil reached a strange balance under the harmony of Taiji. He was no longer a pure demon, nor a pure angel. He transformed into a brand new existence. Master of Chaos. Who? Satan exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. His eyes turned into a black and white pair, and the wings behind him became intermingled black and white. I understand. Satan looked at his hands, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Good and evil are one, why must we divide them? Thank you, Master. Satan stood up, giving Chen Ning a standard Taoist fist salute. From now on, I shall be called Taiji Satan. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction. That's right. A harmonious society, a harmonious hell. In the future, practice more Taiji to improve yourself. Don't always think about destroying the world, it's so exhausting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully curing God-level schizophrenia. Level of enlightenment, simplicity, Satan has comprehended the true meaning of Taiji and is ready to promote square Taiji Quan in hell. Gained merit points, 1 million points.
Gain special item, Hell Taiji diagram, can harmonize any conflicting forces, such as mixing cola and Sprite together without exploding. Current total merit points, 10,700,000, over 10 million. Dealing with the Lord of Hell. Chen Ning looked up at the top of the upside-down magic tower. There was the entrance to the ultimate land. Satan, who is up there? Chen Ning asked. Satan's expression became serious. That is Void. Also known as the Game Master. It has no physical form, no emotions, it is the collection of all rules. It thinks this world is sick, so it created a horror game to restart civilization. Hearing this, Chen Ning laughed. What a coincidence. I also think it is sick. And it's pretty seriously ill. Chen Ning adjusted his white coat, secured his stethoscope, and held a brick and a toilet brush. Let's go, ergo. We are going to give this master brain a thorough checkup. I see that it's suffering from excessive control with complications of antisocial personality. Such a patient must be forcibly contained. Chen Ning strode toward the depths of the magic tower. The medical team followed closely behind. Michael, Dracula, Wolf King, Cthulhu, Tao Tai, and Candle Dragon. These former bosses, now patients/employees, were all eager to show their skills. Dare to mess with the dean? Get it. Give it a shave. Give it cupping. Feed it garlic. An ultimate treatment for the will of the world is about to begin. However, at the moment Chen Ning stepped into the core of the magic tower, the surrounding space suddenly froze. All sounds disappeared. All light vanished. Only a pure, silent white remained. A faceless, genderless human-shaped being composed entirely of white data streams floated silently in front of Chen Ning. It emitted a mechanical and cold voice. Chen Ning. Welcome to the depths of your brain. Did you really think you healed those gods? Did you really think that Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital actually exists? The white figure slowly raised its hand, pointing to Chen Ning's chest. In fact, you have always been lying on the bed of Ward 001. You have never woken up. Chapter 35, Why do all the patients here look like geometric shapes? This is serious skeletal deformity. Chaotic void, boundless and infinite. There is no up, no down, no left, no right, only chaotic time and space turbulence. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, along with its foundation and that ghost train, floats like a lonely boat in this colorful darkness. Director! Where are we? Michael, with an explosive hairstyle, looked at the distorted starlight outside the window, feeling a bit carsick. I don't know. Chen Ning stood on the rooftop, holding a cup of wolfberry tea, calmly looking into the distance. That white-faced monster, the main brain void, couldn't play nice and knocked over my dumplings that I hadn't finished eating, throwing us out in the process. But that's okay. Chen Ning smiled slightly. The world is so big, I want to take a look. Isn't this what we've long anticipated as the Universal Free Clinic Tour? Just then. V-Room. A piercing, excruciating sound, like rusty metal scraping against glass, pierced through the vacuum, directly affecting everyone's soul. This sound carried a will of madness, chaos, and destruction. Even the SS-level Satan covered his ears, expressing pain. So loud. What kind of ghost music is this? Dracula felt his teeth almost rot with the sound. Chen Ning looked up. At the end of the void, a massive, dark red planet was slowly approaching. It was not like an ordinary planet made of rock and soil. It was a living planet composed of countless flesh and metal. Its surface was covered with eyes of various sizes, each as big as a lake. There were also countless gaping mouths, producing that maddening song. High-dimensional outer god, judgment star, Gehuros. It is the awakener, the vanguard of destruction. Wherever it passes, the stars return, the old gods awaken, and the world is destroyed. What a big meatball! Chen Ning put down the teacup and took out a stethoscope from his pocket. TSK, the skin condition is too bad. Chen Ning pointed at the pus-filled eyes and craters on Gehuros' surface. This is serious, teenage acne. It's all infected. Also, why so many eyes? Wouldn't those with acrophobia faint from looking? Most importantly, Chen Ning's expression darkened as he picked up the iconic megaphone. Hey! That singing ball. It's nap time. Can you show a little public spirit? Stop howling like that. Gehuros. It did not understand human language, but it felt Chen Ning's obnoxiously orderly aura. Destruction, restart. Gehuros' massive body suddenly accelerated, like a red bowling ball, heading straight for Qingshan Hospital. This crash was enough to shatter a galaxy. Still dare to attack? Want to pick a fight? Chen Ning was furious. All personnel, level 1 combat readiness. Michael.
Turn on the big lights. Blind its dog eyes, oh no, ball eyes. Candle dragon. Switch to night mode. Make it unable to see the way. Cthulhu. Grow big. Give it an octopus face hug. Yes. Director. The Qingshan medical team instantly entered combat mode.
Michael spread his 6 wings, releasing a light comparable to a supernova explosion, causing Gihiro's countless eyes to squint and shed tears. Candle Dragon closed its eyes, plunging the void into absolute darkness, causing Gihiro's to lose its sense of direction. Cthulhu, now in pink lowly form, instantly returned to its true size, wrapping its massive tentacles around half of Gihiro's, like a giant hairband.
Boom! Gihiro's was forcibly stopped in front of the hospital, letting out an angry roar. I'm coming too! Chen Ning stepped onto the ghost train, holding a large iron shovel he brought from Fengmen village. Since you have so many pimples on your face, I will help you pop them. Ergu. Teleport. Whoosh.
Chen Ning instantly transported to the surface of Gihilo's.
Facing the huge malicious eye, as big as a lake. Chen Ning raised the shovel and without hesitation, slammed it down. I'll dig. I'll dig. Dig dig dig. PSSH. Putrid pus, divine blood, splattered everywhere. Gihilo's let out a heart-wrenching scream. As an outer god, it had never faced such a physical disgrace. To have someone dig at its eye with a shovel? What kind of fighting style is this? Don't scream. Popping pimples never feels good.
Chen Ning moved quickly, like a diligent gardener crazily weeding on Gihilo's face.
This pimple is ripe. Pop it. This blackhead is too deep. Dig it out. 10 minutes later. Gihilo's once covered surface became pockmarked, like a chewed apple. It was scared. This bug was too terrifying. It wanted to run, to roll back into the depths of the universe. Want to run? The treatment isn't over yet.
Chen Ning pulled out a gigantic piece of cloth from his snakeskin bag. It was the wrapping cloth that previously wrapped the pharaoh, cleaned and sewn together by Sadako.
Since you like to sing, you must wear a mask. To prevent droplet transmission of viruses. Ergu. Satan. Wolf King. Come here and hold the line.
Several SS-class powerhouses worked together to spread the huge shroud like wrapping dumplings, tightly covering Gihilo's large mouth.
Gihilo's
was fitted with a planetary mask. Its singing voice immediately turned into muffled grunts.
Phew. The world is quiet.
Chen Ning stood on top of Gihilo's, even though it had no head, wiping his sweat. Remember, in the future, wear a mask when going out, avoid crowded places. Also, use facial cleanser more often, don't let things grow on your face.
Ding.
Congratulations, host successfully completed the first planetary beauty treatment in the chaotic void.
Conversion level, self-isolation. Gihilo's felt too embarrassed to see anyone, deciding to find a black hole to bury itself in. Gained merit points, 5 million points.
Obtain special mount, Judgment Star, silent version. You can ride this ball and charge through the universe, with a built-in BGM playback feature. Current merit points accumulated, 15,700,000. Chen Ning patted the obedient red ball beneath him.
Not bad, just what the hospital needs for transportation. From now on, when we go on house calls, we'll take this ball. Ergu, move the hospital onto this ball. Let's create a mobile medical fortress.
Qingshan Mental Hospital slowly descended, taking root on the surface of Gihilo's. Chen Ning stood at the hospital door, looking at the vast void, full of ambition.
Next stop. I heard that the guy called Azathoth is sleeping at the center of the universe? This is serious hypersomnia. We must wake it up to exercise. Let's go. All troops, advance. Chapter 36, You're as thin as a piece of paper and still don't want to eat? Here, let me pump you up. In the chaotic void, the 9th quadrant.
Here there is no light from stars, only cold data streams and buildings made of geometric lines.
This is the territory of a highly developed mechanical civilization, Sujing Protocol.
They have discarded their bodies, uploading their consciousness to the dimensional network, even mastering the technology of dimensional strikes.
Warning. High-energy organic lifeform invasion detected. Target, a red, pimpled planet, Gihilo's. Executing cleanup procedure, initiate dimensional weapon, 2-dimensional foil. On the mothership of the mechanical civilization, countless commands were dispatched in milliseconds. Director. What's that ahead?
Michael stood in Gihilo's pimple pit, now the observation deck, pointing at a vast expanse of starry sky that looked like a giant painting unfurling. There, ships, planets, and even light appeared flat, like doodles drawn on paper. Chen Ning put down the old Leia Gamma mixed rice, provided by the gluttonous head chef. He picked up the binoculars and took a look.
TSK TSK TSK.
Chen Ning frowned, letting out a voice full of disappointment and frustration.
The food in this place must be terrible. Look at those people, aliens, they are so thin that they are like pieces of paper. They have no thickness at all. This is serious malnutrition, causing the paper-thin syndrome. Their bodies have developed abnormally. No way.
As a passing divine doctor, I can't just stand by and watch.
At that moment,
a transparent ripple shot out from the canvas ahead, flying towards the Qingshan hospital at near light speed.
It was a piece of seemingly ordinary little paper.
But on its path, the space began to collapse, the three-dimensional structure swiftly flattened, falling into a two-dimensional plane.
The two-dimensional foil strike has been activated. Director! Be careful. That thing can flatten us too.
Satan, Taiji version, turned pale as he sensed the threat at the level of rules.
Flatten?
Chen Ning sneered, what a beautiful wish.
This body of mine is earned from eating, why should I lose weight?
He pulled out the yellowing, mummy wrappings of the pharaoh, from the snakeskin bag.
This is an S+ level wrapping cloth. Excellent flexibility. It can even prevent air leakage. Urgu. Spread it out for me.
Shadow Urgu instantly grew larger, spreading the mummy wrappings like a tablecloth in front of the hospital.
PFF. The two-dimensional foil, capable of destroying galaxies, collided with the mummy wrappings. The wrappings created a huge dent, as if a stretchy membrane caught a bowling ball. But it did not break.
Not only did it not break, but it actually trapped the two-dimensional foil.
What?
Inside the mothership of the mechanical civilization, countless data streams began to garble.
Dimensional strike, physically intercepted? What is that yellow cloth made of? Not on the periodic table. Before they could analyze, Chen Ning had already moved. Reciprocity is a matter of politeness.
Since you like playing with paper, let me teach you what three-dimensional beauty is. Chen Ning rode on a broomstick, Sadako's, holding the extra-large air pump, modified from a skin cleaner, that he pulled from the nostril of a candle dragon, charging directly into the world of the two-dimensional canvas.
Director! That is a two-dimensional space. You can't get out once you go in. Michael shouted. What am I afraid of? I have the gluttony black hole to protect me. My stomach is four-dimensional. Chen Ning dove right into the painting.
In his field of vision, those mechanical ships looked like triangles and circles drawn on paper.
So thin. So pitiful.
Chen Ning landed next to a flagship, which was actually a big triangle, finding its exhaust port, a circle drawn on.
Come on. Open wide. Let me add some food for you.
Chen Ning shoved the mouth of the air pump into that exhaust port.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
Chen Ning started to pump air like crazy.
This was not ordinary air, it was a mixture of the candle dragon's snoring, the glutton's belch, and the steam from Mangpa soup, the high-pressure divine power gas. Warning. Internal pressure of the machine is abnormally rising. Warning. Dimensional structure is undergoing irreversible expansion.
That originally flat triangular spaceship began to inflate like a balloon,
transforming from a flat triangle into a chubby triangular pyramid. Bang! Because the inflation was too rapid, the spaceship burst, becoming a pile of three-dimensional parts scattering in the void. Oops. I got a bit too forceful. Chen Ning felt a little embarrassed. No worries, I will be gentler with the next one.
He zipped around the two-dimensional world like a tireless air pump.
You. Too flat. Inflate. You. Lines are too stiff. Inflate. And that mothership.
Such a large piece of paper must be blown into a hot air balloon.
In just 10 minutes. The originally artful, minimalist style, two-dimensional mechanical civilization turned into a balloon amusement park.
All the spaceships became round and chubby, floating chaotically in the void, even bumping into each other, making a boing-boing bouncing sound. The central brain of the mechanical civilization completely crashed. Its logic could not handle this dimension-raising strike. Why did the enemy not lower their dimensions but instead blow us up into a ball? And this ball looks rather cute? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully curing mass paper person syndrome. Influence level, expansion. The mechanical civilization thinks that although the three-dimensional body is a bit fat, the capacity has indeed increased. Gained virtue points, 2 million points. Gained special technology, dimension inflatable pump. You can turn any flat object into a three-dimensional one, like bringing out your wife from a photo? Current accumulated virtue points, 17,700,000. Chen Ning, holding the inflatable pump, stood on top of a mechanical guard that had been blown into a ball, looking satisfied at this plump star region. That's more like it. To be a person, or a machine, you have to be a bit round and smooth, being too sharp can hurt others. He waved at the distant mothership, now a huge metal balloon.
Remember to eat on time. Don't diet anymore.
Next time I come back for a checkup, if you lose weight again, I'll pour concrete on you. After saying this, Chen Ning jumped out of the two-dimensional world and returned to the Qingshan hospital atop Gihiro's.
Ergo, take notes. Chen Ning took out his small notebook.
Case number 36, mechanical race, malnourished, cured, physical inflation.
Next stop. Chen Ning glanced at the star map. I've heard there's a group of parasites called xenomorphs at the edge of the galaxy? They like to give birth in people's stomachs? This is a serious parasite infection. And they don't even care about quality of offspring. Head chef. Get ready with the deworming medicine, Tower Sugar. We're going to drive that group of bugs away. Chapter 37, Why is there dirt all over with bugs and no one cleans? Everyone's big cleanup. Xenomorph Mother Planet, LV-426. This is a planet that seems like hell. The sky is dark yellow, with corrosive acid rain falling all year round. The ground is covered with a thick, writhing black fungus mat, making a disgusting squelching sound when stepped on. The air is filled with a suffocating smell of sulfur and rotting proteins. Ugh. Dracula, just disembarked from the spaceship, Gihiro's, felt unsteady and puked. This place is 1,000 times dirtier than the bottom of my coffin. Even Warwick, the Wolf King who usually despises cleanliness, lifted his paw in disdain, unwilling to step in the slime. Only Chen Ning remained unaffected. He was wearing a full set of protective gear, made of Michael's feathers, waterproof and acid-proof, holding a huge sprayer, modified agricultural pesticide machine, and carrying a large barrel filled with 84 disinfectant on his back. Look! Look! Chen Ning pointed at the slime-covered ground and the face-hugging insects crawling everywhere, shouting in anguish. This is the consequence of poor hygiene. The place is as messy as a pigsty. There are bugs everywhere. Not a single spot to stand. In such an environment, how can we raise a healthy next generation? No wonder the children all grow up like twisted cucumbers, referring to the xenomorphs. At that moment, a sound that could make one's teeth hurt came from the underground lair. Hiss. The ground trembled as countless black xenomorph warriors crawled out from beneath the fungus mat, drooling strong acid, surrounding the invaders. Behind them, there was a massive creature over tens of meters tall, the xenomorph queen. Her head looked like a giant fan, dragging behind her a massive egg-laying organ, constantly expelling green eggs. Invaders, become my hosts. The queen sent out greedy waves of thought. Hosts? Chen Ning frowned, glancing at the queen's egg-laying part that was still dripping. How many have you given birth to? An overpopulation guerrilla force? Looking at your pale complexion, you are clearly weak from giving birth. More? Are you trying to throw your life away? Ergo. Prepare the deworming medicine. Chen Ning pressed the switch on his sprayer. Sizzle. High concentration 84 disinfectant mixed with strong insecticide turned into a white toxic mist, instantly enveloping the advancing xenomorph warriors in front. Hiss hiss hiss. The xenomorphs let out cries of despair. Although their blood is strong acid. But this disinfectant contains Chen Ning's merit value, which is concept-level purification. The originally shiny black shell was sprayed a dreadful white. Don't run. Everyone has to be washed. Chen Ning chased the alien like a responsible cleaning lady, spraying everywhere. That face hugger. Don't jump on people's faces. How dirty is that? One face hugger jumped up wanting to cling to Chen Ning's face. Smack. Chen Ning countered with a toilet brush, at this moment shaped like a fly swatter, and swatted it into a large bucket nearby. The bucket was filled with dish soap foam. Go in and take a bath. Scrub clean before coming out. The facehugger struggled in the bubbles, finally fainting while blowing bubbles. Having dealt with the little monsters, Chen Ning rushed straight for the boss. He jumped in front of the alien queen, standing on the back of the Wolf King. Big sister, hold on a second, let's talk about reproductive health. The alien queen became furious. With a flick of its tail, a sharp, spear-like stinger aimed for Chen Ning's heart. Still dare to attack? Chen Ning grabbed the stinger that could pierce a tank with one hand. It seems the calcium deficiency is causing your temper. Open wide. Take your medicine. With his other hand, Chen Ning pulled out a sack filled with colorful, pagoda-shaped candies, special anti-parasite pagoda candy. Eat this. Chen Ning directly shoved the sack into the queen's mouth, full of sharp teeth, including the small mouth that was sticking out. The queen was forced to swallow an entire bag of pagoda candy. These candies were not only excessively sweet but also instantly generated a powerful anti-parasite rule once in the stomach. The queen felt the parasites, little aliens, inside her trembling and even started to expel them through a certain passage. Puff, puff, puff. The queen began spraying out undeveloped larvae like a machine gun. That's right. Only when empty feels good.
Chen Ning took advantage of the moment and pulled out a huge yellow seal, charm.
It read 5 big characters, only one good birth. Smack. Chen Ning stuck the seal on the queen's ovipositor. From today on, implement family planning.
If you want to give birth again, first go to the community, Qingshan Hospital, for a birth permit.
Only talk after passing the health inspection.
The alien queen slumped to the ground, looking at the seal, shedding desperate acidic tears.
Her reproductive career. Her insect empire. Was ended by a bag of candy and a piece of paper? And this environment.
Chen Ning looked at the ground covered in mold, his face full of disgust.
Sadako. Cthulhu. Stop watching the show. Sadako, use your hair as a mop and clean this floor.
Cthulhu, use your tentacles as a vacuum cleaner and suck out the dust from those hard-to-reach corners.
Satan. Use your hellfire to dry these slimes. Keep it dry and ventilated.
Under Chen Ning's command,
a grand patriotic hygiene movement unfolded on the alien mother planet. Sadako mopped the floor, Cthulhu vacuumed, Satan dried up, and Michael provided illumination and sterilization. An hour later, the originally eerie and slimy alien nest transformed into a clean and sterile demonstration area.
Even the air was filled with a faint lemon scent, air freshener.
The alien queen lay on the dry floor, somewhat dazed. Although she couldn't have children anymore, this environment seemed quite comfortable to live in. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully rectifying the universe-level filthy and chaotic hygiene corner. Influence level, clean freak awakening. The alien queen now feels distress seeing dust, ordering all aliens to take a bath 3 times a day.
Earned merit value, 2,500,000 points.
Gain special troops, cleaners alien, good at cleaning stubborn stains, equipped with strong acid corrosive liquid, excellent in plumbing.
Current merit value total, 20,200,000, 20 million.
Chen Ning took off his protective suit and took a deep breath of fresh air. Not bad, now it feels like a place for people to live. Ergo, give them a hygiene flowing red flag, hang it at the cave entrance.
Come check regularly, if anyone dares to dirty the red flag, I will feed them the pagoda candy again.
The alien queen trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. She never wanted to eat candy again in her life.
Next stop.
Chen Ning returned to the back of Garrows and took out the interstellar map.
I heard there's a purple sweet potato essence called Thanos at the center of the galaxy? To protect the environment, resource balance, he wants to randomly kill half of the people?
That's extreme obsessive-compulsive disorder combined with antisocial personality.
And
Chen Ning stroked his chin. This purple sweet potato is indeed quite plump, but its color isn't very healthy.
It might be due to hypoxia causing cyanosis. Ergo.
Prepare the oxygen bottles.
Also, prepare a set of advanced mathematics test papers. I want him to know that arithmetic isn't something you can solve just by snapping your fingers. Chapter 38, Want to snap your fingers with a purple face?
Come on, wash this pile of plates first. Titan star, the setting sun looks like blood.
Amidst a wasteland, Thanos stood alone.
His towering body emanated an overwhelming sense of despair, and his purple skin glinted with a strange sheen under the setting sun. On his left hand, he wore a golden gauntlet set with 6 infinity stones. The glow of the stones flowed, representing the ultimate great power to control time, space, reality, soul, power, and mind.
I am the destined one. Thanos looked at the sky, a glimmer of compassion and determination flashing in his eyes. With a gentle snap of his fingers, half of the life in the universe would turn to dust. Famine would disappear, resources would be abundant, and the universe would achieve perfect balance.
He slowly raised his left hand, his thumb and middle finger interlocked. At this critical moment that would decide the fate of the universe.
Wait a moment. Big brother. A very abrupt shout shattered the epic atmosphere of tragedy.
A trainhead, ghost train, spewing blue fire crashed through the nearby ruins, drifting to a stop right in front of Thanos. The door hadn't even opened when Chen Ning had already climbed out of the window. He was wearing that iconic white coat, a stethoscope around his neck, and holding a portable oxygen bottle.
Phew. Just in time, just in time. Chen Ning wiped his sweat and rushed to Thanos' side, staring concernedly at Thanos' purple face. Big brother, your complexion is not right. Chen Ning pointed at Thanos' face, it's dark purple. This is severe hypoxic cyanosis. Don't you usually exercise? Is your lung capacity insufficient? And this chin.
Chen Ning reached out to touch the rows of vertical lines on Thanos' chin, like the bottom of a shoe.
This skin is sagging too badly. This is a loss of collagen caused by long-term hypoxia. Wrinkles have appeared. Thanos. He looked at the suddenly appeared tiny human, frowning slightly. Insect, you are disrupting the destiny. Destiny my foot. Chen Ning snapped the oxygen mask onto Thanos' face. Breathe oxygen. Quickly breathe oxygen. Brain hypoxia will affect your IQ. Thanos pushed the oxygen bottle away with cold eyes. You do not understand my noble ideals. The universe has limited resources, I must kill half? Chen Ning interrupted and rolled his eyes. This is typical of not learning math well, leading to obsessive-compulsive disorder. If resources are insufficient, go develop them. Work on hybrid rice like Yuan Longping. Get controlled nuclear fusion going. Killing is nothing to brag about. I see you are just lazy. You just don't want to use your brain.
Chen Ning's words fired off like a machine gun, leaving Thanos stunned.
Thanos got angry. He is the ruler of the universe, not here to attend a lecture. No more talk is beneficial. Thanos suddenly raised his left hand. The snap intended to destroy the universe was about to happen. Snap. The sound was crisp. But it was not the sound of a snap. Instead, it was Chen Ning's palm, tightly holding Thanos' finger. With the effects of both, all attributes +10, and Eye of God Killer, which suppresses divine-level items, Chen Ning forcibly twisted Thanos' snap motion into a heart gesture. The two fingers crossed, forming a small heart. That's more like it. Chen Ning looked at Thanos with a smile. What are you snapping for? So unlucky. You should make a heart. Love and peace, you understand? Thanos looked at his fingers, posed in a shameful way, and his mind broke. Let go.
He activated the Power Stone, and purple light erupted, trying to shake off Chen Ning.
Still dare to resist? Chen Ning's eyes turned cold. Seems like you have a strong dependence on this infinity gauntlet. This is also a kind of fetish. Confiscated. With lightning speed, Chen Ning reached out his other hand and grabbed the edge of the infinity gauntlet. Come down for me. Sizzle. It was as easy as pulling off a sock.
That infinity gauntlet, containing the strongest power in the universe, was forcibly taken off Thanos by Chen Ning. The 6 gems still sparkled, as if to say, it's nice to have a new master. Thanos stared at his bare left hand, feeling a hollow ache in his heart.
That was his dream. That was his destiny. Don't be sad, out with the old, in with the new.
Chen Ning casually tossed the infinity gauntlet to Dog 2 behind him. Dog 2 immediately started playing with it like a walnut. Then, Chen Ning took out a brand new, pink pair of rubbery dishwashing gloves from his pocket.
Here, put this on. Chen Ning forcibly made Thanos wear the pink gloves. This is high-quality rubber. Non-slip. Wear resistant. Won't hurt your hands.
Thanos stared at the pink gloves, completely stunned.
This atmosphere wasn't right.
Since you like to balance things so much, and love resource recycling so much.
Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Chef. Bring out the dishes that have piled up in our cafeteria for the past 3 days. Okay.
The gluttonous head chef, now the logistics minister, came over with a group of little ones, carrying mountains of dirty plates.
Clatter.
Dirty plates piled high in front of Thanos.
Wash them.
Chen Ning pointed at the pile of plates and said earnestly.
This is your new destiny.
Wash every plate clean, not too much, not too little, exactly half dish soap, half clean water.
That's true balance. If you don't finish washing, you can't eat. You can't snap your fingers either.
Thanos stood there, wearing the pink gloves, staring at the mountain of plates before him. His once indestructible will began to waver for the first time.
Rather than destroying the universe. It seemed washing plates was indeed a more constructive activity? And that dish soap smell wasn't bad at all? Sigh. The great cosmic overlord let out a helpless sigh.
He squatted down, picked up a plate, and began to scrub it earnestly. Though his motions were awkward, his focus was as if he were sculpting a piece of art. 3 circles on the left, 3 circles on the right, must wash it until it's as bright as a mirror.
Chen Ning watched the scene, nodding in satisfaction. A child can be taught. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully stopping the Universal Population Extermination Plan. Influence level, labor reform. Thanos realized the essence of labor and decided to become the strongest dishwasher in the universe.
Gained merit points, 3 million points.
Acquired special item, infinite dish soap. As long as there are plates, it will never run out, and its grease-cutting ability is max.
Current cumulative merit points, 23,200,000.
Having dealt with the purple sweet potato essence, Chen Ning looked at the starry sky. Alright, the troublemakers in this universe are almost taken care of.
Next. Chen Ning's gaze became profound. It's time to go back home. I heard that the Shanhai Jing is reviving strongly over at Long Country recently? There's a guy named Xing Tian running around without a head? That's a serious case of missing limbs with complications of lost sense of direction. What if he bumps into flowers and grass? Dog 2. Prepare the navigation device. Also, prepare an extra large pumpkin. Halloween is coming soon, putting a pumpkin head on him will definitely be festive. Let's go. Back to Earth. Chapter 39, Running Around Without a Head? That's a visual impairment. Come, hold the guide dog well. Changyang Mountain, rugged and rocky. This is the legendary place where Xing Tian was beheaded, a battlefield filled with resentment. Boom. With a deafening sound, half of the mountain peak was leveled by a terrifying axe flash. In the dust, 100-foot-tall headless giant is wildly waving the weapon in his hand. In his left hand, he holds a bronze square shield, and in his right hand, a giant axe for cutting mountains. Two massive eyes, full of bloodshot veins, are growing on his chest. His navel is a blood-red wide mouth, roaring like thunder. Where is my head? Who is blocking my way? Kill without mercy. Due to his limited perspective, his eyes are on his chest, allowing him to only look straight and down. He often cannot see things high above, and can even trip over slightly elevated stones. Bang! There he goes again, kicking a huge rock and staggering a few steps, angrily swinging at the air, turning a lush forest into a flat land. TSK, such destructive power, even a demolition team would have tears in their eyes. Chen Ning sits atop the ghost train, watching the giant below, flailing around like a headless fly, shaking his head. This is too dangerous. It's simply a walking traffic accident waiting to happen. As a good citizen, I must not stand by and watch. Chen Ning jumps down from the train, holding the oversized Halloween pumpkin he had prepared long ago, along with a brand new dog leash. Warwick. Come here. The Wolf King Warwick, currently in husky form, runs over, wagging his tail. Woof. What's up? I have a glorious mission for you. Guide him. Chen Ning puts the dog leash around Warwick's neck and leads him towards the giant Xing Tian. At that moment, Xing Tian sensed the presence of a living person. Roar. He suddenly turns around, the eyes on his chest fixated on Chen Ning, and his giant axe, carrying the might to split mountains, swings down. Return my head. Don't just swing your weapon around. Have some manners. Chen Ning does not dodge, raising his hand with a universal toilet brush, currently in the form of a traffic policeman's baton. Clang. With a loud clash of metal, the axe that could chop through mountains is actually blocked by a tiny toilet brush. Xing Tian is stunned. He feels like the axe has struck cotton, as if some rule has locked it in place. I see that you are just lacking a sense of security. Seizing the moment while Xing Tian is dazed, Chen Ning jumps onto his shoulder, the place where his head used to be. Look at this neck, so bare and ugly. Plus, this cut isn't even healing properly, it's easy to gather dust. Come on. Let me give you a new head style. Chen Ning lifts the giant pumpkin. This is no ordinary pumpkin, it's the one Chen Ning had Sadako paint a full set of makeup on, big eyes, red lips, and 2 cute blushes, smiling radiantly. Put this on. Smack. Chen Ning forcefully presses the pumpkin onto Xing Tian's neck. He even pulls out strong glue to seal it around, preventing it from falling off. Xing Tian only feels a heaviness added to his neck, a long-lost feeling. Although this head cannot see or hear, the psychological comfort of I am complete too instantly calms his raging emotions significantly. But it's not over yet. Chen Ning pulls out a bright red scarf from his pocket and ties it around Xing Tian's neck. Now you look more spirited. Like a young pioneer. Xing Tian touches the pumpkin and the red scarf on his neck. Although he cannot see it, he feels that his current image must be very mighty and imposing. However, simply having a head is useless, your eyesight is still a problem. Chen Ning jumps back to the ground, takes the leash with Warwick and puts it into the hand holding the shield of Xing Tian. Hold this. This is the S-level intelligent biological navigation device I have paired for you, Warwick. It can guide you and even help you smell things. In the future, wherever you want to go, just tug the leash and shout go, oh no, shout let's go. Xing Tian holds the leash somewhat dazedly. On the other end of the leash, the Wolf King Warwick rolls his eyes helplessly but still calls out obediently. Woof. Let's go, master. Shall we try taking a couple of steps? Chen Ning encourages. Xing Tian tentatively takes a step forward. Warwick immediately tightened the chain, avoiding a large stone, leading Xing Tian onto a flat path. Hey! I didn't trip. Xing Tian grinned widely, revealing an honest smile. Thank you, doctor. This dog, quite nimble. Of course. This is the Wolf King. Chen Ning proudly said, from now on, stick with it, and you won't get lost. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully caring for the disabled divine.
Influence level, rebirth.
Xing Tian feels that although he has lost his head, having a dog makes his life complete.
Gained merit points, 1,500,000 points.
Gain special skill, Body of the War God, your physical defense plus 200%, and even if your head is lost, you can pick it up and put it back on to continue fighting, even able to speak with your stomach.
Current accumulated merit points, 24,700,000.
Chen Ning looked at Xing Tian, who was walking with the dog, wearing a pumpkin head, and stepping cheerfully into the sunset, and sighed.
There is true affection in this world. What a harmonious scene, how warm.
He packed up his things and was just about to get in the car. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky began to roll violently. These were not ordinary dark clouds, but multicolored ones, filled with auspiciousness yet exuding a terrifying oppression. A voice of immense authority came from the clouds.
Chen Ning.
Have you caused enough trouble? You have turned the three realms into chaos and made the gods into a joke.
Now, even the ancient war god has been turned into a dog walker by you? I, Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, shall personally meet you today.
As the voice fell, a gigantic golden hand, overshadowing the sun and the moon, reached out from the clouds, grabbing towards Chen Ning. This hand glowed with the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, its palm lines representing mountains and rivers. This was the true power of the heavenly Tao. Countless times stronger than any previous deity. Chen Ning looked up at the giant hand coming closer. He showed no signs of panic, even adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses.
Heavenly Emperor? Finally, someone who can manage things.
Perfect, I have a proposal regarding Heavenly Court reform that I've been struggling to find someone to approve. Chen Ning stepped forward instead of retreating, pulling out a petition material, actually the Phase 2 planning map of the Underworld CBD.
Leader. I want to file a complaint. The organization of the Heavenly Court is too rigid. The treatment for the immortals is too poor. And what about that peach garden? It only bears fruit once every few thousand years. This is serious agricultural technological backwardness.
I have a way to make the peaches bear fruit 3 times a year.
Do you want to hear it?
The giant hand that was about to grab Chen Ning surprisingly stopped in midair upon hearing 3 harvests a year. The voice of the Heavenly Emperor carried a hint of hesitation.
Are you serious? Chapter 40, Refining Furnace Emissions Exceeding Standard? The red threads of the matchmaker are too poor? The Heavenly Court needs a comprehensive rectification. Heavenly Court, Lingxiao Hall.
Golden light rolled like red rainbows, with auspicious energy spraying out like purple mist.
This is the highest point of power in the 3 realms and a symbol of order.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. The literary and martial immortals stood on either side, all with serious expressions. On the golden chair of 9 dragons above, sat the Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, Jade Emperor. His gaze was piercing and imposing. He was frowning as he looked at the mortal dressed in a white lab coat, carrying a snakeskin bag, with an expression of "I'm here to inspect work, Chen Ning."
Bold Chen Ning.
Tuatali Tianwang was the first to jump out, shaking his pagoda in hand. You invaded the heavenly realm, disturbed the underworld, and imprisoned divine beasts. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
Kneel down and confess. Kneel?
Chen Ning adjusted his glasses and glanced at the tower in Li Tianwang's hand.
This security team leader, what are you doing with a model of an illegal structure? Want to conduct illegal construction? And your hairline has receded to the back of your head, is the stress too much? Come get a hair transplant at my place. Li Tianwang was so furious that his mustache trembled. You. Enough. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor spoke, the hall instantly fell silent. Chen Ning, you say you have a way to make the peaches bear fruit 3 times a year? Can also solve many problems in the Heavenly Court?
The Heavenly Emperor's voice was imposing. If you dare to deceive the Emperor, I shall cast you into an abyss of suffering.
Deceiving the Emperor? I'm a professional.
Chen Ning pulled out a thick Tianting modern management system reform plan from his pocket and strode to the steps of the throne. Your Majesty, it's not just me saying this, but your Tianting's management model is too outdated.
It's simply a typical family business problem. Chen Ning pointed at the Supreme Lord Lao Jun standing in the front row. Just take this old comrade as an example. Alchemy is good, it's a pharmaceutical industry. But
Chen Ning took out an air quality detector, which beeped continuously.
Look at this PM 2.5. It's off the charts.
Old Jun's 8 trigrams furnace emits black smoke every day. This is serious industrial waste emissions exceeding standards. Not only does it pollute the environment, but it also affects the respiratory health of the fairies. Supreme Lord Lao Jun flicked his dust whisk and nearly lost grip of it. This is divine fire. How can you call it waste gas? Divine fire also needs to consider environmental protection. Chen Ning waved his hand. Ergu.
Bring in the equipment.
The Shadow Urga dragged out a giant industrial air purifier and a tens of meters high desulfurization and denitrification chimney.
Install it on old June's furnace. From now on, emissions must meet the standards. Otherwise, there will be fines.
Supreme Lord Lao Jun looked at the huge chimney filled with modern industrial atmosphere, his eyes twitched.
How out of place would this look in Shui Palace?
Before the other gods could react, Chen Ning turned his attention to old matchmaker in the corner.
And this grandpa from the matchmaking agency. Chen Ning picked up a red thread, pulled lightly, and it snapped with a pop. Look! Look at this quality. Chen Ning lamented, this is a typical shoddy project. No wonder the divorce rate in the human realm is so high. This red thread is as brittle as noodles, who can tie it securely? Old matchmaker, you are harming consumers. Old matchmaker looked aggrieved, this is the bond line, it emphasizes fate. Fate my foot. What matters is sturdiness.
Chen Ning took out a roll of high-strength steel wire and a U-shaped lock from his burlap bag.
From now on, don't use red thread, switch to this. If anyone wants a divorce, they have to find a hydraulic pliers first. This is called locking CP.
Old matchmaker looked at the roll of steel wire, feeling that if it were tied around an ankle, it could break someone's leg. After resolving the two departments, Chen Ning finally turned his gaze to the highest ruler, the Heavenly Emperor.
He walked step by step up the steps and directly approached the dragon throne.
The surrounding heavenly soldiers wanted to stop him but found themselves unable to move, suppressed by Chen Ning's aura.
And you, your majesty. Chen Ning looked at the Heavenly Emperor with sympathy in his tone. Your job isn't easy, is it?
Sitting on this hard golden chair every day, sitting for tens of thousands of years.
Don't you feel back pain, leg cramps? Don't you feel a bit numb in your butt? The Heavenly Emperor was taken aback. To be honest, his reminder made him feel a bit. This is a classic case of occupational disease. Lumbar muscle strain plus sciatica. This chair is designed so poorly. It completely ignores ergonomics. It only cares about grandeur, with zero comfort. Chen Ning waved his hand, change it. He took out a thick latex cushion and a massage function backrest. Here, your majesty, please lift your derriere. Under the terrified eyes of the gods, Chen Ning directed the Heavenly Emperor to lift his royal posterior and stuff the soft cushion underneath. How about it? Does it feel different? At the moment the Heavenly Emperor sat down, he felt as if he was enveloped by clouds. That bouncy texture, that perfect support. The Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but release a comfortable sigh. After tens of thousands of years, my butt is finally liberated. Not bad, indeed, very good. The Heavenly Emperor's expression softened. That's right. Chen Ning patted the armrest of the dragon throne, as long as the mindset doesn't decline, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Your Majesty, as long as you appoint me as the chief consultant of the Heavenly Court, I guarantee. Within a month, old Lao Jun will refine an elixir that prevents colds and coughs. Old matchmaker's KPI will double. Let the peach garden achieve greenhouse planting, with fruits in all seasons. Most importantly. Chen Ning leaned over to the Jade Emperor's ear and whispered. I can still help you solve that family conflict issue between Erlang Xin and Chen Xiang. Let's do a paternity test and hold a family mediation meeting to ensure everyone is together. The Jade Emperor's eyes lit up. This was indeed his deep worry. Good. 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 The Jade Emperor was delighted, and immediately decided. I appoint you as the the Grand Director of Heavenly Affairs. You will oversee the medical and health work in the three realms. Take office immediately. In the Great Hall, the gods looked at each other in confusion. They just got recruited? Even that troublemaking Monkey King didn't get this kind of treatment. Chen Ning took the golden token bestowed by the Jade Emperor, actually a VIP gold card, turned to the gods, and displayed his signature smile. Dear colleagues, from now on, we are one big family. That Neza, right? I see you always barefoot on wheels, it's easy to get athlete's foot and flat feet, go see an orthopedic doctor later. And you, Lei Gong and Dian Mu, can you stop making thunder when you argue? This is domestic violence. It needs treatment. For a moment, the Lingshao Treasure Hall turned into a large-scale free clinic. The immortals lined up with registration slips in their hands, waiting for Director Chen to treat them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully reorganizing the Heavenly Court Group. Influence level, easily influenced, the gods feel that although this director is a bit crazy, the benefits are indeed good. Acquired meritorious value, 5 million points. Gain special identity, Grand Advisor of the Heavenly Court, holds the highest authority in the God realm, can even modify the heavenly laws. Current accumulated meritorious value, 29,700,000.
Chen Ning stood in the clouds, looking at the refreshed heavily court below, the alchemy furnace emitting white smoke, Yu Lao holding a steel wire, and the Jade Emperor sitting in a massage chair. He stretched lazily. Phew, this side of the three realms is finally sorted out. Next, it's time to check out that so-called ultimate place. Ergo, are you ready? Chen Ning's gaze penetrated layers of clouds, looking deep into the universe. There lay the source of all instances. And the hiding place of the main brain, void. That previous one was just a clone. This time, let's meet the real body. I heard it is working on some universe reboot plan recently? This is a serious, destructive personality. It must receive some electroshock therapy. Chapter 41, all covered in mosaic. Are you not wearing clothes? Come, let me give you a beauty filter. In the dimensional gap, the necessary road to the ultimate place. The ghost train K444 was spitting blue flames, dragging a long trail, navigating through the bizarre data streams. Inside the carriage, it was a chaotic scene, lively and bustling. The Jade Emperor was lounging in a massage chair playing chess with Satan, though the two had different rules. One played Go while the other played chess. Poseidon was discussing with Xing Ti on how to groom a guide dog with his trident, and Michael was pitifully hanging from the top of the carriage acting as the headlight. Director, the road ahead is not right. Ergo, who was driving, suddenly hit the brakes. Ahead, the originally colorful data stream suddenly broke, revealing an area of absolute silence and darkness. In that darkness stood a gigantic, constantly twisting figure. It had no fixed shape, and its entire body was covered in thick, flickering mosaics. Any light, sound, or even space that approached it would instantly disappear as if it never existed. Rule level Guardian, silencer number 404. Halt! A mechanical, disjointed voice echoed in everyone's minds. Ahead, restricted area, data, lost. Access, denied. 404, erase. As its voice spoke, the front of the ghost train began to disappear into transparent nothingness. Damn! My car! Chen Ning cried out in pain and jumped off the train. He stood in the void, looking up and down at the fully mosaic-covered monster. This patient, your image, is a bit non-mainstream. Chen Ning rubbed his chin, filled with curiosity. In broad daylight, covered in mosaic, are you not wearing clothes? Are you still too disheveled to face anyone? The Silent One. As the guardian of dimensions, it had no concept of shame. It was simply executing the purging program. Erasing. Target. Countless black pixel blocks surged towards Chen Ning like a swarm of bees. Oh? Are you still shy? Are you angry because of embarrassment? Chen Ning stepped forward, his eyes filled with the care of a psychologist. This is a classic case of severe social anxiety disorder. Because of inferiority, you hide behind a thick disguise, mosaic, refusing to communicate with the outside world. 404 not found. If this mindset isn't addressed in time, it can develop into autism. Chen Ning waved his hand grandly. Sadako. Bring out that thing you eat with. Okay, Dean. The car window opened, and the newly short-haired Sadako threw down a huge, round glass lens. S-Class cursed object, mirror of truth, beauty filter version. Description: originally meant to reveal the ugliness of the human heart, it was modified by Chen Ning to possess the functions of one-click decoding, HD restoration, and smart beautification. Chen Ning caught the mirror and aimed it at the mosaic monster. Show your true form. Beauty camera, activate. Buzz. A pink light shot from the mirror, instantly enveloping the Silent One. Warning. Illegal decoding detected. Warning. Privacy breach. The Silent One emitted a panicked electronic voice. Under the pink light, the thick mosaic covering its body began to dissolve and peel away rapidly. A few seconds later, the mosaic completely disappeared, revealing its true form inside. The venue fell into silence. Even the well-informed Jade Emperor couldn't help but sit up from his massage chair. The once terrifying, oppressive guardian that swallowed everything turned out to be a blue slime, only the size of a basin, fully transparent, soft and trembling. Shoo! The little slime found its disguise gone and instantly curled up in fear, tears welling in its tiny eyes. It was too small, too socially anxious, so it wrapped itself in a terrifying mosaic to pretend to be fierce. Puff! Chen Ning couldn't help but laugh. Turns out it's a jelly spirit. He walked a few steps forward, reached out a finger, and poked the slime's body. Bouncy, soft, a great touch. Chew! Don't touch me. I'm poisonous. I have the 404 virus. The slime warned through its tears. What virus? I think you're just lacking confidence. Chen Ning scooped up the slime, holding it in his palms. Little one, you look quite cute, why do you want to hide? Social anxiety is an illness, it needs to be cured. The best way to treat social anxiety is public performance. Chen Ning turned around and shouted at the Three Realms Alliance behind him.
Everyone! Let's play music. Sound engineer, ergo. Play the most exciting song hero song. The great river flows east. The stars in the sky point to the Big Dipper. The passionate music instantly resonated through the dimensional crevice.
Chen Ning held the slime high and announced loudly. Now, I declare, the first square dance team of Qingshan is officially established. This little blue classmate, the slime, will be our lead dancer.
Come on. Everyone dance along with it.
The slime was stunned. It was held high by Chen Ning, becoming the focus of the entire crowd.
Tens of thousands of gods, demons, monsters, and angels were watching it. Dance! Dance! Dance!
Under Chen Ning's encouragement, shaking, the slime was forced to bounce to the rhythm of the music in Chen Ning's palm.
Bouncing left, bouncing right, spin around. It seemed to have some rhythm. Wow! So cute!
Sadako cupped her heart with her hands.
This agility has potential. Satan nodded in approval. Not bad, looks like jelly. Taodai drooled, only to pull back after getting a glare from Chen Ning. In the midst of the cheers, the slime's socially anxious heart miraculously expanded. It turned out that everyone didn't dislike me? It turned out that I didn't need a mosaic? Choo! Choo choo! I want to dance. I want to be center stage.
The slime danced more and more joyfully, even splitting into several clones, forming a cheerleading squad in the air, striking various poses.
The originally despairing 404 Forbidden Zone instantly transformed into a sea of joy. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully cured rule-level social anxiety disorder.
Degree of transformation, overwhelming confidence, 404 slime believes it is a cosmic superstar. What is a mosaic? No need. Gained merit points, 4 million points.
Acquired special pet, universal patch slime. It can fix any damaged item, bug, or turn into any shape soft cushion, like adding another layer to your throne.
Current accumulated merit points, 33,700,000.
Chen Ning played with the excited slime in his hand, looking at the unobstructed road ahead.
Alright, the roadblock is cleared.
He placed the slime on his shoulder, the other side had kraken.
Air dog, keep driving. Passing through this area should lead us to the real, multiverse transfer station. I heard there's a branch called SCP Foundation there? Specializes in capturing various strange creatures?
A glint flashed in Chen Ning's eyes.
They dare to steal our psychiatric hospital's business? This is monopoly. This is unfair competition. You little ones. Bring all the equipment. Let's go talk to that foundation about acquisition. By the way, let's see if those so-called anomalies they contain also need medication.
The ghost train let out a long whistle, carrying a car full of patients and doctors, rushing towards the vast ocean of stars.
Chapter 42, Why are you staring at others? This child is so shy it wants to twist your neck. SCP Foundation, Site 19 Cosmic Branch.
Alarm bells rang throughout the base.
Warning.
Unknown flying object detected breaking through the atmosphere.
The target is a green train burning with ghost fire? All personnel to Level 1 alert. Activate reality stabilization anchor. Task Force Nine-Tailed Fox prepare for engagement.
Station Director Dr. Clive stood in the command room, his face pale as he stared at the screen. That train actually ignored all physical defenses and space barriers, crashing straight through the base's outer wall and stopping at the entrance of the core containment area.
Bang!
The train door opened.
Chen Ning jumped down, followed by a group of oddly shaped employees. The decor here is too depressing.
Chen Ning looked around at the cold metallic walls and countless surveillance cameras, shaking his head. All in gray tones, likely to cause depression. I suggest switching to warm colors and adding a few potted potholes.
Stop. Unauthorized personnel.
A team of fully armed task force members rushed over, guns aimed at Chen Ning.
Surrender immediately. Otherwise, shoot to kill. Hey, don't be so angry. Chen Ning adjusted his glasses. I'm here to visit patients. I heard you have many troublesome illnesses here? Open fire. The task force captain wasted no time and pulled the trigger. Tat tat tat. Dense bullets shot towards Chen Ning. Michael. Shield. Yes, Director. Michael spread his wings, a divine light screen blocking in front of everyone. The bullets struck the screen, all turning into popcorn? What? The task force members were dumbfounded. Don't waste food, pick it up and eat.
Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Ning slipped through the crowd and headed straight for a heavy containment door nearby. The door was labeled with the number SCP-173.
Don't open the door. That is a Keter-level containment object, Dr. Clive shouted from the broadcast. But Chen Ning had already kicked the door open. The room was empty, with only a strangely shaped statue standing in the corner. It looked like a giant peanut, with graffiti-like facial features, currently facing away from the door, completely motionless. The floor was covered in reddish-brown stains, feces and blood. Is this what they call the little peanut? Chen Ning walked inside, staring at the statue. As he entered, the statue remained perfectly still. Because Chen Ning was looking at it. This was Rule 173, as long as there was eye contact, it could not move. TSK TSK TSK. Chen Ning circled the statue, looking sympathetic. This child is too pitiful. You so many people, staring at it with cameras every day, and not letting it move? This is serious, being watched anxiety disorder. It is because of shyness and nervousness that the body is stiff. And also, Chen Ning touched the rough surface of 173. Staying in one position for a long time, the cervical spine must be miserable. It has even calcified, though it was originally concrete. At that moment, Chen Ning blinked. Whoosh! In that 0.1 second instant, 173 moved. It teleported behind Chen Ning, and those arms without hands fiercely strangled Chen Ning's neck, attempting to launch its finishing move, neck twist kill. Ouch! You can even do Thai massage? Chen Ning's reaction was faster than it. At the moment when his neck was about to be twisted off, Chen Ning grabbed back and caught 173's wrist. Not bad strength, but your position is a bit off. Since you love to move so much, I'll give you some equipment. Chen Ning pulled out a huge black pair of sunglasses, same as Sadako's. Here. Wear this. Since you're afraid of being seen by others, as long as you can't see others, it doesn't count as being seen. This is called the cover ears and steal a bell therapy. Smack. The sunglasses were glued onto 173's graffiti-like eyes with super strong glue. 173 froze. Vision blocked. Its logical judgment was in chaos. Although others are still looking at me, I can't see others looking at me, so can I still move? And this. Chen Ning pulled out something like a toilet seat, fully automatic cervical massage device, enhanced version. Click. It was fitted onto 173's almost invisible neck. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The massage device started, and powerful vibrations began to pound on 173's cervical spine. Click, click, click. 173's concrete body actually began to tremble with the vibrations. That kind of pleasant vibration, feeling dulled its killing instincts. Finally, this floor is too hard, and walking makes too much noise, which can disturb others. Chen Ning took out a pair of pink, fluffy rabbit slippers. Put these on. Silent and non-slip. After forcibly putting the slippers on the statue, 173 completely lost its temper. It wore sunglasses, had the massage device, and was in pink slippers, standing at the center of the containment room, slightly trembling with the frequency of the massage device. That scene was both strange and a bit mesmerizing. The task force members rushed in and dropped their guns on the floor upon seeing this. Is this still the killer beast that doesn't blink? It clearly looks like an old man enjoying afternoon tea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully transforming, the hyperactive statue. Character reform level, Buddhist, 173 states the massage feels great, as long as the massage device is on, it won't twist necks. Gained merit value, 3 million points. Gain special ability, absolute vision, the speed at which you blink can surpass the speed of light, any monster trying to ambush you in the blink of an eye will fail. Current accumulated merit value, 36,700,000. Chen Ning patted 173's shoulder, now smooth. Enjoy well, don't think about twisting people's necks all the time, that's a work-related illness that needs to change. He walked out of the containment room, glancing at the still doubtful Dr. Clive. Doctor, you have quite a few patients here. Chen Ning pointed to the tightly closed containment doors deep in the hallway. That lizard called 682 Grandpa, I heard has a bad temper? Bites anyone it sees? That's rabies combined with antisocial personality. And what about that one called 096 Shy Person? Pursues to the ends of the earth if someone looks at it? That's serious social anxiety plus paranoia. Let's go. Air go. Bring all our medical equipment in. Today, I want to give this foundation a complete physical examination. If I don't cure these patients, I won't call myself Chen Ning. Looking at the figure filled with excitement charging toward the Keter-level containment zone surrounded by a group of strange creatures, Dr. Clive swallowed hard and picked up the emergency communicator. Calling the O5 Council. This is Site 19. We might not need containment measures anymore. Because a director is here who is more abnormal than the anomalies. Chapter 43, is the temper so great because of being single? Come, let me introduce a partner for you. Site 19, the deepest part underground. Here locks up the most troublesome containment object for the Foundation SCP-682.
In the huge containment pool, it is filled with high-concentration hydrochloric acid. A giant lizard over 10 meters long was soaking inside, its skin constantly corroding and falling off, while regenerating at a visible speed.
Disgusting, hateful life.
682 let out a deep roar, its massive claws pounding against the pool wall, shaking the entire base.
Clang. The heavy explosion-proof door swung open. Chen Ning came in with his medical team. Ah! This smell. So strong.
Chen Ning covered his nose, looking at the pool of bubbling hydrochloric acid.
Who prescribed this? A strong acid bath? Do they want to scrub the skin off?
682 turned its massive head, its malicious slit pupil staring at Chen Ning.
Bug, do you want to die?
It suddenly leaped from the pool, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to swallow Chen Ning whole.
This temper, really so irritable.
Chen Ning did not dodge but instead pulled out a roll of the pharaoh's wrapping cloth from his bag.
Ergu. Tie up its mouth. Don't let it scream. Yes.
Shadow Ergu manipulated the wrapping cloth, wrapping 682's large mouth in circles like making zonzi, tying it up into a bow. 682 was thrown back into the pool, splashing a wave of acidic liquid.
Change the water. This is too damaging to the skin. Chen Ning waved his hand.
The gluttonous head chef, already prepared, pushed over a huge food cart.
Pump out the water. Pour in milk.
With Chen Ning's orders, a hydrochloric acid was pumped out, replaced by steaming pure cow's milk. It was even sprinkled with red rose petals.
This is called a milk bath. Whitening and softening the skin, plus calming the mind. Chen Ning stood by the pool like a professional bath worker.
Soaking in the warm milk, 682's skin, which had been in agony from the corrosion, suddenly felt a long-lost relief.
The stinging sensation disappeared, replaced by a slippery feeling. Its struggle slowly weakened. See, I told you it was just itching that made it angry, right? Chen Ning nodded with satisfaction.
But he didn't stop.
He took out a small notebook and took a look.
According to my diagnosis, besides the skin disease, you also have a serious case of emotional deficiency syndrome.
Always shouting to kill, clearly single for too long, hormonal imbalance. To let you feel the love of the world again, I found you a girlfriend. 682? Girlfriend? I am the immortal evil lizard. I do not need a companion. Come out. Your Majesty, the Queen. Chen Ning clapped his hands.
From the darkness beside came a tall figure. It was the alien queen that Chen Ning had previously tamed, now clean and hygienic. She wore a big red flower on her head, holding a handkerchief, standing shyly by the pool.
Hiss, this lizard looks pretty sturdy? The alien queen glanced at 682 soaking in the milk, a flash of satisfaction showing in her eyes.
After all, among monsters, 682's body and vitality were absolutely top-notch.
Come. Candlelight dinner begins.
Chen Ning waved his hand, and a huge table appeared by the pool. On the table were 2 plates of bloody steaks, specially made by the chef.
Michael. Lighting technician in position. Make it romantic.
Michael sighed helplessly, his wings glowing with a pink and ambiguous light.
Dracula. Play the violin. The vampire ancestor began to play Butterfly Lovers with tears in his eyes.
Under Chen Ning's strong matchmaking, forcing
682, mouth untied, was forced to climb out of the pool and sit opposite the alien queen. 2 universe-grade monsters sat face to face.
One reeking of milk, the other wearing a big red flower.
The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme, yet strangely harmonious. Eat. Don't be polite.
Chen Ning urged from the side.
682 glanced at the alien queen opposite and then at the steak. It initially wanted to flip the table.
But then it saw the toilet brush in Chen Ning's hand, dripping with some indescribable liquid.
It backed down. It lowered its head and took a bite of the steak. Munch munch. The alien queen also elegantly, with her small mouth, took a bite. Hiss, it tastes nice. 2 monsters actually started dating?
Dr. Clive saw this scene in the monitoring room, his glasses shattered.
This is impossible. That's 682, the one that hates all living things. It's actually on a date with an alien? And they seem to be getting along really well? Even though it's all with growls. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully hosting the Monster Matchmaking Conference. Level of transformation, fallen in love, 682 thinks that although this world is terrible, this alien girl is quite unique. Gained merit points, 5 million points.
Gain special item, Monster Matchmaker Certificate. With this certificate, you can connect any species, even Godzilla and King Kong.
Current total merit points, 41,700,000. Watching 682 and the alien queen feed each other, though a bit bloody.
Chen Ning wiped the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes with relief.
This is what life is about. There's no hatred that a romantic relationship cannot resolve. If there is, then just get married again. He turned around and looked at the next containment room. What about that one called 096, the social anxiety patient? I heard it goes crazy when it sees people? Let's go. We need to give it a desensitization therapy. Prepare 100 mirrors. I want it to look at itself. For as long as it needs.
In the containment area of Site 19, it had completely fallen apart. Originally sinister and terrifying containment objects, under Chen Ning's hand, one by one turned into good babies.
096 was locked in the mirror house, forced to admire its stunning appearance every day, and finally became narcissistic, asking when it saw people, "Am I beautiful?"
SCP-049 was grabbed by Chen Ning to be the surgical director, busy performing stitches on zombies every day, no longer having time for any plague treatment.
The SCP Foundation had turned into Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, Cosmic Branch.
And Chen Ning's gaze had already turned to farther places. The patients in this universe have been mostly treated.
Ergu, where is the next universe? Report, Director. High energy reactions detected ahead. It's a world called Hongwang. It seems there are several guys called Saints fighting? Chen Ning's eyes lit up. Fighting? That's violent tendencies coupled with forming factions. Let's go. To Hongwang. We're going to have a parent-teacher conference with those saints. I refuse to believe that there's something in this world Chen the director, cannot cure. Chapter 46, Anxiety is because the iron skin is too heavy. Here, try this set of paper armor, it's breathable. New York, Stark Tower top-floor luxury apartment. Although it was sunny outside, the underground laboratory was dark. JARVIS increased the reactor power of Mark 42 by another 5%. The defense isn't enough.
Tony Stark, scruffy and with bloodshot eyes, was shouting at a holographic projection. All around him, various models of Iron Man suits were tightly packed. From Mark 1 to Mark 42, it was simply a steel graveyard. Sir, your heart rate has exceeded the warning line, it's advised that you take a rest immediately.
JARVIS's electronic voice expressed helplessness. Rest? How can I rest? Aliens could come back at any moment. I must protect this world. Tony gulped down a cup of cold coffee, his hands trembling. At that moment. Bang! 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 A series of extremely inappropriate knocking sounds echoed. It wasn't knocking at the door, it was knocking on the floor? Because the sound was coming from below. Boom! The lab's solid alloy floor was suddenly pushed open, and instead of a groundhog, oh no, it was a man in a lab coat, Chen Ning, holding a shovel, drilling up from the hole. Behind him was a paper figure covered in talismans, Grandma. Ah! This foundation is really solid, my hands are sore from digging. Chen Ning patted the dirt off his body, surveying his surroundings. This is a junkyard? Chen Ning pointed at those Iron Man suits worth billions, looking disgusted. So much scrap metal piled up here, taking up space? And it's easy to rust. Tony stood frozen. Who are you? How did you get in? JARVIS. Where's the defense system? The system has been taken over by Ergu. Chen Ning said calmly. He walked up to Tony. Not only did he not take this superhero seriously, but he also reached out directly to touch Tony's forehead. TSK, this temperature could fry an egg. Chen Ning took out a stethoscope and placed it on the reactor in Tony's chest. Listen to this heartbeat, it's like a pile driver. This is typical anxiety mania. Why do you make so many armors? Do you think these tin cans can give you a sense of security? Tony was hit where it hurt, feeling both angry and embarrassed. This is for peace. For what the hell? Chen Ning interrupted him. What you have is fear of insufficient firepower. Always thinking the guns aren't big enough, the cannons aren't many enough. In fact, true security comes not from external things but from within. Of course, having too much weight outside will also increase psychological burden. Chen Ning pointed to a set of gold and red battle armor beside them. Look at this thing, it weighs hundreds of pounds. Isn't it exhausting to wear? How can you fight while walking is already a hassle? JARVIS. Get this intruder out. Tony shouted. A suit of armor activated automatically, raising its palm cannon to aim at Chen Ning. Wanna get rough? Chen Ning pulled out the artifact from his waist, the universal toilet brush, currently in the form of a universal screwdriver. Playing with mechanics in front of me? You're really showing off. Chen Ning's figure flickered, fast as lightning. Snap. Buzz. Crash. In less than 3 seconds, that expensive steel armor was dismantled into a pile of parts, scattered on the ground. Even the screws inside were sorted by size and lined up neatly. Tony was dumbfounded. This hand speed, how many years of being single did it take to train? See, this is the flaw of tin cans, too hard to disassemble, high maintenance cost. Chen Ning clapped his hands and pulled something out of his snakeskin bag. It was a beautifully crafted, vibrantly colored, paper armor. It looked exactly like Iron Man, but the material was bamboo slips and colored paper. A big Fu character was painted on the chest, with 4 pennants inserted on the back, and the helmet had the 3 stars of Fu Lushou painted on it. Come on. Try this. Chen Ning enthusiastically promoted it. This is my combination of Eastern mysterious powers to develop the negative 888 Malawian Quatches paper armor. Advantage 1, lightweight. Wearing it feels like not wearing anything, as light as a swallow. Advantage 2, breathable. Not muggy in summer, not freezing in winter. Advantage 3, eco-friendly. If it breaks, just burn it, and it will accumulate virtue for your ancestors, protecting your safety. Tony looked at the colorful paper outfit, his face twitching. You want me to wear this? This is something for the dead. Superstition. Chen Ning pushed the paper armor onto Tony. Why can't living people wear it? This is called cosplay. This is called national trend. Under Chen Ning's strong pressure, Tony was forced to wear this paper armor. Not to mention, the size fit pretty well. The moment he put it on, Tony felt it was indeed quite light. Moreover, the charms drawn on the paper seemed to have a calming effect, allowing his tense nerves to finally relax. Do you feel much more at ease in your heart? Chen Ning asked with a smile. I guess there is a bit. Tony had to admit. That's right. This is psychological suggestion therapy. However, just wearing clothes isn't enough, you also need to move. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Ergu. Play some music. Grandma. Lead the dance. The lights in the lab suddenly transformed into colorful disco balls. The speakers filled the room with lively beats. Get moving. Cheer for new power. Get moving. Every second is a thrill. The paper armor grandma, Chen Ning's grandma, held 2 fans, starting to twist and dance in the lab. Tony. Keep up. Chen Ning pulled the Iron Man, who wore the paper armor, into the dance floor. 3 spins to the left. 3 spins to the right. Twist your neck. Shake your butt. At first, Tony resisted. But when he saw himself in the mirror, dressed in paper clothes, decorated with Fu Lushou, shaking foolishly, he suddenly burst out laughing. He laughed until tears streamed down. That heavy, suffocating sense of responsibility and anxiety vanished in this absurd moment. Damn the aliens. Fuck world peace. I just want to dance right now. Ha ha ha. This outfit is so breathable. Tony let himself go, even letting Jarvis control the Iron Man suits to dance along with him. So, in the basement of Stark Tower, an unprecedented Iron Man dance troupe of 100 played out. The center position was occupied by Tony in a paper outfit, with a paper-made old lady as the lead dancer. The scene was too beautiful to look at directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully curing superhero anxiety disorder. Influence level, letting go, Tony decided to create a paper version of each suit, focusing on the lightweight market. Gained merit value, 8 million points. Gain special blueprint, arc reactor, paper version, although it's made of paper, it really lights up and can be used as a hand warmer. Current accumulated merit value, 41,700,000. After finishing a dance, Tony slumped onto the ground, drenched in sweat, but his eyes were clearer than ever. Thank you, doctor. Tony looked at Chen Ning. I feel much better. Maybe I really should take a break. That's right. Chen Ning handed him a cup of goji berry water. Remember, you are human, not a machine. In the future, get less sleepless nights, drink more water. If you feel anxious, go dance, or call me. I'll take you on a one-day tour of the underworld, it's more exciting and will make you feel glad to be alive. After saying goodbye to Iron Man, Chen Ning returned to the ghost train. The richest man in Marvel is taken care of. Next, Chen Ning flipped open the medical records. I heard there's a young man called Spider-Man next door? Is he a poor student? And very chatty? This is economic hardship leading to excessive expression desire. Let's go to Queens. We're going to bring him some warmth. By the way, let's put a zipper on his mouth. Ergo. Prepare a scholarship of $100,000, hell money, but it can be used over there. Also, a roll of super strong tape. Chapter 47. Does this kid talk too much because he lacks love? Come on, let's put this roll of tape on. In Queens, New York, in the bustling streets above, a red and blue figure was swinging between buildings. Hey! Everyone! I am your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. The weather is nice. Although it's a bit smoggy, that's because industry is developing. Oh no! That robber! Your posture is too ugly. You should step out with your left foot first. That way, you can run faster. Peter Parker was flying while chatting non-stop. The citizens below covered their ears. Why is this kid back again? He's louder than that junk collector. Just then. Z. A train burning with ghostly blue flames suddenly came charging out of the void, blocking Spider-Man's path. Wow. What is this? An upgraded version of the Ghost Rider's vehicle? Or did the Hogwarts Express get lost? Peter slammed the brakes and hung upside down at the train window, still complaining. License plate K444? That number isn't good. I suggest changing it to 888, which means wealth. The train window slowly lowered, revealing Chen Ning's face wearing a professional smile. Young man, is your mouth on rent? Why are you in such a hurry to return? Chen Ning pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of compassion for a critically ill patient. Me? This is my language talent. It's humor. Peter was still arguing, you know? Talking can relieve stress, promote blood circulation, and make people want to hit you. Chen Ning couldn't take it anymore and acted directly. He pulled out something that looked like a gun from a snakeskin bag, silencing tape launcher. Bayou. A silver tape shot out. Although Peter had spider sense, he didn't expect the other party wouldn't hit him, just target his mouth. The tape accurately sealed Peter's mouth opening in his mask. The world instantly quieted down. Much better. Chen Ning opened the train door and stepped out. Young man, this is an ailment that needs treatment. According to my diagnosis, you have overactive language center, leading to jumping logic thoughts. In simple terms, you haven't thought, but your mouth's already moving. Peter desperately tried to tear off the tape on his mouth, but this was the system-produced gag tape. Unless Chen Ning unties it, even the Hulk cannot tear it apart. Let me go. Want to say more? It seems your condition is quite stubborn. Chen Ning shook his head, pointing at the web shooter on Peter's wrist. Since you like playing with webs so much, let me give you a taste of being trapped in your own silk. Chen Ning grabbed Peter's wrist and forcefully pressed the launch button. Zzzz. A large amount of web sprayed out, but not towards the outside, instead it was aimed at Peter himself. Under Chen Ning's skillful control, like winding a ball of yarn, Peter was soon wrapped into a huge white cocoon, with only a pair of terrified big eyes visible. Chen Ning hung this human cocoon upside down on a street lamp. Now, we are going to conduct the silence therapy. Chen Ning moved a small stool over, sat under the street lamp, and pulled out a stack of books from his pocket. Silence is gold, the art of speaking, how to be a quiet handsome guy, if I had 3 days to be mute. Come, let me read to you. Chen Ning opened the first page and began to read aloud. True experts are often silent. Because they know that words are pale, only actions are the most powerful. Peter hung upside down, listening to Chen Ning's magnetic, hypnotizing voice, his tears almost flowing down. He really wanted to speak. He really wanted to complain about how terrible this book was. But he couldn't. That suffocating feeling of wanting to say something yet being unable to made him realize for the first time, it turns out, keeping quiet is such a painful thing. Half an hour later. Chen Ning closed the book. How do you feel? Is your soul purified? Peter nodded wildly. He just wanted Chen Ning to be quiet, even if it meant he would never speak again. Very good, looks like it's working. Chen Ning tore off the tape from Peter's mouth. Peter took a deep breath, just about to start complaining. But when he saw the roll of tape in Chen Ning's hand that was not yet used up, he forced his words back down. I understand. Peter said cautiously, silence really is golden. Not bad, you can be taught. Chen Ning helped Peter untie the webs around him, cutting them with scissors. Then, he pulled out a thick envelope from his pocket. I heard your family is not doing well? You still need to deliver takeout to earn tuition? Chen Ning shoved the envelope into Peter's hands. Here. This is the Qingshan Charity Foundation scholarship for you. There are $100,000 inside, transformed by Ergo's alchemy. Don't deliver takeout anymore, focus on your studies. Read more philosophy books and less jokes. Peter held the thick envelope, his hands trembling. $100,000? This is money he would never earn even if he spent a lifetime delivering food. How can I accept this? Peter was so moved he was speechless. Principal, you are really a good person. Although you are a bit weird, but you are a good weird. Chan Ning. Do you not know how to speak? Forget it, considering he is still a child. Alright, go back. Remember to finish reading these books and write a reflection, no less than 800 words. I will come check next time. Chen Ning shoved those books titled Silence is Gold to Peter, then turned and boarded the train. Watching the ghost train's silhouette fade away, Peter hugged the books and money, standing under the street lamp, unable to calm down for a long time. He looked at the titles of the books in his hands, murmuring to himself. Being a quiet handsome guy seems pretty cool too? From that day on, New Yorkers discovered that the chattering Spider-Man had changed. He still fought for justice, but he no longer spoke. He always silently tied up the bad guys, then left a profound silhouette or a note behind. Read more books, speak less. Your good neighbor. The villains went crazy. Because they found that the silent Spider-Man was even scarier. That kind of silent oppression was simply suffocating. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully cured superhero chattering syndrome. Cure degree, Silence is Gold, Spider-Man has evolved into Shadow Spider, battle power increased by 200%, because he doesn't have to worry about lines anymore. Gain merit points, 1,500,000. Acquire special skill, silencing technique, you can make any creature unable to make a sound for 10 minutes, including farting. Current merit points accumulated, 43,200,000. Chen Ning sat on the train, watching the shooting stars outside the window. It's almost time for Marvel. Ergu, where is the next universe? Reporting to the Dean. Ahead is the DC universe. That rich guy called Batman, I heard he has a severe, paranoid delusion? He always suspects his teammates will betray him? And that, Joker, a typical, antisocial personality disorder. Chen Ning slapped his thigh. Great. One is suspicious, and the other is crazy. These are patients custom made for us at Qingshan Hospital. Let's go. To Gotham. We're going to bring a civil city creation activity to that simple town. First, let's fill Batman's Batcave. Dark and damp, easy to catch rheumatism. Then let's capture that Joker and take him to the circus. Let him know what real comedy is. Chapter 48, is this Arkham? No Wi-Fi at all. Everyone undergoes professional training. Gotham City, always shrouded in endless rain. On the edge of the city stands the fearsome building Arkham Asylum. Boom! A train blazing with ghostly flames smashed through the iron gate of the asylum, stopping on the muddy playground. Is this Arkham? Chen Ning jumped off the train, stepping into the muddy water, looking disgusted. The greenery is terrible. Not even a flower bed. All just mud. And these walls, all peeling. Not even painted over. Most importantly, Chen Ning took out his phone and looked, there's actually no signal here? No Wi-Fi at all. How are patients supposed to surf the web? How can they relieve their psychological stress? Who are you? How dare you trespass into Arkham? A group of doctors dressed in white coats but with fierce eyes, actually Hugo Strange's subordinates, rushed out, holding electric batons. Who am I? Chen Ning adjusted his tie and took out a shining golden credential, just forged by Ergu. I am the dean of Qingshan Mental Hospital, Chen Ning. I heard your operation is poor and you're on the verge of bankruptcy, though it's not true, I'm here for acquisition. Ergu. Hang up our sign. Okay. Shadow Ergu turned into a wisp of black smoke, flew up to Arkham's rooftop, and directly tore down the eerie Arkham sign, replacing it with a brand new, neon-lighted sign. Qingshan Mental Hospital Gotham Branch. Main business, mental rehabilitation, professional training, Xiangxing comedies. This commotion was so great that it alarmed all the residents inside the asylum. He. Is someone here to play with me? A man in a purple suit with green hair and exaggerated clown makeup stepped out of the shadows. Joker. The nightmare of Gotham, the epitome of chaos. He held a can of green spray, which was the laughing gas that could make someone laugh until they suffocated. New Dean? You look quite interesting. The Joker aimed the spray at Chen Ning. Come on, laugh. Why so serious? Hiss. The laughing gas spewed out. The surrounding doctors and guards panicked and scattered. But Chen Ning stood in the poisonous mist, not only not falling but instead taking a deep breath. Minty? And a bit of mustard added? Chen Ning smacked his lips,
the formula is good, just a bit stinging.
How is this possible? The Joker was stunned. This was lethal laughing gas. Laugh? I love to laugh. Chen Ning suddenly opened his mouth, revealing that iconic smile that made one's sanity plummet. Ha 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 ha. Chen Ning's laughter echoed through the loudspeaker, spreading throughout Gotham.
That laughter contained the pressure of demons, the chill of the underworld, and the absolute confidence of a strong person.
The Joker was stunned by this laughter, his eardrums paining. For the first time, he was suppressed in laughter. Your laugh is too fake. No soul. Chen Ning instantly stopped laughing, pointed seriously at the Joker. Just silly laughter is madness. Not a comedian. I see your bones are amazing. He's a great talent for crosstalk. Come on. Set up the stage. Under Chen Ning's direction, Arkham's Hall was instantly transformed into a simple theater. All the supervillains were driven to sit below the stage as audience members. Two-Face, the Penguin, the Riddler, and Mr. Freeze each looked at one another, confused about what the new headmaster was planning to do. First student, the Joker. Chen Ning pulled the Joker onto the stage, handing him a folding fan and a piece of wood. Starting today, you will undergo humor reconstruction training. Here's the script, report the dishes. Memorize it. Can't memorize it? Then it's tickle punishment for you. The Joker stared blankly at the crosstalk script in his hands. This is the ultimate chaos? Forcing the Prince of Crime to perform crosstalk? I refuse to memorize. I want to destroy Gotham, the Joker protested. Ergu. Bring on the punishment. Shadow Ergu transformed into countless tiny hands, wildly tickling the Joker's armpits and soles of his feet. Ha ha ha. I can't take it. I'll memorize it. I'll memorize it, okay? The Joker laughed until he cried, this time from being tickled. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail. Below the stage, Two-Face was flipping a coin to decide whether to run away. Heads, I run, tails, I kill him. Just as he tossed the coin up. Smack! Chen Ning slammed a brick down on the table. You, with the layered face. Stop playing with coins. Chen Ning stepped down from the stage and confiscated Two-Face coin. I see you have a serious decision fatigue. To cure your illness, I've prepared 10,000 coins for you. Chen Ning poured out a massive pile of coins. Your current task is, stand all these coins up. Not a single one can be missing. If you can't do it, no food for you. Two-Face looked at the pile of coins and became overwhelmed. Stand coins up? What kind of devilish training is this? And you? The one full of question marks. Chen Ning pointed at the Riddler. Always throwing riddles to seem cultured, huh? Come on. Solve this set of problems. Chen Ning threw him a thick exam paper, 5-year college entrance exam, 3-year simulation, science edition. No sleep until you finish. If you get it wrong, rewrite it 100 times. The Riddler picked up the exam paper and looked at it. Given a particle in a magnetic field, performing circular motion. Find the particle's charge-to-mass ratio? What kind of insane problem is this? The Riddler held his head and cried. This was even harder than facing Batman. As for the Penguin? Chen Ning directly threw him into the kitchen's freezer. Since you like penguins, go experience life in Antarctica. And count all the frozen fish in there. 1 hour later. Arkham Asylum had a brand new look. Gone were the conspiracies and killings. Only the sounds of reading, the Riddler was solving problems, the crisp sound of coins, Two-Face was standing coins, and the slightly crying voice of crosstalk, the Joker was reporting dishes, remained. And in the headmaster's office. Batman Bruce Wayne, dressed in black armor, silently appeared behind Chen Ning. Who are you? What have you done to them? Batman's voice was low and hoarse. Chen Ning turned around, holding a teacup, smiling at Gotham's guardian. Mr. Bruce, don't be so nervous. I simply provided these unemployed individuals with a little trivial vocational training. Look at how fulfilled and happy they are now. Batman glanced at the surveillance. The Joker was reciting his lines, tears on his face, yet he was no longer causing destruction. Two-Face was focused on standing coins, not even caring about their heads or tails. This is really Arkham? As for you. Chen Ning put down his teacup and examined Batman from top to bottom. This outfit is cool, but not breathable, you'll easily get eczema. And that mask, don't you think your ears are too pointy? They could get struck by lightning, reference Thor. And that Batcave of yours. Chen Ning advised earnestly. The basement is damp. Not good for your joints. Take my advice and move to the top floor. Get some sun. Get some calcium. If it really doesn't work, I can prescribe you some ointment? Batman. He was silent for a long time. Then, he quietly jumped out of the window. He felt that Gotham might not need Batman anymore. Because a director crazier than the criminals had arrived here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully occupying, the Arkham Talent Training Center. Correction level, reformed, villains are all saying that instead of doing problems/standing coins/telling jokes, it's better to go to prison. Gained merit points, 2 million points. Acquired special item, Joker's laughter gas formula, improved version, can make people feel genuinely happy, instead of dying from laughter. Current accumulated merit points, 45,200,000. Chen Ning stood by the window, looking at the harmonious and weird scene below, nodding in satisfaction. Gotham is back on track. Ergo, prepare for the next stop. I heard there's a giant called Ultraman in Neon Country? He fights monsters all day, destroying city buildings? This is serious, violent law enforcement and destruction of public property. Let's go to the land of light. We are going to give that salty egg superhero a fine and teach those monsters what civilized demolition means. Chapter 49. If you're going to fight, why demolish houses? This is violent construction. Put on a hard hat. Tokyo, Shinjuku District. The alarm sounded through the sky. Run. The monster is coming. Ultraman. Go for it. In the midst of ruins, the 50-meter-tall Diga Ultraman was wrestling with Golzon. Golzon swung his tail, directly clearing an office building. Diga performed a shoulder throw, smashing Golzon into a park, crushing countless flowers and plants. Beep. Beep. The colorful timer on Diga's chest began to flash a red light, indicating low energy. Just as he was about to gather energy and unleash his ultimate beam. Beep. A horn louder than the monster's roar sounded. Suddenly, a green train came crashing down from the sky, perfectly positioned between Diga and Golzon. The train door opened, and Chen Ning jumped onto the train roof while holding a huge loudspeaker, filled with anger. What are you doing? What are you doing? Chen Ning pointed at the surrounding ruins, crying out in despair. Whose child is this? How can you be so rude? Fighting is one thing, but why demolish buildings? This is the city center. Do you know how expensive the property prices are? Diga and Golzon were stunned. Where did this tiny human come from? Does he want to die? Golzon roared, raising his massive foot, ready to crush the obstructive train. Dare to move your foot? Chen Ning's gaze turned cold. Ergo. Equip. Yes. Shadow Ergo instantly grew larger, transforming into a giant black hand that caught Golzon's foot, then forcefully flipped it. Boom. Golzon, weighing several tons, was unexpectedly flipped over by this black hand, landing on its back. Diga saw this and thought it was a monster's helper, immediately getting into a fighting stance with arms crossed, ready to shoot the spiral ray. Z. The white beam was just forming. Stop. Chen Ning instantaneously moved, actually standing on Michael's back to fly over, directly blocking Diga's attack path. He extended one hand, forcefully pushing Diga's arm down. Young man, don't shoot randomly. Chen Ning pointed at the red light flashing on Diga's chest. Didn't you see your energy is low? That red light is flashing like an alarm. This is typical of battery aging or contact failure. As an Ultraman, you can't neglect your health maintenance. Diga was confused. This human, what is he talking about? And your behavior. Chen Ning took out a small notepad and quickly wrote 2 tickets. Destruction of public property. Disturbing public order. Violent construction. Unauthorized demolition. Fines. You must be fined. Chen Ning slapped a huge ticket on Diga's leg and the other on Golzon's belly. No money to pay the fine? Then, let's settle it in flesh. Oh no, work for debt. Chen Ning pulled out 2 yellow hard hats with a diameter of several meters from the snakeskin bag. Come on. Everyone put these on. From now on, you are the temporary workers of the Qingshan construction team. Under the threat of Chen Ning and the group of menacing beings behind him, Diga and Golzon were forced to wear safety helmets and oversized reflective vests. The scene changed dramatically. What was once an epic special effects film set instantly transformed into a large construction site. Golzon. You're strong, and your claws are sharp. Chen Ning commanded, go over there. That foundation isn't dug properly. Dig. Make sure it's flat. Golzon looked at Diga with a look of grievance, but upon seeing the toilet brush in Chen Ning's hand, he could only obediently lie down and start digging like a giant excavator. As for you, Diga. Chen Ning looked at the giant of light. Since you are light, you must play the role of light. I've heard you can restore light? Fix these collapsed buildings. You can't fly away until you're done. Digga looked at the devastated city and then at Chen Ning's determined eyes. He suddenly felt like this human might have a point. Protecting humanity is just protecting their home, right? Got it. Digga nodded, transforming his form, sky type?
No, it's the renovation type, his hands releasing a gentle light that enveloped the ruins. Under the magic of the light, the rubble began to flow back, buildings rose again, and streets were made smooth.
That's it. Chen Ning nodded in satisfaction. This is civilized construction. This is serving the people. From now on, go fight in outer space. Don't mess around in the city. At that moment, Digga's red light was flashing faster and faster, until it finally went out. His huge body began to fade away. Ha! Out of power? Chen Ning reacted quickly, pulling out a huge power bank, the body of Thor. Thor! Connect the power. Quick charge mode. Got it, Dean. Thor raised his hammer, and a thick bolt of lightning connected to Digga's timer. Zizzizizi. The previously extinguished light instantly transformed into a vibrant blue. It was even brighter than when it was full. Digga felt a surge of power throughout his body, as if he could take on 10 monsters at once. He looked at Chen Ning in shock, his eyes filled with gratitude. This human not only taught him how to be good, to be an Ultraman, but also charged him? No need to thank me. Chen Ning waved his hand, this is after-sales service. Remember to get a card. Come charge anytime you're out of power. Ding.
Congratulations, host, for successfully managing the huge illegal construction site. Degree of enlightenment, light awakening, Digga understands that building is more important than destroying and decides to join the Qingshan construction team part-time. Gained merit points, 2,500,000 points. Gained special skill, Ultraman Repair Light, you can instantly repair any damaged building, even if it has been flattened by a two-dimensional foil. Current merit point total, 47,700,000. Looking at Golzin, who was working hard, and Digga, who was repairing buildings. Chen Ning took a deep breath of the dust-filled, which was now clean, air. Things are almost done here on Earth. Ergo, see if there's anything we missed? Report, Dean. In the world of Cyberpunk 2077, there's a guy named Atom Smasher who has fully transformed into a cyborg, claiming that the body is weak, machines ascend? Chen Ning frowned. Fully cyborg? That's just cutting away good flesh to replace it with iron. This is serious self-harm with co-occurring cyberpsychosis. What a waste of the body. Let's go. To Night City. We're going to uninstall his equipment. Let him know that the original is the best. Chen Ning jumped onto the train. Next stop, Night City. Get ready with the screwdriver and wrench. We are going to disassemble his machine. Chapter 50, Why replace a good body with metal? This is heavy metal poisoning. Let's take it apart. Night City, on the top floor of Arasaka Tower. Neon lights flickered, gunfire roared. David Martinez was covered in blood, kneeling on the ground, his cybernetic body overheating and smoking. Before him was the unstoppable nightmare Atom Smasher. Lifting the enormous hand cannon, preparing to deliver a deadly blow. The body is weak, the machine ascends. The sound of the heavy hammer was as harsh as metal scraping. You organic trash, you don't deserve to live. Goodbye, little ghost. In that moment of despair. A completely out-of-place green train, the ghost train, crashed through the window, charging into the cyberpunk battlefield. Who is talking about weak bodies? Chen Ning jumped off the train, wearing a white lab coat, holding a shimmering, electric screwdriver. He walked up to the heavy hammer, examining him as if he were a defective product. TSK. Chen Ning shook his head inside. This patient of mine, your condition is very serious. 96% of your body replaced with iron? Do you want to be the mascot of a scrapyard? This is a serious case of body perception disorder. And looking at your complexion, even if you only have a brain, it's clearly heavy metal poisoning. The heavy hammer was stunned for a moment, then instantly furious. Where did this madman come from? How dare you insult my perfect body? Perfect? Chen Ning tapped the heavy hammer's armor with the screwdriver. Listen to this sound, it's hollow. And the paint is peeling, the craftsmanship is too rough. Real perfection is the original body. It's flesh with warmth and blood. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I'll help you remove these burdens. Seeking death. The heavy hammer didn't want to waste words and directly activated his strongest body modification ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ eyes. He saw Chen Ning still wearing that mocking expression, immobile.
Die. The heavy hammer raised the hand cannon and pulled the trigger. However,
at the moment he thought it was a certain kill.
He saw Chen Ning's eyes move. Not only move, but also winked at him. Then, that slow-motion Chen Ning suddenly disappeared. What? The heavy hammer's processor instantly overloaded. In Cyan Wiston's state, there was actually someone faster than him? In the world of martial arts, speed is unbreakable. But in a madman's world, time has no meaning. Chen Ning's voice came from behind the heavy hammer. Because our thoughts leap. Chen Ning's electric screwdriver spun wildly, turning into a golden whirlwind. Dismantle. 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 This steel plate is in the way. Dismantle it. This hydraulic rod is rusty. Dismantle it. This reactor has too much radiation. Dismantle it. With Chen Ning's hands moving faster than the laws of physics allow, Adam the heavy hammer's proud cyborg body fell apart like Lego blocks all over the ground. In just 3 seconds. The killing machine that was more than 2 meters tall and armed to the teeth was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Only a head connected to the spine rolled lonely on the ground. The heavy hammer's visual sensors were still working, but he had lost all ability to move. This is impossible. The heavy hammer emitted a desperate electronic voice, my body, my power. Power? Chen Ning squatted down and picked up the head, patting it like he plucked a watermelon. Is this your power? A pile of scrap metal? True power comes from within. It comes from a love for life. Chen Ning looked at the lonely head, feeling a bit pitiful, actually feeling it was too monotonous. Forget it, considering you're left with just a head, I'll get you a new body. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Ergu. Bring over that vacuum cleaner from our hospital. The shadow Ergu handed over a round, pink, with a Hello Kitty sticker on it, fully automatic smart vacuum cleaner. Click. Chen Ning placed the heavy hammer's head in the center of the vacuum cleaner. The interface surprisingly fit perfectly, because it was modified by Ergu. Activate. As Chen Ning pressed the switch, the heavy hammer found he could move again. But, the perspective was a bit low. And... ding! Detected trash ahead. Beginning cleanup. The heavy hammer uncontrollably rotated the wheels below. Charging towards a piece of scrap metal on the ground, he stretched out 2 small brushes and began to sweep madly. What am I doing? The heavy hammer broke down. He was the legend of Night City. A heavy hammer that inspired terror. Now he had turned into a pink sweeping machine? That's right. Chen Ning looked at the heavy hammer buzzing around on the floor with satisfaction. Labor is the most glorious. You killed so many people before, created so much trash. Now you are just atoning. From today on, you are responsible for cleaning every street and alley in Night City. If you don't clean properly, you won't get to charge. David Martinez and Lucy stood aside, watching the monster that had once driven them to desperation now chasing dust like a fool. They felt like their worldview had collapsed. But at the same time, a joy of surviving rushed to their hearts. Thank you, David said weakly. You're welcome. Chen Ning handed him a business card, handwritten. Young man, I see you have a lot of cyberware too, it can easily lead to cyberpsychosis. Come to our hospital and register sometime, I'll give you a complete decyberization surgery. Remember, the flesh is weak, but only the flesh can feel the warmth of an embrace. After saying this, Chen Ning patted David's shoulder and turned to leave with his medical team. Leaving behind that pink sweeping robot, alone and stubbornly sweeping the floor at the top of Arasaka Tower. I am Adam Heavy Hammer. I must clear everything. Saved another wayward youth. Chen Ning returned to the train, feeling great. In this high-tech world of cyberpunk, there really are quite a few patients. But mechanical ones seem a bit boring. Chen Ning flipped to the next page of the medical record book. Next stop, the Harry Potter magical world? I heard there's a noseless dark wizard there? Named Voldemort? Chen Ning touched his own nose. That's a serious case of facial disfigurement. It really affects the city's appearance. And he even cut himself into 7 pieces, Horcruxes? That's serious self-harm and personality disorder. Ergu. Prepare the best cosmetic surgeon, Sadako. And prepare strong glue. Let's go give that noseless guy a nose job. Then put him back together. The ghost train passed through the portal, heading towards the world filled with magic and wonders. Chapter 51, Want to rule the world without a nose? Here, let's give you a pig nose. At Hogwarts, in front of the Great Hall. Amidst the chaos of war, the glow of magic illuminated the night sky. Harry Potter was covered in wounds, staring hopelessly at the dark wizard walking slowly towards him. Harry Potter, die. Voldemort raised his elder wand, a cruel smile on his pale face.
His red snake-like eyes flickered with murderous intent, and his noseless face looked especially terrifying.
Avada Kedavra.
A green beam of death shot out.
At this critical moment, Expelliarmus.
A loud voice, but with a hint of mockery, rang out. But what flew out wasn't a red light, but a toilet brush.
Smack.
The toilet brush hit Voldemort's wrist accurately, causing the Elder Wand to fly out, tracing a graceful arc in the air, landing in an unknown object, a blast-ended scrot raised by Hagrid.
Who?
Voldemort was shocked.
Could anyone in this world interrupt his killing curse?
A train spouting blue flames charged out from the Forbidden Forest, directly running over several rows of Death Eaters, stopping in front of the two armies. Chen Ning jumped off the train, holding the toilet brush that had accomplished great things, and walked towards Voldemort with a serious expression.
He stared at Voldemort's face for a full 3 seconds. TSK, TSK, TSK.
Chen Ning shook his head inside, his eyes filled with the caring heart of a healer.
My dear patient, your plastic surgery seems to have failed, right? Your nose is completely gone. This doctor is too irresponsible. Look at this flat face, it looks like a frying pan. Can you breathe smoothly? Aren't you going to choke? All the wizards in the room. Is this the main point? That's the Dark Lord. The name that can't even be mentioned. Voldemort trembled with anger. His nose is an eternal pain in his heart. To gain power, he sacrificed his appearance. I will kill you.
Though Voldemort had lost his wand, he still had wandless magic.
He waved his hands, and a gigantic fire snake lunged at Chen Ning. Still playing with fire? Bedwetting warning.
Chen Ning countered with a toilet brush, directly smashing the fire snake apart.
I see you developed an antisocial personality because you look ugly. Don't be afraid. I'm a professional cosmetic surgeon. Chen Ning pulled out a large chunk of pink clay from somewhere. Urgu. Hold him down. Shadow Urgu transformed into several black snakes, instantly binding Voldemort's hands and feet. Sadako. Pass the tools. Sadako handed over a carving knife. Don't move. I'm going to give you a nose job. Chen Ning sat on Voldemort, pressing that piece of clay firmly into the flat position of Voldemort's nostrils. Pinch it. Knead it.
Chen Ning skillfully shaped it like he was molding a clay figure.
Since we're doing this, let's make it big. Show off your wealth. Minutes later. Chen Ning released his hands, admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction.
Voldemort's once terrifying face now sported a huge pink pig nose with 2 large nostrils. And to make it realistic, Chen Ning even drew 2 strands of nose hair in the nostrils.
Perfect. Chen Ning took out a mirror. Come take a look. Isn't it much more 3-dimensional? Doesn't it seem more friendly? Voldemort looked at the pig-headed figure in the mirror and let out a piercing scream. Ah! This is humiliation. A humiliation worse than death. Stop screaming. It's not over yet. Chen Ning pulled out that little notebook. I heard you even cut yourself into 7 pieces? This is serious self-harm. It's also an extreme manifestation of personality splitting. A family should be whole. Since you've been cut open, you need to stick yourself back together. Chen Ning waved his hand. Bring me all his parts.
Michael grabbed Nagini, the big snake, Dracula carried the Ravenclaw diadem, and the Wolf King held the Hufflepuff cup. Even Harry Potter was yanked over by Chen Ning, since he was also a Horcrux.
Blue. Super strong 502 glue. Chen Ning took out a bucket of glue and poured it all over Voldemort. Stick these Horcruxes back on. Crown on the head. Cup on the waist. Big snake around the neck. And this diary, stick it on the chest. Bulletproof. Under Chen Ning's violent operation,
Voldemort and his 7 Horcruxes, except for Harry, who only had a charm stuck on him to absorb the soul fragment, were forcibly glued together. Now Voldemort looked like a Christmas tree covered in various rags. And because the souls were forcibly gathered, the pain of tearing and chaotic memories instantly surged into his brain.
Who am I? I'm Tom? Or Voldemort? I want to kill, no, I want to learn, no, I want to be a good person. Countless thoughts fought in his mind. In the end, all thoughts converged into one. I want to go home. Voldemort cried. With a pig nose and covered in rags, he cried like a 200-pound child. That's it. Chen Ning patted Voldemort's shoulder, which now had a pendant box stuck to it. As long as you find your complete self, there's nothing you can't get over. In the future, stop with the pure blood theories, we're all mixed blood, who's more noble? Just be a good headmaster at Hogwarts, teach defense against the dark arts, and that's the right path.
Dumbledore stood by, watching the student who had once made him wary now transformed into this state, his eyes flashing with a complex light.
Maybe that's the power of love? Though this love is a bit twisted. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing the noseless dark wizard.
The level of reform, deep remorse. Voldemort decides to change his name and open a cosmetic clinic in Diagon Alley, specializing in treating nose loss. Gained merit points, 3 million points.
Gained special wand, old wand, itch scratch version. This wand not only casts spells but also automatically finds itchy spots on the body. Scratching them feels exceptionally nice.
Current accumulated merit points, 50,200,000, over 50 million.
Chen Ning put away the old wand and glanced at the Death Eaters who were still in a daze.
What are you staring at? Get home and do your homework.
If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I'll give them a pig nose too.
The Death Eaters were scared out of their wits and quickly used apparition to escape. Hogwarts returned to peace again, though the style was a bit off. Phew. The magical world is sorted.
Chen Ning sat on top of the train, looking at the huge round moon in the sky.
Next stop. I heard that in the distant Middle-earth, there's a guy named Sauron who only has one eye left. Spending all day staring down at people from the top of the tower?
This is serious, peeping habit, with complications of monocular vision impairment.
Ergo. Prepare the eye drops. And sunglasses.
We're going to give that big-eyed cutie a drop of Shapu AC. The ghost train started again, crossing time and space, heading to that world full of rings and half-orcs.
Chapter 52, Staring at Others for 10,000 Years? Bloodshot Eyes. Come, let's do eye exercises. In Middle-earth, Mordor. This is the Dark Center, with volcanoes erupting and thick smoke billowing.
At the very top of the Dark Tower Barad-dûr, a giant, flame-wrapped vertical eye was intensely staring into the distance. Its gaze pierced through the mist, locking onto the little hobbit with the magic ring at the foot of Mount Doom.
I see you there. Sauron's voice echoed in everyone's hearts, filled with oppression. At that moment. Drip.
A huge, cold droplet suddenly fell from the sky, precisely landing in the center of Sauron's eye pupil.
Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle.
The liquid made a sound like cold water splashing on a hot pan when it touched the fiery eye.
Ah! My eye. Sauron let out a scream. The liquid was too cold. Too stimulating. Like peppermint oil poured directly into his eye. Who? Who is it?
The eye spun wildly, trying to locate the attacker. There, a green train hovered above the dark tower. Chen Ning was holding a huge dropper, made from a toilet brush, looking down at the big eye with concern.
Dude. Your eye is as red as a rabbit. That's eye strain. Chen Ning shouted with a big loudspeaker. Not blinking for tens of thousands of years? Do you want to dry out your cornea? And you keep staring at that little boy, Frodo. Do you know that's illegal? It's called invasion of privacy. Sauron was furious. I am the Dark Lord. I gaze upon all. I will take back my ring. Ring? Chen Ning pulled out a pull tab from a soda can from his pocket. Is it this? Or this? He pulled out a keychain. I see you're just making excuses. You're addicted to peeping. Ergo. Hold it down. I'm going to treat it now.
The shadow ergo turned into a giant black hand, grabbing the top of the tower, holding the wildly moving eye still.
Let me go. I am Sauron. Don't move. Eye drops now. Moving around will blind you.
Chen Ning held the dropper and squeezed out a big chunk of liquid called Shapu AC Cooling Oil Special Edition.
First drop, anti-inflammatory. Splash. Ow. Sauron's scream echoed all over Middle-earth. Second drop, improve vision. Splash. Whoa whoa.
Sauron cried, streaming lava-like tears.
Third drop, remove red eyes. Splash. After 3 drops, Sauron felt like his eyes were no longer his. That refreshing feeling instantly cooled down his previously furious will. It's not over yet.
Chen Ning put away the dropper and took out an oversized silk sleep mask, embroidered with the words, "Don't want to go to work." Since your eyes are uncomfortable, you need to rest.
Force shutdown.
Chen Ning jumped down and violently put the eye mask on Sauron's eye, tying a tight knot behind it.
Everything went black. Sauron panicked. I can't see. My ring. My army. Not being able to see is the point. Chen Ning patted the giant eye mask. Do you understand how to rest your eyes? Now, follow the broadcast to do eye exercises. Chen Ning turned on the magical radio. Let's start the eye care exercises. 4th set. First session, rub the Tianying point. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Ning stood at the top of the dark tower, acting as the instructor. Hey you! The ring wraith riding up in the sky. Stop flying. Come down and give your boss a massage.
The 9 ring wraiths rode down on their flying beasts, looking confused as they flew over. Under Chen Ning's intimidating presence and toilet brush, they were forced to extend their ghostly claws and press on the tower around Sauron's eye, pretending to be acupressure points.
Rub. Harder. Second session, press the Jingning point.
Sauron, wearing the eye mask, felt the massage from the ring wraiths.
Although it was humiliating, the soreness seemed really relieved by a lot.
The nerve that had been tense and always searching for the ring slowly relaxed.
Ha!
Although Sauron's eye couldn't close, because there were no eyelids, in the darkness of the eye mask, it finally stopped its crazy spinning.
It was tired. Really tired. For a broken ring, it had watched for tens of thousands of years. What was the point? That's right. Chen Ning looked at the finally quieted Sauron, nodding in satisfaction. In the future, don't always stare at others. Look at some green plants, it's good for your eyes. This tower is so bare.
We should have the orcs plant some trees later.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for successfully curing Demon Lord level eye fatigue.
Degree of influence, everything went dark. Sauron indicated that after wearing the eye mask, the world became quiet, and he no longer wanted to find the ring. Gained merit value, 4 million points.
Gained special item, Sauron's contact lenses. Wearing it can see through all illusions and shoot lasers, but the side effect is prone to dry eyes. Current cumulative merit value, 54,200,000.
Mission accomplished with the big eyeball. Chen Ning looked toward the distant Doomsday volcano. That kid named Frodo is still climbing that mountain? This kid is honest, wanting to throw a ring into a volcano? This is a case of obsessive-compulsive disorder complicating environmental destruction. Ergu. Go fetch that ring back. That is pure gold.
Melted, it can make several gold teeth.
Middle-earth has returned to peace. Sauron is sleeping with the eye mask on.
The orcs have started planting trees. Frodo is heading home with the souvenir given by Chen Ning. Chen Ning stood on the train, looking at this magical continent.
The air quality here still needs improvement. He marked a tick on the map with his pen. Next stop. I heard that over in the Caribbean, there's a captain named Jack Sparrow? Always flaunting his fancy fingers, swaying as he walks? This is a serious case of cerebellar ataxia complicating alcohol poisoning. Ergu. Prepare anti-alcohol medicine. And, get him a pair of corrective insoles. We're going to help that pirate straighten his spine. The ghost train set sail again, charging toward the Azure Sea. Chapter 53, is it drunk driving if you sway so much while walking and steering a ship? And with a beard so messy? That's a violation. The Caribbean, in a storm. 2 legendary pirate ships are entangled in the raging waves. Jack. Hand over my heart.
Davy Jones waved his crab claw-like hand, the octopus tentacles on his face writhing wildly, like countless snakes dancing.
Aha! You first have to catch me. Jack Sparrow flaunted his fancy fingers, standing on the mast, swaying and pulling funny faces, tightly clutching a bottle of rum. Just as the two sides were about to engage in close combat. Ding! That familiar and heart-pounding whistle sounded again. A train steaming with blue fire, a train?
No, now it looked more like a hovercraft, ghost train transformed version, charging directly into the whirlpool between the two ships, smoothing the sea into a calm mirror.
Coast Guard enforcement. Everyone stop.
Chen Ning stood at the bow of the ship, wearing a handsome white naval uniform, holding an alcohol tester in his hand.
He first looked at Captain Jack. Sir, please come down and take a few steps. Jack blinked his smoky-eyed big eyes, looking innocent. Officer, I was just dancing? Dancing?
Chen Ning sneered and jumped onto the Black Pearl.
I think you are drunk. Open your mouth. Blow.
Chen Ning forcefully shoved the tester into Jack's mouth.
Beep beep beep, seriously over the limit. You are driving drunk. And speeding on the high seas. License suspended. Boat impounded. Chen Ning snatched the rum from Jack's hand and casually threw it into the sea. No. My rum.
Jack let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had lost his soul.
What are you drinking? Hurt your liver.
Chen Ning pulled out a large bag of Ban Lan Gen granules and a kettle of hot water.
From today on, you can only drink this. Clear heat and detoxify. And your way of walking is problematic, suspected cerebellar atrophy. Chen Ning drew a straight line on the deck. Walk straight for me. If you step out of line, I will wipe off your eyeshadow.
Under Chen Ning's intimidation, the once mighty pirate king moved like a toddler, carefully shuffling along the line with the Ban Lan Gen. After dealing with Jack, Chen Ning turned to the barnacle-covered Flying Dutchman.
And you? Chen Ning pointed at Davy Jones's disgusting octopus face.
Being ugly isn't your fault, but being unkempt is your mistake. Look at this beard, tentacles.
So messy? Don't you get soup on it while eating? How much seafood is hidden in there? Davy Jones was furious.
He was the king of the deep sea. This was his majesty.
Do you dare insult me?
His tentacles suddenly stretched out, curling towards Chen Ning.
Insult? I am here to style you.
Chen Ning advanced instead of retreating, now holding a hair clipper and a large can of hair wax.
Ergo. Cthulhu. Hold him down. Got it.
Cthulhu, pink Lolita version, emerged from the water, appearing particularly excited at seeing a fellow octopus-faced relative. Two enormous tentacles wrapped Davy Jones tightly, binding him like a zongzi.
Don't move. I'm going to give you dreadlocks. Chen Ning sat on Davy Jones's neck, starting to cut his dozens of tentacle beards. This one is too long, trim it a bit. This one is split, fix it. Come on, braid these together, let's go for a reggae style. 10 minutes later. The originally eerie Davy Jones was transformed completely.
His messy tentacle beard had been woven into a dozen neat little braids, with colorful beads at the ends, collected from the beach.
He looked surprisingly trendy. Yo! Isn't that who I think it is? The Bob Marley of the pirate world?
Chen Ning patted Davy Jones's face with satisfaction.
Stop being a pirate from now on, go for rap. This style is definitely going to be a hit. Davy Jones touched his new beard.
That refreshing, neat feeling made him feel for the first time in hundreds of years that his face wasn't so heavy.
I am a rapper?
He tried to hum a couple of lines and found that the beard had quite the rhythm.
That's the spirit.
Chen Ning stood between the two ships, loudly announcing. Now, I declare, that Caribbean Sea Literary and Arts Performance officially begins.
Captain Jack will strut down the runway. Captain Davy will rap. That will Turner. Stop watching the show. Go bring your dad, Shoelace Jack, some shoe insoles. I see his feet also have rheumatism. With Chen Ning's strong intervention, an original life and death sea battle transformed into a unique gala.
Jack walked gracefully, and Davy sang passionately. Even the terrifying sea monster, Kraken, not the one raised by Chen Ning, was splashing water in rhythm with the music.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully addressing maritime traffic violations and disheveled appearances.
Influence level, change of profession, Jack decides to quit drinking for health and Davy decides to enter the entertainment industry. Gained merit points, 3,500,000 points.
Obtained special ship, Black Pearl, non-alcohol version. This ship is extremely fast, but it will automatically shut down as soon as it smells alcohol.
Current merit value accumulated, 57,700,000.
Chen Ning sat at the bow of the ship, blowing in the sea breeze and sipping coconut juice.
Ah, the ocean is truly vast. However, it seems like I've seen about all the patients on Earth. It's time to go see those more distant beings. He took out a cosmic star chart. I heard that next to M78 Nebula, there's a race called Transformers? Two factions have been fighting for millions of years? This is severe combat addiction, with part wear as a complication. And they seem to never do maintenance?
A glint flashed in Chen Ning's eyes.
Ergo. Prepare oil. Grease. And a polishing machine. We're going to give those big metal blocks a full health check. Optimus Prime, right? Megatron, right? In my hands, they will all be made new.
The ghost train soared into the sky, rushing towards the planet Cybertron, filled with the sound of metal clashing.
Chapter 54, Chipping Paint and Still Fighting? This is lack of maintenance. Come on, let's scrub each other's backs. Cybertron, Iron Fortress ruins. The metallic ground trembled. Megatron. Today is your doomsday.
Optimus Prime swung his energy axe, his red and blue armor covered in scratches and dents, with joints squeaking from lack of lubrication.
Optimus Prime. I'm going to dig out your spark to use as a light bulb.
Megatron sneered, his right arm transforming into a fusion cannon, the gray body rusty and even leaking oil.
Just as the two weapons were about to collide. Z.
A whole train of green cars, slithered through the flames like a greedy snake, elegantly swirling above the heads of the two.
Stop. Everyone stop.
Chen Ning stood at the front of the train, holding a huge spray bottle, filled with the god-level rust remover he had just mixed.
Look at you. What do you look like? Chen Ning pointed at Megatron's rusty knee, distressed. This joint is rusted like this and you still want to do intense exercise? Aren't you afraid of meniscus damage?
He pointed at Optimus Prime's chipped chest plate.
And you? As a leader, you don't even know to touch up the paint. This is peeling down to the base coat. You're affecting the city appearance. This isn't a battle. You're abusing machines. All Transformers. Abusing machines? We are machines, right? Get lost. Organic beings.
Megatron became impatient, raising the fusion cannon aimed at Chen Ning.
Since you wish to die, let me fulfill that for you. Boom.
The purple energy bullet was just gathering.
Want to fire? Have you asked my gun in hand?
Chen Ning pulled out the universal toilet brush from behind, which instantly transformed into a huge fuel gun.
Breathe it back.
With a teleport, thanks to Urga's space jump, Chen Ning directly stuffed the nozzle of the fuel gun into Megatron's cannon muzzle.
Gurgle gurgle. Chen Ning pressed the trigger. A thick, pink, strawberry-flavored special lubricant poured wildly into Megatron's body. Ugh. What is this? So slippery. So greasy. Megatron felt his circuits about to short-circuit. The oil flowed through his cannon and spread through his entire mechanical body, turning stiff joints into too slippery. He was so slippery he couldn't even stand, directly doing the splits. This is the lubrication you wanted. Chen Ning withdrew the gun and aimed it at Optimus Prime. You're not getting a break. Touch up the paint. SZZZ. Chen Ning switched the nozzle and sprayed Optimus Prime with a burst. Red, blue, and green? Oh no, I ran out of red paint, let's make do with green paint, eco-friendly color. A few seconds later. The once rugged and tough-looking Optimus Prime turned into a colorful, rainbow-colored figure as if he had just crawled out of a dye vat. This my paint job. Optimus Prime looked at his green chest plate, his processor slightly overloaded. Don't talk nonsense. Now begins the mutual maintenance session.
Chen Ning pulled out 2 huge sponge wipes and 2 buckets of polishing wax from a snakeskin bag.
Megatron. Wipe Optimus Prime's back. Clean off all that rust. Optimus Prime. Wax Megatron.
Make sure it shines enough to reflect a human shadow. Whoever doesn't wipe it clean, I will take them apart and sell them for scrap. Under Chen Ning's, and the hungry eyes of the demons and gods behind him, pressure. 2 sworn enemies who have fought for millions of years had no choice but to put down their weapons.
Megatron awkwardly rubbed his back with a sponge, a face full of humiliation. Be gentler. Are you wiping my back or scraping off dirt?
Optimus Prime complained.
Shut up. I've never served anyone. Megatron roared, but his hand unconsciously lightened, because it was too slippery.
Optimus Prime sighed, picking up the polisher, buzzing it over Megatron's chest plate.
Actually, your metal is quite nice, just poorly maintained. Oomph, mind your own business.
As layers of rust were wiped away, a shiny new metallic luster revealed itself.
The 2 factions of Transformers watched the scene and surprisingly found it quite harmonious? Even a bit warm? But
Chen Ning suddenly interrupted this harmonious atmosphere.
He pointed at Megatron. You, buddy, have too much hostility.
Just cleaning is not enough, you need a professional makeover.
I heard you like transforming? Perfect, I have a blueprint that is just right for you.
Chen Ning took out a spark source modifier system product.
Transform. A pink light enveloped Megatron. Click click click, cookie chi. In a dazzling series of transformation sounds, Megatron's imposing tank body vanished.
In its place was a round, pink ice cream truck with a giant ice cream model on top. And the horn inside the truck started playing children's songs automatically. 2 little tigers love to dance, little bunny, be good, pull out radishes. The whole place fell silent. The polisher fell from Optimus Prime's hands to the ground.
Starscream laughed like a pig. I am Megatron. I am the master of destruction.
The pink ice cream truck let out an angry roar, but its voice was processed into a cute electronic lowly sound.
Stop shouting, how cute. Chen Ning patted the roof of the truck. From today on, you will be responsible for selling ice cream to the children of Cybertron. Spread love and sweetness all over this planet. Got it? If you dare to sell expired ones, I will turn you into a sewage truck.
Megatron, ice cream truck form, flashed its headlights, dripping 2 streams of wiper fluid.
At that moment, the ambitions of the Decepticons shattered completely along with that children's song. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully mediating a million-year conflict.
Reformation degree, restart life. Megatron thinks his life is over, but it seems the ice cream might sell well. Gained merit value, 6 million points.
Gain special vehicle, Optimus Prime, designated driver version, can summon Optimus Prime as your driver at any time, and will never hit traffic.
Current merit value accumulated, 53,200,000.
Chen Ning sat in the passenger seat of the ice cream truck, eating a strawberry cone made by Megatron himself.
Not bad, a bit of oil flavor, authentic.
He looked out the window at the Transformers washing and waxing each other.
The flames of war on Cybertron had extinguished.
In its place was a busy car repair shop scene.
Mechanical civilization is also taken care of. Next. Chen Ning opened the star chart.
I heard there's a civilization called the Trisolarans in the distant, three-body world? Because there are 3 suns, they are always dehydrated or flooded?
This is serious environmental adaptation disorder and recurrent dehydration syndrome.
And they don't dare to speak, they can only communicate with brainwaves?
That's a communication barrier.
Ergo.
Get the sunscreen, sunglasses, and a loudspeaker.
Let's go give those Trisolarans a stand-up comedy show.
Let's teach them to speak loudly. Learn to express love. The Phantom train departed again.
Destination, Alpha Centauri.